Tantor Audio, an RB Media audio brand presents Morally Black Betrothal by Nicole French, narrated by Kat Bertano and Xander Stone. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Prologue: A strange obsession with epitaphs. Simone. Billionaire gone bad. Pretty girl or pretty woman? It's all a lie. Fake fiancé exposed. Everyone dreams about being rich and famous. You see the porcelain pictures in magazines or social media, Instagram. You eye the celebrities and influencers with their perfect teeth, golden lighting, immaculate clothing, and you notice, with not a little bit of envy, the way everyone loves them for it, asking them questions, wanting to be them in every little way. I don't care who you are, how anti-materialist you claim to be, everyone wonders what it would be like to have the world at your fingertips. Because it's not about fame, it's about recognition. It's about being seen in a world where most of us fade into the background, one of the faceless masses. Being known for something. If not for being good, then at very least, for the things we are good at. And you read the headlines and see all the hearts, and a part of you, even if it's the smallest, most insignificant sliver, asks the inevitable questions. Why them and not me? Why doesn't anyone see me that way? Why hasn't anyone seen me ever? The only headlines most of us will ever receive are the ones in our obituary, and maybe a headstone. The inscription on my mother's was short, but loving. Mary Ann Bishop. Born 1972. Died 2004. Beloved wife and mother. It was inadequate. She was so much more than a wife and mother. Mama loved to read the comics every Sunday morning. She could draw birds perfectly, but was terrible with people. She would cry whenever she saw commercials about puppies and made the best banana muffins in all of Vermont. She was the proud owner of the Dandelion Sundries, one of Zagat's top 10 bakeries in Vermont, located on our family farm. Wife and mother. She was those things, but it wasn't fair to reduce her to just that. I'd been writing my epitaph for years. Having your mom die when you're 8 years old makes you think about things like gravestones from an early age. The current draft read something like this. Simone Bishop, daughter, baker, loving kindness maker. With bread, all sorrows are less. Miguel de Cervantes. I did not ever think it would read Simone Bishop, liar, cheat, fake fiancé. But judging from the alerts that woke me at 6 o'clock on that bright spring morning, my legacy was sealed. The author's name was familiar. Ivy Inc., the mysterious byline for the Scarlet Letters, otherwise known as the gossip column for the Boston Herald. It was supposed to be wedding bells for Brendan Black and his whirlwind paramour, waitress and hospital volunteer Simone Bishop. But will those bells even ring? Just days before his rumored announcement as the permanent CEO of the Blackguard Holding, documents were leaked, revealing that Black and Bishop's relationship appears to be a ruse. A contract, dated and signed 4 months ago, reveals lengthy terms of agreement between the two. It explicitly outlines the terms of a fake relationship and public betrothal, right down to the number of events, public outings, and even the types of displays of affection the couple was expected to enact together in order to convince everyone of the veracity of their relationship. The question now is, why? That is possibly the only term not stated in the contract, but the connection between Black's appointment this month and the end of the contract, set for 2 weeks after the next board meeting that would confirm him in his new position, is too obvious to ignore. Every scathing word was another cloud blotting out the cheerful spring sunlight. I should have put the phone away, but like a robot, I kept scrolling, forcing myself to read the rest of the article detailing our whole public relationship. At the end of Ivy's indictment, there they were, incriminating photographs of the document and the familiar pair of signatures scrawled across the bottom. Simone Bishop, Brendan Black. If the headlines were cloud, our names were claps of thunder, ominous, dooming even. I couldn't breathe. This couldn't be happening. How had those documents gotten out? How were they on this site? And honestly, didn't one of the most widely read newspapers in the country have more important things to report on? Was the authenticity of my impending nuptials more notable than the threat of world war, climate change, and/or reproductive rights? Sure, there was a war in Ukraine, another pending in South America, but don't worry, folks, we're covering Brendan and Simone's little ruse. Another version of my headstone wrote itself. Simone Bishop, silly, stupid fool of a girl. What was I thinking, signing that contract? I couldn't even get away with shoplifting a pack of gum at age 10. Why had I ever thought I could get away with being fake engaged to one of the most notorious men in the world? Brendan Black. Oh, God, what would he think? Like a masochist, I clicked on one of the other articles that appeared in the alert. One of hundreds, it seemed. The internet was eating us alive. This one, at least, seemed a fact check. After all, I was a bartender, not a waitress. Pat a cake. Baker's sham? Well. Who says money can't buy happiness? We've exposed a Black affair indeed. Looks like the love at first sight story was just another lie to mend the tattered reputation of yet another Black family heir. Did Brendan Black fake an engagement to part-time bartender and amateur baker Simone Bishop, all to court votes from the board of directors of his family's empire? The very same empire to which he was recently appointed the interim CEO. The souffle has fallen, and there's nothing inside. Brendan Black seems to have gotten exactly what he wanted, the same way he and his family usually wriggle their way out of tricky situations, with smoke, mirrors, and a whole lot of money. But this time, that morally black act includes a pretty smile, angelic blue eyes, and a blonde halo. Talk about a wolf in sheep's clothing. A scandalous contract reveals exorbitant compensation that Bishop received for her services. We're side-eyeing that, too, until Black is officially confirmed as the permanent CEO of Blackguard. We won't lie, our eyes popped out when we saw the amount. We've reached out to all involved parties, of course, but you guessed it, no comment, at least not yet. How long can Black and his faux fiancé stay silent? Stay tuned as we dig deeper into this story as the days progress, but feel free to join us as we all speculate in the comments. Will the wedding still happen? A new layer of dread settled in my stomach. I checked my call log to find that, yes, there were a number of missed calls. Many people had been trying to contact me. This couldn't be happening. I'd be ruined. He'd be ruined. We'd be ruined. Something about that idea scared me most of all. Simone Bishop, idiot woman who ruined the only love she ever knew, and everything else, too. Good morning, Angel. There was a kiss on my shoulder, and I turned to find the other resident of my bed rolling over. Hi, I whispered. The morning light dappled his sleek, dark hair, pleasantly rumpled as he propped himself up on his elbow. My faded daisy sheets fell to reveal the lean muscles and olive skin I'd enjoyed so thoroughly the night before. Jesus, Brendan muttered as he checked his watch. What time is it? 6:20, I said, not quite able to stop my voice from shaking. I'm sorry I woke you. What is it? What's wrong? Brendan's dark green eyes found mine, and whatever he saw made him spring into action. The sheet fell away as his long legs swung around, feet to my battered wood floor. Then he stood, ready to take on the world, even if he was only wearing the skin he was born in. The mask was back, the armor no one had broken through once it was in place. Although this story might. My lower lip trembled as I held up my phone. They know. His brow furrowed. Who? And what do they know? I rotated the headline toward him. Everyone knows. They know I'm not your fiancé, that you never loved me, that we were never real. Brendan took the phone. Fuck. I watched as the light in his eyes I'd fought so hard to kindle died. The shadows were back. Ice froze over. Brendan, my Brendan, disappeared. All that was left was the Black Prince. 1. How to make sourdough bread. 4 months earlier. Simone. See, most people think you have to knead the dough for a million years. With efficient movements I'd mastered over the years, thanks to plenty of bedside conversations just like this one, I dealt a new hand of solitaire onto my patient's tray. But that's not actually true. I settled the remaining cards into my hand. Sourdough has a higher hydration percentage than yeasted bread. Mine is usually 75, sometimes 80% when the sun's out. Either way, the higher water content means you should limit your handling of the dough to occasional stretch and folds for the first 90 minutes of your initial rise. No need for stand mixers or sore knuckles. Get it? I grinned at the patient, an old man with a surprisingly thick mane of white hair, as if he would laugh at my bad pun. In response, he breathed through an oxygen tube sticking out of his nose. His closed eyelids didn't even twitch. I wasn't offended. After all, what else could he do while unconscious? I turned over the top 3 cards from the deck and went on, as if the man had asked more about my favorite topic. After that, just let the dough rise. The secret sauce is in the duration. 3 days at 45 degrees is ideal in Boston, but you didn't hear it from me. I continued to explain my theories on gluten strengthening while playing cards with myself. Then I read the man's horoscope out loud and listened to the chorus of monitors beeping in response. In other words, just the average afternoon shift of a candy striper, aka a patient care volunteer at Massachusetts General Hospital. 3 days a week, I provided emotional support to elderly people whose family or friends couldn't be with them for whatever reason. I didn't have candy in my pockets, and instead of a striped dress, I wore a set of thrifted scrubs. Today's shapeless pair was cerulean blue, printed with sunglasses wearing pineapples. According to the cardiac ICU staff, he was something of a celebrity, a business mogul who was a frequent flyer on Fox News, had probably been married 5 times to women a third his age, and fired people just because he didn't like their names. Right now, though, he looked like any other elderly man in a hospital gown and grippy socks, smelly of astringents and sleep. Heavy bags wreathed his closed eyes, age spots dappled his paper-thin skin, and frown lines creased the sides of his downturned mouth. "What do you think, Mr. Black?" I asked him. "Or does a man of your esteemed wealth and notoriety prefer to be called Niall? Should I try a 90% hydration, Niall, or blend a little less Anchorn into my dough?" A strand of spittle fell from the corner of his mouth. Lord, would I ever end up this way, alone and helpless? And so chugged on the second most predictable train of thought I had during my shifts at Mass General, wondering how long I'd live. My mother died when she was 32, only 4 years older than me, in this very hospital. I'd missed her last moments. She'd been alone while the rest of us were asleep at a hotel, thinking we'd see her again the next day. Once I'd moved to Boston, I swore at least some of these people would have someone with them in their hardest, possibly final moments, even if they were unconscious. Former therapists accused me of a healthy dose of survivor's guilt. Maybe they were right. All I knew was that, despite terrible lighting, constant beeping, and low-key terror that permeated the ICU, coming here made me feel good. And it did some good for the world, too. What was so wrong with that? Typically, I spent less than 30 minutes with patients like this, long enough for their loved ones to arrive and take my place. Today, I had been sitting with Niall Black for more than 4 hours. Given that the man had a wife and 4 children who all lived in Boston, the fact that he'd been alone for so long was concerning, to say the least. The head nurse had mentioned that he was one of the most hated men in Boston. Did that extend to his family, too? I kept watching the door for someone to prove us wrong. Nothing. "Any change?" I looked up to find Cameron, the nurse on duty, entering the room. He flashed the bright grin that usually preceded another attempt to ask me out. I shook my head, causing my ponytail to tickle my shoulders. Nope, still sleeping. Cameron nodded, then went about checking Mr. Black's vitals, while giving me the occasional wink. I couldn't help but blush. My sister would tell me I was silly, that there was no reason to act like a nun when I had the opportunity to play out a scene from Grey's Anatomy right here with a hot nurse. It didn't help that I hadn't had a boyfriend in, years. Selena would say my standards were too high, but that wasn't it. The truth was, none of us knew how long we were going to be around. Some people thought that meant we should do whatever we wanted, in the guise of living life to its fullest. Me, I just didn't want to hurt anyone if something did end up happening to me. It was better not to get attached at all.
Have you tried the new falafel place by the park yet?
Cameron asked, as he jotted down the current numbers on the whiteboard next to Mr. Black's bed. No, is it good?
Dunno. Want to go later?
And there it was. I shook my head again. Sorry, I have plans tonight. Plans to work at my actual paying job and prep the starter for about 30 loaves of unbaked bread, but he didn't need to know that. Let me know what you think, I added, as Cameron headed for the door.
Will do.
He winked again, undeterred, and left me alone with my patient. What do you think, Mr. Black? I asked. Should I take him up on his offer one of these days? It has been a long time. His thinning hair waved in the breeze from the overhead vent, and another bit of spittle dribbled down his cheek. I wiped away and squeezed his hand. Yeah, I'd rather get more sleep tonight, too. I was about to continue my lecture on the merits of ancient grains versus refined flours when my phone buzzed with an incoming text. I pulled it out of my pocket. Selena.
Hey, are you busy?
I frowned. I hadn't heard from my twin in months, since the last time she blew through Boston, but not without leaving me with a bill of several $1,000s for her car repairs and a stain on my couch that still hadn't come out. Sel had a tendency to move through life like a small tornado, rambling around the world like she wasn't half responsible for the situation our family was in. Selena did as Selena wanted. Always had, always would. But while those therapists I mentioned said my relationship with her was more than a little codependent, she was still my sister. Plus, she had an adorable 4-year-old daughter who deserved to have someone care about her. I had a responsibility to make sure they were both okay. I typed out a quick reply. I'm at work. Is it an emergency? If she'd ever answer my calls, she'd know this, I informed Mr. Black, whose eyelid twitched in response. My phone lit up with her face, our shared face, including the blue eyes and caramel-colored hair, inherited from our mother, the straight nose with a slight button end from our dad, and the 2 full lips and dimpled chin that was all our own. I glanced at Mr. Black. He could wake up at any time. Some patients his age struggled when they came out of surgery, to the point where they didn't know where or even who they were. They needed help. But while Selena might have been calling to brag about a new boyfriend, there was an equal likelihood she, and therefore Kylie, legitimately needed help. Nope, I couldn't risk it. I'll be right back, I told Mr. Black, then slipped out of the room to answer the call. The pretty contact picture of Selena was replaced with her snarling, real-time face, complete with overdrawn eyeliner, a reddened nose that told me she'd been drinking, and deep circles under her eyes. Sel, I greeted her in the low tones appropriate for ICU. I can't really talk. Oh my God, finally! Been trying to reach you for hours. Shh, I'm at work. I frowned, keeping my eyes glued to Mr. Black's room. And you have not. I've been trying to reach you, and you never call me back. 2 weeks ago, our father had mentioned the most recent and dire notice from the bank, letting him know that he had been rejected for another loan against the farm. Dad had struggled to maintain the dairy since our mother had passed, but the last few years had been particularly bad. From what I could glean, he was on the brink of losing everything. But Selena was so absorbed with her own stuff, she hadn't even asked about him. Or me, for that matter. I have. You just never answer your phone. I bit back a retort. Selena was better at gaslighting than anyone, so there was no point in arguing with her. She wouldn't hear a thing. Anyway, I got into town yesterday, and you're the only one I know here anymore. Please, I'm with Kylie. Can you just meet us at... Wait. I interrupted. You're back in Boston? Why? What happened to your job in Providence? Are you guys safe? Oh my God, 20 questions. Just meet me. I'll tell you everything when I see you. I promise. I glanced at Mr. Black's room again. I'm at the hospital right now, Sel. I can't just leave. Why not? I thought you were a volunteer. I am, but... So then leave. Who cares? What are they going to do? Refuse to take free labor from you in the future? I took a deep breath. Of course she wouldn't understand. If there wasn't anything in it for her, there was no reason to stay. She'd never even gone with me to lay flowers at Mom's grave. "I'll meet you," I said, "but not until I'm done with work here, okay? It's not an emergency, is it?" "Not exactly, but..." "Good, because after I'm done at the hospital, I have a shift at the bar." I picked at an invisible bit of lint on my scrubs. "I'm glad you're in town. We really need to talk about Dad and..." "Fine, sure, whatever. I'll see you at the bar after your shift. We'll wait for you outside." We, of course. Kylie was with her. So, not only was Selena racing into town like she was in the Indy 500, but she also didn't have a place to stay now that she was here, despite having a 4-year-old whose sleep needs wouldn't be served by waiting for her auntie to finish work at 2 or 3 in the morning. I should have known. "Do not let her into your apartment. You know what's going to happen. She's going to take it over, run up your utility bills, ruin the one sanctuary you have." "Come 10 minutes before instead," I said with a sigh. "I start at 6. I'll give you the keys to my place, and then I'll see you at home." "Awesome. See you then." The call ended as abruptly as it had started. I found myself staring at my phone, as if she might be bothered to ring back and end the call the way sisters should. "You're welcome. Love you too. Can't wait to see you." There was only a little bitterness in my voice as I slid my phone back in my pocket. I returned to Mr. Black's room and went back to my solitaire game with a little more intensity than was necessary. "Maybe you should be grateful you don't have any family here today, Niall," I told him as I slapped cards on the tray. "If they're anything like my sister, you're better off with me. Now, would you like me to tell you how to maintain a starter? It's really easy. They are surprisingly hard to kill, kind of like you." "What the fuck?" A deep voice boomed through the little hospital room, drowning out the monitors. A man strode into the room, his eyes frantic and wild as they landed on my patient with the fear I'd witnessed all too many times. "Jesus, Dad." Something about hearing that deep voice turn to a croak turned my heart inside out. Family, then. Possibly one of the 4 children. Though this man was very, very grown, he was also the most beautiful person I had ever seen. Not in a classical way, per se. His appeal reminded more of some of the older buildings in Boston, like the 19th century townhouses that lined the Common and the streets of Cambridge. The ones that were gorgeous in their restoration, but still bore marks from the past that could never be completely erased, and were better for it. He dripped money, but seemed slightly wild just the same. His tailored suit couldn't quite mask the tense stance of a fighter, and his angular face, carved with high cheekbones, was marred with a scar just over his right brow, and a nose that had to have been broken at least once in his life. A shock of untamable dark reddish-brown hair brushed his ears, and a stubble shadowed his jaw, despite the fact that it wasn't even close to 5 o'clock. The custom clothes, the diamond-encrusted cufflinks, the mirror-polished shoes were all very nice, but they couldn't quite mask the sense that there were very sharp claws beneath the layers of refinement, ready to unsheathe at the slightest provocation. He blinked, and his eyes, so green they were almost black, immediately became the most remarkable thing about him. They darted over his father's state with quick intelligence and a well of emotion flashing in their depths. Then they turned to me. "Who the fuck are you?" His cold words were laced with fury and a thick Boston accent that felt so at odds with the suit and tie. If I hadn't been frozen in place, I would have hidden behind Mr. Black's slumbering form. Instead, I jumped, sending playing cards into the air like confetti. I swallowed hard as I gathered them back together under his steely gaze. In my experience, there was only one response for a grieving family member. It happened to be the same one I used to calm my sister when she threw tantrums, or to ease my father back from the brink of his own misery. I set the cards on the tray, then held up my palms and flashed the gentle smile I'd honed so carefully in my 28 years. "Hello, I'm Simone Bishop, and I'm here to help."
2. What's in a nickname? Brendan. I've been called a lot of names in this short, shitty life. Heartless Wonder, Graveheart, Macbeth. The last 2 weren't even particularly inspired, considering my father was originally from Ireland, not Scotland. The worst one and maybe the one that was the most accurate happened to correspond with my last name, the Black Prince. What did I expect, really? The first son of Niall Black was never going to be a nice guy. I've been raised by the most cutthroat venture capitalist in New England. My father was Boston's version of the Wolf of Wall Street, otherwise known as the profit pirate or the venture vulture. A man who had built his fortune out of a two-bit bookie's office by stepping on the backs of weaker men, sabotaging without a second thought, and fully embracing the philosophy that winning was the only acceptable path in life. Now in his 80s, my father had built one of the largest investment firms in the world and was the unchallenged patriarch of the Black family. To be honest, part of me was proud to be called the Black Prince. It meant people knew what I'd always known. I was the next in line to take over that bloodthirsty legacy. For 39 years, I'd been groomed to take his place, and I knew I was ready. Until I saw my father lying on that hospital bed like a cadaver. Suddenly I was 6 years old and hiding in the bathroom again. But the terror didn't come from my father and his belt, hand or fist. It came from the sight of the old man so frail. Laid out unconscious, tubes sticking out of his nose and mouth, hooked up to all those hideous machines. He was a shell of the rage-filled monster who had reduced me to shivering like a leaf as a child. But without him, what was this life I was living? He was so helpless, so weak, so alone. Alone. Why the fuck was my father alone? Jesus, Dad. My voice was a shadow as I stepped inside. Jesus Christ. Movement in the corner of my eye pulled my gaze, and I realized I was wrong. My father wasn't alone. A woman sat next to him, so small and unobtrusive, in shapeless blue scrubs that she nearly blended into the room. She had frozen, hand hovering in the air midway through playing an ace of hearts in what looked like a game of solitaire on Dad's hospital tray. I snarled like the maimed wolf I was. "Who the fuck are you?" The girl jerked as if she'd been slapped, knocking the tray and sending the cards flying everywhere. A few strands of caramel-colored hair escaped her ponytail, framing her face in a perfect halo. I watched as she scrambled to pick up the cards. By the time she was finished, she seemed to have regained her composure as she sat back in her chair, raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, and then did the last thing I expected. She smiled. I could have sworn someone amplified the lumens in the room by a factor of 100. "Hello, I'm Simone," she started to say, but I didn't hear anything past her name. Her voice was smooth as butter, yet somehow earthy, hinting of joy, like church bells or maybe the laughter of angels, if angels laughed at all. Then I looked at her, really looked, and when those blue eyes met mine from beneath a heavy sweep of golden lashes, and those perfectly pink, bee-stung lips dropped into a sinful O, I could have sworn on all that was holy that my heart stopped. Fuck me. "I'm a volunteer for the CARE program." The girl stood and offered an outstretched hand. I glared at it, but only because I couldn't move. "What the fuck is the CARE program? Are you a nurse?" Standing up, she was even smaller than I thought. A fairy dipped in gold, then dressed in shapeless hospital garb that still couldn't hide the swell of a hip and the promise of a breast. She took her hand back, seemingly unalarmed. Why wasn't she more alarmed? When most people received the glare I'd inherited from the old man, they quaked in their shoes. This one looked serene enough to pick wildflowers. "Just a volunteer," she replied. "Care provides support for elderly patients until their families arrive. I've been sitting with your father since he got out of surgery." I blinked. "And that was when?" "About 4 hours ago." Fuck. I'd rushed to the hospital as soon as I'd gotten the message after my last meeting. Had left the receptionist in tears after firing her for missing the call. But I didn't feel the slightest bit sorry, especially now, after hours had passed. The fuck kind of call receiving is that? He was found in the public garden, my assistant said. He'd collapsed while walking his giant schnauzer Angus, who was now missing. The EMTs had picked him up right next to the goddamn make-way-for-ducklings statues and escorted him into open-heart surgery. Surgery. Jesus. I told him over and over again that he shouldn't go out alone, even if it was just to the park across the street. But he insisted he didn't need a security detail when he had Angus with him. Insisted that nobody recognized him when he was alone. Claimed the security team only drew attention to him, and that he could handle that 100-pound menace by himself. Stubborn man. Now at the mercy of hospital staff like a common pauper, when he was the king of Boston. Now? Christ. When did he get this thin? "My family?" I asked as I approached the bed. Christ, when did he get this thin? The girl stood beside me, shaking her head. "I'm sorry, I haven't seen anyone. The hospital has done its best to notify anyone they could." I scowled, and the girl didn't even flinch. They should have been here hours ago. Owen, Ronan, and Shay, otherwise known as my self-absorbed siblings, had nothing important enough going on to keep them from coming. Maybe Violetta, my stepmother, was a Castilian Barbie doll who spent her time wrapped in seaweed, mud, and cucumbers, but she generally knew when to at least pretend to give a shit about her geriatric husband. "He's been stable, though. Peaceful." The girl, Simone, glanced toward the door as she tugged on the end of her ponytail. An image flashed through my mind. That fall of gold wrapped around my wrist as I pummeled into— "Would you like for me to get the doctor for you?" Simone interrupted. I managed to shake my head. What was wrong with me today? No. I spoke to a nurse on the way in, and he said the doctor was on his way here. She nodded. "All right. Would you like me to stay or give you time alone with your father?" I didn't answer. Why didn't I answer? The fuck was happening? This girl was nothing. A waif in baby blue, fruit-covered pajamas. At least a foot shorter than me and probably 100 pounds lighter. Was I stuttering? I hadn't done that since I was a child. And my father literally beat it out of me. Christ! It's all right. I know it's overwhelming. I often sit with the families a bit, too, while they get a bit more acclimated to what's going on. She looked back at my father. It's normal to feel some shock. At meeting you? I wanted to ask. How do you know? I wondered instead. Existing in the same room as a stranger isn't the same as actually finding your parent on the edge of death. You're an accessory. A pretty flower arrangement at the funeral. I was being an asshole. I was always being an asshole, but in this case, it was the only way to deal with the gnawing ache in my chest that gripped me every time I looked at my father's nearly lifeless body. Simone turned back to me without a shred of anger or frustration. Her eyes glowed with compassion, a calm blue ocean. I wanted to dive in. I had a sudden feeling that if I did, they would wash away every sin I'd ever committed. Like maybe they'd wash away my whole life if I wanted. It was an alarming possibility, and not completely unwanted. What the fuck? My mother died in this hospital, she informed me, but somehow without the bitterness I would have expected. I know exactly what it's like. Silence yawned between us, and an actual apology played over my lips. Me, the heartless heretic, the man who never apologized for anything, wanted to say sorry to this wisp of a human. But before I could, Simone extended her hand again, just a little, a meek offering, if it was anything at all. Feeling like I was outside of my own body, I let her squeeze my suddenly clumsy paw. Electricity flew up my arm, not as a shock, but a gentle glow, like the kindness in this girl flowed like a current right into me. She smiled again, impossibly sweet, a tiny fissure that threatened to send a crack through my stony heart. I took my hand back and stepped away before I ended up on a table just like my old man. All right, then. Simone's hand twitched by her side. Anytime you need a hand hold, that's what I'm here for, Mr. I cleared my throat. Black. For the first time. I hated saying it. For some reason, I didn't want to be the Black Prince with this one. Even if I never saw her again. You can call me Brendan. Simone's eyes sparkled like light blinking off waves at sunset. It's nice to meet you, Brendan. Would you like me to stay with you? I opened my mouth to tell her yes, more than yes, that something in her guileless expression made me feel more than just the cold, calculating instincts I'd sharpened over the last 4 decades. That like a brand-new addict I needed another hit of whatever she was offering. I was no better than the junkies who used to line the streets of the old neighborhood, just as bad as the addicts who would line up to place their bets with their bookie, my father. But before I could manage so much as a simple sure, we were interrupted by a loud voice that I knew all too well. What the fuck is going on? What happened to Dad? And just like that, whatever spell this pretty little witch had cast was gone. I straightened, allowed the realities of my life to fall back over my shoulders like a mantle, while the girl slipped quietly away. Owen, I greeted my brother as he was followed into the room by 2 others. Ronan, Liam, where the fuck have you been? 3. Enter the circus. Brendan. They tumbled like clowns from a car into a room that was plainly too small for 4 men who all stood well over 6 feet tall. Owen and Ronan were my younger brothers, and Liam might as well have been, considering we'd grown up together, and Dad was basically his surrogate father, if you could call yelling and telling him he was a disappointment fathering. The only one still missing was Shay, our baby sister. She was probably on her way with her mother, Violetta. Most of the black children, biological or not, looked alike. Ronan, Shay, and I shared the same fair complexions, same slightly crooked noses, and carved cheeks, same shade of dark chestnut hair touched with red. Even Liam's hair and height made him look like he was one of us. We were all as dark-hearted as our name, but Owen was the one who looked the part with black hair, black clothes, black mood. The asshole thought he was Johnny Cash. Though he wasn't the only child of Niall Black to have a different mother from Ronan and me. Shay was the product of Dad's 3rd marriage. Owen acted like he was the lone wolf. He still wanted to be part of the pack, though. After all, he was here. I had a meeting, Owen said. You told me to fix the Ivy ink problem with the Herald, and I was this close to getting a real name from the editor-in-chief when I got the call. Getting a name of a gossip columnist isn't more important than seeing our father in the hospital, you asshole. I know you hate her and everything, but obviously this should have taken precedence. I turned to Liam and Ronan with a scowl. What about you fucks? We had to drive up from Newport. Liam straightened his jacket collar. We got here as fast as we could. Traffic was shit. Newport? Why were you all the way out there? I demanded. There's a board meeting tomorrow. Ronan, you know this. And Liam, I thought you were gunning for chief counsel." Owen rolled his eyes and mumbled something like, "Fuck the board meeting." Ronan and Liam snorted but quieted when I glared at them. My hand flexed at my side, but I couldn't level the punches I wanted. Someone had to hold their temper when the blacks gathered, and 99% of the time that someone was me. "Liam and I were just having a little wake before the big announcement," Ronan quipped, as he flopped into the chair next to Dad and started fiddling with the cards scattered over the tray. The guy never did anything but joke, and it drove me crazy. "Why would you have a wake?" I asked. "Dad was fine this morning." Ronan pushed back his hair that curled more than the rest of ours. "End of an era and all that. Eldest brother is finally getting his crown when the big man finally steps down. Any death deserves a good round of debauchery." He glanced at Dad. "Right, big guy?" Liam was now leaning against one of the windows, arms crossed. "Jesus, Ron." "He's literally alive, in front of you," I added. Owen glowered at me. "Disappointed you weren't invited? Fuck you." I pulled my phone out to message Liza Kelly, the CFO of Blackguard. Yet another person who should be here but wasn't. Still, I wasn't about to get pulled into another pissing match with Owen about the fact that I'd been suggested as CEO over him. Just last week, Dad had told us. He was 82, and it was time for him to step down as the head of one of the biggest venture capital firms in the world. He was supposed to make his formal nomination today. I also wasn't about to apologize. Out of all my brothers, I was the one who did everything right. We'd all grown up working for Blackguard Holding in one way or another, but I was the one who'd been at Dad's side every step of the way, even running bets out of the back room in Southie when he was still barely more than a bookie. I finished business school top of my class, successfully expanded every branch of the company I managed. For the last 5 years, I'd served as chairman of our largest division, Blackguard Investments. The others had their roles, but no one could touch the work I'd done. CEO was mine. I deserved it. And until a mere hour ago, I was almost certain that Dad was planning to announce the transition at tomorrow's board meeting. Now, who the fuck knew what would happen? "And just when did the Black Prince get here?" Owen wondered. Ronan turned over the back of his chair to peer at me. "As it happens, I'd like to know, too. I've been waiting for the doctor." I wasn't about to confess. I'd only just arrived myself. My family operated like jackals. Any sign of weakness, and they tore you to shreds. "Well, did the surgery go okay?" Liam asked. "I talked to a nurse on the way here. He said he had an emergency double bypass." I nodded. "He was found near the pond. The maid said he went out to walk Angus." That elicited a groan from all three of them. "How many times have we said that damn dog is too big for him to walk alone?" Owen said. "So it's the Schnauzer's fault. I told you that dog is an asshole," Ronan agreed. "Been an asshole since the day Violetta brought him home." "You're just pissed because he's chewed up your shoe," Liam said. "It wasn't just a shoe. It was a Jordan Dior Retro 1, and they were custom, you Philistine." Liam chuckled, but Owen and I both rolled our eyes. Ronan's idiotic obsession with sneakers was one of the things we agreed on. Dog forgotten, Ronan leaned over the bed. "God, look at him, he's a ghost." For once, there was no joke in his voice. Just the same shock that had rippled through me when I had entered the room. He quieted then, staring at the body. No, the person. Because our father wasn't dead yet, was he? Watching his weak chest move up and down, listening to the slight sound of his breathing and the beeping coming from his machines. Ronan, of course, was the one to break the silence. Anyone else suddenly feel like death just walked in? Should we say hello, ask him to play cards? Looks like he was in the middle of a good game of solitaire. "Ronan, come on." Liam shook his head, looking embarrassed. "Well, no one here is going to fucking cry, so we might as well laugh. The bastard sure as shit wouldn't want us bawling over his corpse." "Ronan, shut up," Owen snapped. I was too preoccupied to join in. I looked around for the woman I'd yelled at a few minutes ago, but she was nowhere to be seen. She didn't stay. I never asked her if she would. I never answered any of her questions at all. Maybe Simone really was an angel, a figment of my imagination in a moment where I needed that salvation the most. Or maybe I was just going crazy. I smelled the arrival of the next member of our family before I heard her soprano trill. The sickly, sweet odor of Givenchy l'Interdit preceded my stepmother before she took one step into the room. Violetta never left the house without dousing herself in it. My brother sniffed and looked up. 3, 2, 1. Ronan counted down, then pointed to the door just as our stepmother burst in, followed by Shay.
Darlings, I'm here. Oh, my Naya, look at you.
Though she had lived in this country for close to 35 years, Violetta's thick Spanish accent hadn't softened a bit. She entered the hospital room like one of the catwalks she graced back when she charmed Dad into walking out of his marriage and down the aisle with her. Today, she was decked out head to toe in a feather-covered dress, almost certainly designed by Rosado, the fashion house Dad had gifted her for their 10th anniversary so she could become a designer. It didn't matter how many celebrities they bribed into wearing her monstrosities. Rosado was an irritating loss against the company's bottom line, even more irritating because it fell under my purview. Dad always said, "Just fucking fix it," whenever I brought it up, and Violetta didn't give a good goddamn. She only wanted all eyes on her all the time, and refused to reduce the $70,000 a month fucking plant budget. Owen turned his glower away from her. Ronan went back to eyeing the Queen of Hearts. Liam rolled his eyes, and I checked my phone to see if Ruth, my assistant, had gotten back to me. She hadn't. I crossed the room to greet my sister as she followed Violetta inside, along with Mac, our head of private security, who must have been tasked with rounding up the two of them. By this point, we were all crammed around the periphery, except for Ronan in the bedside chair. "Shay," I gave her a kiss on the cheek, then nodded at Mac. "Mac." "Sir?" The big man swept the room with his eyes, then stepped out to take his customary place by the door.
"Big brother?"
My sister tossed her dark auburn hair over a sun-kissed shoulder that told me she'd been spending some time in the sun, probably in St. Bart's on the family yacht.
"You look like shit."
"Good to see you, too." With almost 20 years between us, Shay sometimes seemed more like my kid than my kid's sister. While Ronan and Owen had always been, at best, apathetic toward her, I'd been old enough to appreciate the difficulty of being the only daughter of the Black Dynasty. I'd also been around enough to take her under my wing until she left for boarding school, then university. She had come home from college with a Valentino suit and a freshly bribed business degree, and told everyone over breakfast that she was ready to take her place with the rest of us at Blackguard. Violetta had cooed with pride. My brothers had laughed. Dad had gone back to reading the journal, and like a balloon, Shay had deflated completely. I'd offered to find her an entry-level position in the investment division, but she had turned me down. Since then, she had only appeared at Blackguard for mandatory board meetings and spent the rest of her time gracing the gossip columns, touring the world's most expensive beaches or messing around with the West Coast music scene.
"My darling!"
Violetta shoved her way to Dad's bedside, forcing Ronan to vacate the chair so she could play the worried wife.
"Oh, my baby, what happened? How could I have missed it?"
I had to roll my eyes. Violetta was almost never present unless cameras were around to capture it. That had been the case since Dad finally put a ring on it. I had a feeling he preferred it that way.
"I'm guessing they don't allow cell phones at the spa?"
Liam muttered. "Botox," Ronan corrected him. "Her forehead hasn't moved in 15 years.
"There was a show in the tents."
Violetta batted a hand toward them.
"I had no service."
"Ah, Fashion Week," Ronan said.
How could we forget? They take our cell phones. I didn't know until it was over.
And you? I turned to Shay, who was avoiding everyone else's curious gazes. Were you with her? Shay shook her head, though she flicked a glance toward Mac.
I was with someone else. We just got back from Saint-Tropez.
Ah, different yacht then. Probably not ours. And Mac, no doubt, had been forced to rescue her from some kind of trouble, again. Eventually, I was going to have to talk with Shay about growing the fuck up.
Have you established a rate yet? Ronan asked her. I hope for your sake, or maybe his. He put a rubber on it.
Outside the door, Mac jerked. Shay's cheeks turned a bright shade of red.
Shut up, Ronan. How was your last trip to Vegas? Did you come down with gonorrhea this time, or chlamydia? My trip was fan-fucking-tastic, Shaby baby. Got my dick sucked and everything. And I'm proudly clap-free.
While the two of them continued to bicker over who exactly was the most debauched black sibling, I slipped toward the exit. I'm going to check on the doctor, I lied to Owen. His dark eyes narrowed.
You know, you're not the Boy Scout everyone thinks you are,
he called after me. I ignored him, just like I always did. I darted out to the nurse's station, looking for any sign of the phantom girl. Once again, I felt like an addict. I had my vices, of course. A weekly pour on a Saturday night, a little black book full of dependable numbers I could call when I was in need of a short, safe distraction. But this was more than casual sex or 20-year-old scotch. In just a few minutes, this stranger had made me feel different. I needed to know why. I'm looking for someone, I said to one of the nurses behind the circle-shaped desk in the center of the ICU. A girl. She said she was a hospital volunteer. The nurse in front of a computer held up a finger while she listened to the phone held to her ear. I frowned and turned to the other nurse next to her. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I have to see a patient. He cut me off, then slipped away down the hall.
I'm telling you, said the one still on the phone. It was orange, girl, not red.
I glared, then reached a hand over the barrier and pressed the button on the handset that would end the call. The nurse jerked and stared up at me.
What the... Sir, you can't just...
Let me make some things clear. I cut her off in the tone my staff would recognize as what they heard just before the shit hit the fan. The nurse seemed to recognize it too, because she shrank into her seat. My name is Brendan Black. I'm the COO of Blackguard Holding and the eldest son of one of your patients, Niall Black. Know who that is? The nurse nodded, looking almost afraid. Of course she did. Everyone in Boston knew who Dad was. Good. Then you'll know I mean it when I say I will write you a check for $1 million right the fuck now if you can tell me about the candy striper who was in my father's room when I arrived and where she went. The nurse's mouth fell open. So did her co-worker's mouth when he joined us. The first nurse sounded like a skipping record.
He's talking about Simone,
said the second out of the corner of his mouth. That's right, I said, swallowing back my relief. That was one mystery solved. I wasn't actually crazy. But you don't get $1 million just for a name. I already knew that. Price just went down, but I'll be generous. What else can you tell me? The nurses traded shocked glances when I removed $300 bills from my wallet and set them on the counter.
She's cute,
the second one offered as he reached over and pocketed the cash.
Kind of frigid, if you want to know the truth. Cameron, come on, you're just saying that because she turned you down like 10 times for a date.
The first nurse looked like she wanted to clock him in the face for snaking the cash. Cameron, otherwise known as the nurse whose teeth I suddenly wanted to knock out, just shrugged.
I'm just telling the truth. She's hot and all, but I see Bambi.
He shook his head.
I can't stop trying, though. Apparently hot Mother Teresa with nice legs and a tight ass is my kryptonite.
It took everything I had not to rearrange this asshole's face. Instead, I pushed another 100 across the counter. Your $1 million payday just disappeared, but you both get another one of these for every detail. And you can keep your job if you can tell me where I can find her. The details came quickly after that, as both nurses vied for the rest of the cash in my wallet. Her full name was Simone Bishop. She was 28. She lived in the shitty part of Jamaica Plain, but was originally from Vermont. She worked full-time slinging drinks at a bar in Back Bay and volunteered another 3 days per week at the hospital, offering support to lonely patients like my father.
"We don't know much about her other than that,"
Cameron finished, glancing at the first nurse for confirmation. "But if you want, I can call care and find out." "Don't bother." I pushed off the desk. "It's nothing. She was nothing." It was the biggest lie I ever told.
"Are you sure?"
asked the other, in a tone that said she would definitely still like a shot at that $1 million. She managed to pocket $200 bills by knowing Simone was from Vermont and that she loved Joni Mitchell. All other details were courtesy of the asshole. Every one was the same. Give them a whiff of money, and they were sharks in a feeding frenzy. But before I could answer, Liam popped out of Dad's room.
"Brendan, the doctor's here."
I turned and straightened my tie. It's about fucking time. 4. Conditions of a Crown. Brendan. Mr. Black experienced a major cardiac event this morning. The man who introduced himself as Dr. Jenkins stood at the end of Dad's hospital bed, peering around the room full of blacks with the same expression I imagined Daniel had worn when he marched into a den full of lions. I didn't think it had anything to do with his actual job of saving lives.
"You say that like he had a nice little acid trip, not a fucking heart attack,"
Ronan said from his new perch on the windowsill, like he was a fraternity brother and not an executive vice president of global distribution. 2 arteries were substantially blocked, Dr. Jenkins clarified, as if he hadn't just been insulted. We had no choice but to rush him into surgery immediately, where I conducted a double bypass surgery and repaired the damage in his aorta. There was, however, significant trauma to the surrounding tissue, and while it's likely he will need future surgery, there's nothing more we can do right now.
"What does that mean?"
Violetta asked.
"Nothing more we can do?" "Mom, calm down."
Shay set a hand on her mother's shoulder, like she was soothing a small child. "It means we wait," said the doctor. "That's it." "And are you the best doctor in this hospital?" Owen demanded. I shook my head.
"Jesus, Owen.
Like you wouldn't have asked." He crossed his arms in that way that was more threatening than needed and stared the doctor down. "Well, are you?"
"Maybe we need a second opinion?"
Shay's statement was almost a question as she looked at me, then back to the doctor.
"Why hasn't Daddy woken up? Shouldn't he be up and talking by now?"
Dr. Jenkins took a deep breath, drawing up as tall as he could make himself. It wasn't much. He couldn't have been taller than 5'6". Even Shay had him by a good 2 inches in bare feet. I almost felt sorry for the guy, until I remembered that he chose this career, and he was the one who had cut into my father's chest without telling a goddamn person in this room. Yeah, he could receive the 3rd degree and then some. "I'm the preeminent cardiac surgeon on the East Coast," he replied, with more than a little bristle. "I've personally performed this exact surgery more than 300 times, and similar procedures countless times more. Bypass surgeries across the U.S. have a more than 98% success rate, so I see no reason at all for Mr. Black not to make a full recovery. That said, recuperating from open-heart surgery is never easy, and your father will have to make extensive lifestyle changes to prevent this from happening again."
"Lifestyle changes?"
Ronan repeated.
"What, like attend a pride parade and get a nose ring?"
"Ronan, shut up," I ordered. To my surprise, he did. For a few minutes, anyway. "You do know who he is, right?" Owen growled from his perch at the window.
"Here we go,"
Liam muttered. Dr. Jenkins looked a bit peeved with all of us. "I'm aware of Mr. Black's identity. Your father has received the best treatment available, and I will continue to watch over him while he is in our care." Owen looked unconvinced but stayed silent. Despite my display at the nurse's station, most of the time I was the only member of this family who didn't throw around our name to get special treatment. And this wasn't reservations at the newest Michelin-starred restaurant in Manhattan or courtside seats for the Celtics. This was a goddamn hospital, and Owen's question made us look like assholes to the man responsible for our father. Not that I cared if people thought I was an asshole, but there was a time and a place. Owen had never learned that kind of finesse. Why isn't he awake yet? I was striving for calm, but ended up sounding shrill. They said he's been out of surgery for 4 hours, but he's still just lying there. Is he in a coma? What's going on? It can take time, the doctor replied. This is a bit unusual, but not unheard of, especially for a patient of his age. For half a second, Simone's face flashed through my mind. The pure, unadulterated concern in those sky-blue eyes as she took my hand and assured me that everything would be all right. Somehow, that memory calmed me more than the doctor's assurance. Why? I had no goddamn clue. But even though I very much needed to finish this conversation, I was glancing toward the door again, dying to find out. What can we do now? I continued. How can we support you? Even I cringed. My family looked at me like I had just sprouted another head. I was known for a lot of things. Empathy was not one of them. Until today, apparently. How long until he goes back to work? Owen followed up. Will we need to find a replacement? That's right, Ronan chimed in. How long until Brenny here gets the crown? Shay, Liam, and Violetta all turned their gazes to me. I shot Ronan a glare that would have cut any man down a foot, but he just kicked one sneakered foot over the other and grinned. He wasn't even a little fazed. If anything, all my siblings looked ready for a challenge. For a second, it was like we were all back in South Boston, brothers constantly pitted against each other in the backyard. The three of us were boxing as soon as we could walk, and Dad used to make us spar behind the house before we left the old neighborhood. He'd even call over his friends to watch, strong-arm the neighbors into placing bets like he was still a two-bit bookie, and not one of the wealthiest men in the neighborhood. The money was never the point. The point was dominance, learning to fight, learning to win. I decided to change the subject. Should we be preparing for nurses at his house for when he comes home? Let's just wait and see right now, said the doctor. We'll know more in a few hours. He should wake up soon, then? Violetta asked. She checked the gold watch hanging from her wrist, and I would bet my stock portfolio she was wondering if she could take the helicopter back to New York for another show before he woke up. That's correct, Dr. Jenkins replied. Violetta just barely managed to hide her disappointment. I'll wait, then. I want to be here when he wakes up. She nodded firmly, like she was convincing herself, then spoke to Shay in Spanish, something she knew drove the rest of us crazy. Shay glanced at each of us, her cheeks red. Sure, Mom, I can do that. Let me guess. Mommy needs her special medicines to get through her day? Ronan snickered. Is it benzos or barbs? You know, you shouldn't mix meds, Vi. Dad wouldn't want to wake up to a zombie bride. Ketiden! Violetta snapped. I didn't need Spanish to recognize the insult. I just need a change of clothes, she went on in English. 40,000 ostrich feathers on this dress. I can't sit for more than 30 minutes without crushing them. Huh, I would have guessed flamingo, Ronan remarked. Even I had a hard time not chuckling at that one. Liam just slapped his forehead while Owen stared out the window, his mouth twitching too. Shay looked like she was torn between agreeing with Ronan and wanting to beat him up. It's couture, Violetta told him. All of you look like bankers. It's like you don't even care about the family business. Every single sibling in the room, even Shay, rolled their eyes. Yes, Blackguard had recently bought a large share of the Savage fashion conglomerate in New York, on top of plenty of other luxury industries we were heavily invested in. But that didn't mean we cared about any of it. And if you didn't know that Violetta hadn't been born into the world of extreme wealth, her adoration of stupid shit like labels, flashy handbags, and pink fucking feathers gave it away. The woman owned more Birkins than a Saudi Arabian Shah's wife, despite the fact that Hermes was owned by our competitor. What the fuck was she carrying in them? A bowling ball? That's what assistants were for. The loudest secret in the world of real money. Don't stand out. You can make a fuck lot more cash if no one notices you doing it. The doctor cleared his throat. I'll be back as soon as he wakes. If you have any other questions, ask the nurse on duty, and they'll let me know. He left the room, looking relieved to be done with us. Exhaustion washed over me. It had been a long day. Meeting after meeting, a failed negotiation for a company I knew Dad wanted to acquire, and now this. But when I saw Mac wave Liza Kelly through the door, I knew my day had just gotten a lot longer. Liza, our CFO and Liam's mother, was one of the few people in my life who just was. With her knife-sharp intellect and no-nonsense demeanor, she'd been my father's right hand since before I was born. Honestly, she was probably the only woman who'd ever been able to tolerate him for more than sex and compliments, and she was more of a mother to my brothers and me than our own mothers ever were. Liza was also a shark, and she made zero apologies for it. "Is he going to be okay?" she asked after I returned her perfunctory air kiss. Her low voice made me realize none of us had been whispering until now. Instead, we'd been talking like we always did, at the top of our voices, like we were in a boardroom in the middle of the goddamn ICU. It was the Black family way. Boom until everyone else breaks. "Not if Brendan has anything to do with it," Owen answered. His eyes met mine, murder for murder. It had to be a sin to hate your own blood this much, but sometimes I really did. "He should be all right," I told her. Liza placed a ringless hand over her heart, then adjusted her glasses. "Good." She greeted my other siblings with similarly vacant kisses, gave her own son a slightly more affectionate one, then turned back to me. "Brendan, we need to talk." "And there it is," Owen muttered. "Is Big Brother finally gonna get his shiny new scepter?" Ronan added from where he now stood next to Liam. "Should we have a commencement ceremony? Are we moving on up?" "Christ, Ron, can you just stop?" Liam muttered, though he, along with everyone else in the room, seemed interested in his mother's response. Because everyone, including myself, knew what Liza was here to say. I just needed to let her do it without the peanut gallery cutting in. "Sure," I said. "We can talk in the hall." "I'll start planning your graduation party," Ronan called as we stepped out. "You really think he's going to be okay?" Liza asked once we had reached the reception area by the nurse's station. I had to give it to her. She was as hard as nails. But she'd been with my dad through thick and thin. There had to be a part of her that cared a little. "Your guess is as good as mine," I shrugged. It was a double bypass, and the doctor said he'd done hundreds of them. But Dad's 82, eats like shit, and who knows when the next one will be. He might not be so lucky. "Right, well," her brown eyes met mine with purpose. "I know this is sensitive, Brendan, and I hate to have this conversation now, but I'd be remiss as CFO if I didn't state the obvious." "Just say it then." "It's time. I've called an emergency board meeting for tomorrow, and I'm going to nominate you as interim CEO. I shoved a hand over my face. I knew this was coming, but it didn't make it any less jarring. It might not be necessary. He could wake up any moment. Even so, he'll be incapacitated for some time, won't he? I know you have to think of your father, but it's my job to think of this company's financial future. Right now, the press has no idea that he's here, but the clock is ticking. We have to report this to the shareholders, and when we do, share values are going to plummet. I know, but nothing. Liza's expression was direct and unforgiving. The expectation has always been it would be you. He was going to announce his retirement anyway, and we all know he was leaning toward you, so it's better if our report about his health comes with a plan. This is the most natural transition. In the open door to Dad's room, my siblings were transparently trying to eavesdrop. Owen was grinding a fist into his other palm. Maybe he couldn't hear us, but I had no doubt he knew what we were saying. I turned back. Do it then. What needs to happen? For the first time in a long time, Liza appeared uneasy. It was almost as alarming as seeing Dad unconscious. What? I demanded. What's wrong now? She pressed her lips together, making the tiny lines around them disappear.
Well, there are questions, rumors.
I frowned. About me?
About your lifestyle.
My lifestyle? In my head, Ronan was making 10 more insensitive jokes about body jewelry and polyamory. What do they think I do in my spare time? Run around on a dog collar and have weekend orgies? To her credit, Liza didn't even blink.
No, but they do talk about your ability to commit, or lack of ability, as it were.
Was she kidding? You think I can't commit to running my family's business after 20 fucking years?
It's not me, but the board is mostly comprised of your father's peers who, as you know, are somewhat conservative.
Yeah, but they aren't crazy. I've given my life to this company.
Out of everyone in that room, I'm the only one who hasn't ever taken a fucking minute to myself. No gap years or disappearing acts for me. No marine tours like Owen, no blackout weekends like Ronan, or constant vacations like Shay. Since I could walk, I've been that old man's shadow, learning blackguard from the inside out. No one is more dedicated to this company than me.
Liza's mouth pressed into that line again. She was looking at me, like I wasn't almost 40, but still that gangly 15-year-old who would barge into her office after Dad's and my latest shouting match. I opened my mouth, wanting to go off again, but I wasn't that kid anymore. I took a deep breath and then expelled it forcefully. Fine. Why do they think I can't commit? Liza shrugged.
Think about it. They just see you from the outside. And what does that look like?
A workaholic who is married to his job?
Perhaps. But maybe that isn't a good thing. When's the last time you had a girlfriend? Most men your age have settled down, been married at least once.
I rolled my eyes. Plenty of men aren't married by 39. And what the fuck does that matter? Maybe I am married to this company. Part of me understood her point. I knew these men, and 2 women, most of whom had started out on the ground floor with Dad. Blackguard was founded by some of the most staunchly Irish Catholic men in Boston. At least 2 board members had 10 kids each, simply because they didn't believe in birth control. It was a belief system from a different time, but apparently it was in mine now, too. But it was Dad, too. How many times have we heard him rant about the fact that he was 82 with 4 children and no future heirs in sight, despite having torched 2 marriages and doing whatever he was doing with his 3rd? He still expected the rest of us to create a gaggle of heirs like we were off the boat in the 19th century. And apparently, his cronies felt the same way.
The board wonders whether you can commit to a job if you've never committed to a woman,
Liza replied.
They're also wondering if you'll throw everything away once you do. In fact, meet the right person.
A pair of bright blue eyes flashed through my mind. That warm smile. Those rose-colored cheeks. I shook the image away. I don't get it. Do they want me to be in a relationship or not?
They want to know that any relationship will be business as usual. Appearance and image matter. You want to project a solid image, and to these people, solidity means a house, a wife, a family that you only give as much attention as you absolutely must, if you catch my drift.
I'd be a much better CEO if I wasn't distracted by all of that image shit. I rubbed a hand through my hair and yanked. Hard. This was ridiculous. These people literally wanted me to create a family just to neglect it for the company's benefit? What in the actual fuck?
I know that, and you know that, Liza agreed. But the board is old-fashioned. And so is your father.
You sound like him.
He hired me for a reason.
Liza gave my arm a friendly pat.
Look, I just want to mention it. But if you happen to acquire a new, completely harmless girlfriend by tomorrow's board meeting, that may help your case. And if she looks nice in pictures and is willing to sign a prenuptial agreement, that might help you too.
The more she spoke, the more I wanted to tear my hair out. Then I wanted to go into Dad's room and shake the bastard awake just to tell him to stay out of my personal life. Because this was just like him, wasn't it? There was always one more thing we had to do to get the carrot. First it was school, grades, becoming the perfect, ruthless businessman just like him. Now it was this. Nothing was ever going to be enough.
I've got to get back. I'll have Olaf start drafting an announcement to the board and a press release, Liza said. Let me know when he wakes up.
I nodded farewell, but remained in the hall while I absorbed the conversation. CEO. First interim, and then possibly permanent. If I could get my shit together and be the family man a black heir approaching his 40s was supposed to be. God damn it. From my dad's room, I could hear my siblings bickering. Dad's coma, the length of Shay's skirt, Ronan's latest affair. The chaos of the Black family was nothing new. Love and kindness were not ingredients in this particular cocktail. Every interaction was laced with arsenic and spite. It was difficult to handle most days. Today it was unbearable. I headed back down the hallway, passing Liza, who was moving slowly, deep in conversation on her cell phone. "Brendan," she called out, but I ignored her as I took a hard right for the exit. Unwilling to wait for the elevator, I followed the signs for the stairwell, then went down, 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 until an exit dumped me outside. From there, I bolted across the thoroughfare, ignoring the horns blaring at me, and walked until I found the overpass that would take me to the park overlooking the Charles River. I needed fresh air. I needed space. I needed to be anywhere but in this concrete jail surrounded by family members scenting blood like jackals. I collapsed on a bench overlooking the water. A few people walked on the path that ran alongside the river. Doctors taking a minute, people running during their lunch breaks, nannies pushing prams that held the next generation of wealthy New Englanders. As the son of Niall Black, a man with too many enemies to count, I'd never been allowed to play anywhere as public as this. Some form of bodyguard had followed my siblings and me everywhere when we were growing up. Either Dad's thugs on the street of Southie, then a team of nannies until we were old enough for boarding school. Then the teachers and headmasters took over. Children were accessories in our family, and being the offspring of Niall Black made us targets. We were expected to keep quiet and out of sight until we were required equipment, like a shoe or a hat, or a gun. Come to think of it, that wasn't much different from how Dad treated his wives either. They were there to make him look good, pink feathers and all. I leaned back on my bench and blinked up at the sunlight, harsh and cold, despite it being late spring. That's what he wanted from me, too. A family as an accessories closet. Maybe I'd known it from the beginning, and maybe that was at least partly why neither I nor any of my siblings has taken any steps in that direction. I wasn't a good man, not even remotely close, but even I had limits. Subjecting a child to the world I'd grown up in was one of them. A fully grown, consenting woman, though? Someone, as Liza put it, who was agreeable and willing to sign a whole lot of paperwork to gild her cage? I yanked at my hair again. I'd never been attracted to a woman who would do something like that. But maybe that didn't matter. Not now.
Are you all right?
I opened my eyes. and was 99% sure I was hallucinating her face. The candy striper. The angel.
Mr. Black?
The girl leaned over me, her blonde hair shining in the sun like an actual halo. I blinked and sat up. Hello. She had changed from those ridiculous-looking scrubs into jeans and a gray coat that hid her petite curves. Her clothes didn't, however, hide the way her caramel-colored hair fell over one shoulder, or how her blue eyes matched the river behind her.
Simone, remember?
That smile made my chest feel odd. Maybe I needed a checkup, too. Apparently heart disease ran in the family.
I saw you run over here just as I was leaving for the day.
She took a seat on the bench.
How are you holding up?
Her soft voice was lyrical and light. This wasn't Liza asking that question out of necessity, or Violetta playing a part, or my brothers being dicks. This was just a random person asking with nothing but kindness. Since when did simple compassion have the ability to stab? Probably since I'd forgotten what it looked like. I'm fine. I managed to get out without my voice cracking. Sorry for snapping at you earlier. Another apology.
Oh, gosh, no worries. No one is themselves when a loved one is in danger. I've seen much worse.
She twisted her mouth into an adorably lopsided smile.
Plus, I know how tough siblings can be. Mine is difficult.
I growled. I actually fucking growled. It was innate and startling, but the idea of anyone treating this girl with anything less than respect made me feral. Jesus. Yeah, I guess so, I admitted, once I'd managed to swallow back the impulse to hunt down the perpetrator and show them what real disrespect looked like.
Would you like me to sit with you for a minute?
She checked her watch.
I have a little bit of time.
How about forever? I almost asked. She wasn't touching me anymore, but just her presence brought me back from that sudden ledge. My breathing grew steadier. My thoughts cleared. No, I murmured. That's all right. I won't keep you. She stood, and it took everything I had not to grab her hand and pull her back down beside me.
Best wishes to your father,
Simone said softly before turning to leave. I watched her walk back to Charles Street and disappear onto a bus heading downtown. But her glow seemed to remain on the bench beside me. When I closed my eyes again, her face reappeared with that shy smile, beckoning follow. I didn't move, though. I had a sneaking feeling that if I did start to chase Simone Bishop, I wouldn't be able to stop. And that wasn't a distraction I could afford right now. It wasn't a luxury I could allow myself. Not now. Not ever.
5. A CEO walks into a bar. Simone. For once, my sister was on time. When I arrived for my shift at Fez, Selena and Kylie were waiting for me outside. My sister had double-parked her dented Mazda outside the lounge's clover green awning that led to the entrance of a lounge housed beneath one of Back Bay's classic brownstones, and she paced in front of the awning-covered entrance while puffing away on her vape pen. Kylie was treating the stairs leading to the apartments above it like a jungle gym.
"You're late!"
Selena called out.
"You said you'd be here by 5:50.
I checked my watch. Typically, I did get to the lounge 15 minutes before my shift started. Today, however, I'd been waylaid by Brendan Black, looking like he was about to have a nervous breakdown on a park bench. I still didn't understand what had made me want to comfort him, but when I'd seen him take off from the hospital exit like a lost dog, I had simply followed into the park. And when the man who'd seemed so strong less than an hour earlier buried his face in his hands, I'd had to do something. I still have a few minutes before I start, I told my sister as I approached. I gave her a kiss on the cheek, then pulled her into a hug, which she barely returned. Syl had never been the most affectionate person. That seemed to be a gene only I got, despite the fact that we were identical twins. "Aunt Simone!" I turned to pick up my niece and whirl her around on the sidewalk, enjoying the way her laugh bubbled like soda. I accepted a sloppy kiss to the cheek and inhaled her scent of goldfish crackers and grape juice. "Hiya, kiddo. How's it going?"
"Good. Mommy's worried, though."
Kylie, far more perceptive than most 4-year-olds, spoke with solemnity that was balanced by her inability to pronounce the letters R and L. I adored her for both. "I'm not worried, Kai, and I'll thank you to mind your own business." Selena reached for her daughter. With a whimper, Kylie allowed herself to be taken from my arms and back on the ground. I took a deep breath and turned to my twin. It might have been a carbon copy of my own face, but that expression was totally hers. Desperation mixed with a shifty plan of some sort that almost certainly led to chaos. A knot formed in my belly. "Kai can't come into the lounge, so we need to be quick. What's going on?" Selena's eyes darted down the street and back to me as she shifted her too slender frame from one foot to the other. "I'm in trouble." "I gathered that from our phone call," I said with a quick look at Kylie, who was taking in every word like they were coated in chocolate. "What's going on? Do you need money for groceries? Bills?" "No, nothing like that." Selena shook her head. "It's serious. I'm really fucked." I glanced at Kylie again, who blinked at me like a goldfish. "You mean fudged?" I hated it when she swore around Kylie. In my opinion, kids deserved at least 5 full years before being forced to lose their innocence. Poor Kai was barely 4, and she was a hell of a lot brighter than most. When Selena rolled her eyes, I turned to Kylie. "Hey, baby girl, can you count the bricks on that wall over there? My boss wanted me to tell him exactly how many we have. I'll get you some jelly beans if it's the right number." Kylie's eyes lit up.
"Sure! I'm getting really good at counting."
She scampered the 10 feet away to start labeling bricks with random numbers and letters between 1 and 5. I heard 3 at least 4 times. I didn't love that my niece's supervision at the moment was a dirty brick wall, but it was better than hearing her mother curse a blue storm while she unloaded on me. "Okay, what happened?" I asked, shifting my duffel with a change of clothes onto my other shoulder. The fear in her eyes was practically metallic. It was so sharp. "I'm just trying to find my hustle, you know?" I rolled my eyes. "Your hustle?" "I need money, you know that, and I hate working for other people." "Yeah, I'm well aware of both of those facts, Sel." I checked my watch again. "Look, we can brainstorm future career paths after I'm off, okay? Do you remember Ezra Huntington?" She cut me off in a rush of words. I searched my brain. "Maybe. It sounds familiar. We went to high school with him. His dad is... Oh." It was coming back to me. The lanky kid who transferred in our junior year, who skipped class and used to follow Selena like a lost puppy, along with half the boys in our graduating class. Ezra. Right. I remember. Everyone always joked that his dad was involved with the mafia or something. I snorted. "Because Woodstock, Vermont is a real hot spot for the mob." She blinked at me with a pointed look. Wait, his dad was in the mob? My stomach sank when I realized why, exactly, my sister was telling me this. "Selena, what did you do? You always think the worst of me, don't you?" "No, well, you don't have the best track record, to be fair, and you did just tell me you're in trouble." "Right." She pouted. I sighed. "Just say it, whatever it is." She ran a hand through her hair, a tangled, thinning mess that said a lot about how well she had been taking care of herself. "Look, I have the best intentions, all right? I just borrowed some money to start a sort of psychedelics-type business." "What do you mean, psychedelics?" I had a feeling I already knew, but I needed to hear her say it. "Mushrooms?" Selena looked everywhere else but at me. "Mushrooms, yeah. Maybe some therapeutic MDMA, ayahuasca, stuff like that. So, drugs. You're telling me you were going to start dealing drugs to support yourself and your 4-year-old, who would probably eat anything that looks like gumdrops. Oh my God, you're such a prude, Simi. You make it sound like I was sitting on a corner with dime bags or something, but I had a shop picked out and everything. I didn't tell you because I knew you wouldn't believe in me, like always. My plan was to invite you to my grand opening and surprise you. She looked almost dreamy. It was going to be in Providence, this cute little side street near the college. Those Ivy League kids love their drugs. I stared at her, genuinely wondering if I was going crazy. I see. So, are you telling me that you, a single mom who has never held a job for more than a few months at a time, were planning on starting a business where you sold mind-altering substances to people out of a little shop like cupcakes? Is that even legal in Rhode Island? It was going to be. She stuck out her bottom lip with the same expression Kylie wore when someone told her she couldn't have another scoop of ice cream. The state was supposed to make it legal. That's why I borrowed the money, to get in on the ground floor when it passed. But then, well, I guess the law or whatever didn't pass. So my landlord pulled my lease, and yeah. And you were surprised? I honestly could not believe this. Yes, actually, psilocybin is totally therapeutic. Oregon is opening clinics where you can go and take them with a trusted facilitator. We shouldn't be far behind, you know, and I want to do that. I want to help people. With magic freaking mushrooms? I hissed the words to keep from yelling them loud enough for Kylie to hear. Selena huffed, and suddenly we were right back in high school, when she'd make fun of my clothes and ditch me at parties and tell everyone else I was just a frigid square. But don't worry, she was the fun twin. You can make fun of it all you want, Simone. It doesn't matter anymore, though, because Rhode Island fucked me over royally. I darted a worried glance toward Kylie, who was still happily counting bricks. She would make it to 5 and then start right back over again. Okay, so you can't open the magical mushroom house you borrowed money for? I asked quietly. Is that the problem? Just give the money back to the bank. I'm not sure what you want me to do about it. That's sort of the problem. I didn't get it from a bank. I got it from Ezra's family, the Huntingtons. And She grabbed at her hair and bared her teeth. That told me everything I needed to know. You spent the money and don't have it anymore. She just looked at the ground. Please tell me you spent it all on mushrooms that you can at least sell to give the money back. I didn't want my sister to sell drugs, per se, but at least that was one way to make it back. There was a market. Based on how many patients in the hospital came in looking for a fix, I was sure of it. No, I spent it on... She paused, waving her hands around. Life, you know, rent, food, gas, having a kid. Do you even know how much she eats? Don't even think about blaming this on Kylie. I'm not. It's just that, God, everything is so fucking expensive, Simi. Oh, please. All this stuff you do doesn't only impact you. You have another human you need to think of. You think I don't? Why do you think I was trying to start a business in the first place? I sighed. I'm not saying starting a business was a bad idea. I'm saying starting a business selling something that wasn't even legal yet was a bad idea. And now you owe money to Ezra Huntington's family? What are you going to do? I was sort of hoping you'd have some ideas. She gave me a hopeful look that charmed many, but made me want to strangle her. Of course. You want me to pay it back for you. My stomach rumbled. I hadn't eaten since breakfast because I'd stayed in the ICU so long, waiting for Mr. Black's family to show up. Now I'd have to make do with nuts and pretzels from the bar, which was disgusting, considering not only how many people touched them, but that Herb, the owner, saved whatever was in the bowls at the end of every night to use the next day. How much is it? I asked after checking my watch for the 4th time. I needed to get inside. Selena sighed, then reached into her coat pocket, pulled out a slip of paper, and handed it to me. My eyes almost popped out when I saw the amount. Selena! What in the... My palm fell over my mouth. Why did you take so much? Mushrooms cost like $20 in high school. She towed her scuffed black boot into the sidewalk. There are a lot more expenses involved than in high school, obviously. You have to get a business license, find a storefront to rent, then furniture and marketing, and I made a business plan. Do you want to see it? My ridiculous sister almost looked hopeful, like I'd pat her on the head and say, "Good try." "No!" I exploded. At the wall, Kylie finally turned around.
Aunt Simone, are you okay?
Oh, Kylie, you sweet child. You have no clue what okay even looks like. "Fine, Honeybug," I called back. "Keep counting, okay?" I turned back to Selena. "You think I have this kind of cash? You have savings, don't you?" My sister propped one hand on her hip. "Not that much." I shoved the paper back to her and turned toward the lounge. "Simone, please." That tone, that stupid cracked, broken note in her voice stopped me, just like it always did. When I turned, Selena was blinking back tears. "I just need a little bit now to keep Ezra at bay," she whimpered. "My first payment is late, and I had to leave Providence because he kept sending his goons over." "You left your apartment?" I know. She pushed tears away with fingers tipped with glittering fake nails. "Please, Simi. If not for me, then for Kai." At the sound of her name, Kylie stopped counting and skipped back to wrap her pudgy arms around Selena's legs.
It's all right, Mommy. Aunt Simone's going to make it all better. You said, remember?
And then those little blue eyes turned upward to me. Damn. Oh, damn. With a heavy sigh, I pulled my house keys out of my pocket. "Go to my place and lock up. You remember the address?" Selena nodded as she took the keys. "I'll be there when my shift is over. You and Kai can take my bed. I'll sleep on the couch. We'll figure out what to do in the morning." Selena threw her arms around me and squeezed. I hated how good it felt. I hated how the best hugs I ever got from my sister were when I was saving her butt. "You're the bestest sister in the whole freaking world," she whispered fiercely. "I knew I could count on you. I'll see you after work." I watched them walk toward her car with a heavy heart. "Simone?" I turned to find my boss standing in the lounge entrance. "Hey, Herb. Sorry, I know I'm running a few minutes late." My grumpy old boss tapped his watch. "Your shift started 2 minutes ago." I huffed. I still needed to change, and typically I liked a few minutes to redo my hair and touch up my makeup before starting my shift. Patrons tipped more when they thought I looked pretty. Instead, I changed quickly in Herb's office and went straight out to the bar. A fair number of people were already there, enjoying happy hour. Steadily, I worked my way from one end to the other, refilling drinks, making new ones, and basically going through the motions until I came to a man in a dark suit, sitting in the far corner nursing a scotch. "Hello," I said, more cheerily than I felt. The man's gaze was fixed downward onto his drink. "Is there anything else I can get you?" Brendan Black looked up at me, dark eyes full of green flecked onyx. "Hello, Simone." I stumbled back, making a shelf of tumblers clink behind me. The force of the man's gaze was that strong. "Hi, hello, it's nice to see you again. What are you doing here?" He tipped his head, reminding me of a big cat on the hunt. Or maybe not a cat at all. Maybe a wolf. "I'd like to thank you for your kindness today with my father," he said before taking a long sip of his drink. "And to make you an offer."
6. The sense of humor upstairs. Brendan. It was fate. It had to be. As a nominal Catholic, I didn't believe in predestination. Providence was another thing altogether. Our Sunday school teachers taught that God plans our choices, but it's up to us what to do with them. Simone Bishop was clearly my choice for today. I considered tracking her down after watching her catch the bus downtown. It wouldn't have taken much. A small donation to the care program in exchange for her contact information, or another well-placed bribe with one of the nurses for the exact location of her bar. But when Mac picked up, the directive froze on the tip of my tongue. Instead, I told Mac to keep me updated and asked my driver to take me for a quiet drink away from Beacon Hill. Figured it would be better to weather a few shots of whiskey than my family's sniping. Now she was here, in a basement lounge in Back Bay, a beacon against the mahogany wainscoting, maroon leather booths, and bowls of peanuts that had probably been there since 1976. From a jukebox, Dean Martin serenaded men who looked like they had probably attended some of the Rat Pack's original shows. All of them lit up like Christmas trees whenever she stopped by. The scrubs were still gone, of course, along with the big gray coat. Here she wore black jeans, a black button-down, and a black apron. Simple clothes that couldn't do a damn thing to hide hips that swayed like tall grass and tits the size of ripe peaches. Yeah, God clearly wanted me to do something with this one. I couldn't stop looking, but I couldn't figure out why. She wasn't anything special. Shorter than average height, smaller than average size. Yes, her blue eyes shimmered like aquamarines, even through the bar's dim lighting. And all right, every time she smiled at one of her customers, it seemed like a spotlight was turned directly on her. But lots of people had blue eyes. Plenty of people smiled. Neither fact explained the twinge in my chest, where most people would swear I didn't have a working organ. I had watched from my corner as she made her way down the bar. Everyone was eager for her attention. She knew several of the patrons by name, and others seemed keen to learn hers. A brief touch on a hand put a customer immediately at ease. A quick smile lessened a coworker's load. So it wasn't just me. Simone had a gift for putting people at ease, an incredibly undervalued talent in this cold, cruel world. There were other things to learn about her as she chatted. Words like sister and debt floated my way. Darned holes in the knees of her jeans told me she probably fixed her clothes because she couldn't afford to replace them. She was sweet, yes, but poor. That I could use. Now those ocean eyes blinked slowly, and for a split second, I wondered if I had made a mistake putting an offer out there. This should have been an easy call, and yet I paused. "Have a drink with me," I said, instead of asking the question that immediately came to mind. "On me. Consider it my thank you for this afternoon." Simone blinked, and I wasn't surprised when she shook her head, causing wisps of hair to sway around her heart-shaped face. "I'm sorry, I can't. I'm working." I peered at the other bartender, a greasy-looking man with a handlebar mustache and paunch that threatened to split his shirt, who tossed back tequila shots with another customer. Simone followed my gaze, then sighed. "Okay, but I still don't drink with customers. It, gives them the wrong idea." Was it fucked up that for a split second I actually considered sitting at this bar for the rest of my life, ready to chase away any man who got the wrong idea about this angel? Probably, since it only took me another half-second to realize I was no different than them. Just one drink in, looking for another, getting ready to propose. Well, something that definitely qualified the wrong idea. Simone was wary of them, and now she looked wary of me. I couldn't fault her that, and I didn't like it either. What was the matter with me? I didn't care what others thought of me. Certainly not this girl, a nobody, right? Right? Just as well. I don't really drink much anyway, I said to my whiskey. Today is an exception, given the circumstances with my dad. The second the lie came out of my mouth, I knew I did care, at least a little. At the mention of my father, she softened visibly. "How is your father?" "Still asleep, apparently." I gave her a wry smile. "Might be what's best for him. given what's waiting for him in that room.
Your family.
She started wiping down glasses from a sanitizer and putting them away.
Is that who they were?
I nodded. I waited for her to tell me she knew how I felt, just like anyone else might, in a half-hearted attempt at empathy or some bullshit. Explain away my troubles. Feed me some line about how everything would be okay, that my old man would wake up and our family would be just like it was before. But she didn't. Simone was patient, used to waiting for people to sort things out on their own, I guessed. At ease with the silence while they did. For the first time, I was the one who couldn't take the silence. I'm Brendan, I said suddenly. I stuck out my hand across the bar. Simone examined it for a moment, then took it. Her palm was warm against mine, her grip firm but gentle despite the heat of that something again sizzling between us.
I know. You introduced yourself at the hospital, just before the, others arrived.
My brothers. Animals, all of them. Simone took back her hand. I gripped my glass to stop myself from grabbing it back.
We can't control our siblings' behavior,
she replied as she went back to drying glasses.
I've tried with my sister. It's impossible.
Again with the sister, the one with debt. Someone particularly difficult in her life. I filed that bit of knowledge away.
Everyone knows who you are.
She changed the subject naturally, like she was used to doing that with other people. Misdirection to avoid something she didn't want to discuss. I decided to let her. Everyone, huh? Including you? I should have anticipated that she might have seen me in the Herald or whatever garbage tabloid had me on its cover that week.
Not really, but the nurses were making a big deal about what a celebrity your father is. I didn't know he had such a big family.
Relief. That's what was flooding my chest. But why? He'd hate being called a celebrity, I told her.
That's kind of funny. Most people want to be famous.
Dad's, paradox. He thinks most celebrities aren't famous for having actual talent. Ergo, that kind of fame is beneath him, even though he'd expect you to know who he is regardless.
What about entertainers?
Simone enumerated examples with clean, unpainted fingers.
Actors, musicians, artists?
Shallow, meaningless bullshit, I listed right back. I could just hear him giving this diatribe. His words, not mine. Dad's not exactly a devotee of the arts. He thinks they're all talentless hacks obsessed with their reflections, even though he'll still pay them to model his clothes on the red carpet and candy up his arm at events. He even married one just for that.
He's a designer?
Oh, fuck no. We're just involved in the business, among other things. I studied her. You really didn't look us up after the nurses told you who he was? Simone shook her head.
Most of the patients I work with don't exactly have the ability to consent. What right do I have to pry into their lives when they're unconscious or ill?
Christ. She really was a saint, just like her coworker said. This girl had no idea what kind of information she actually had, being Dad's caretaker. The board didn't even know about his condition. And if she were the type, she could demand a king's ransom to keep quiet about it, rather than delivering the news to the papers for a handsome fee. Blackguard Holding just bought into a big fashion conglomerate, I told her, but we also invest in a lot of other things. The lion's share of our profits this year came from chip manufacturing and water rights, if you can believe that. But we're involved in almost any industry you can think of. It's my father's life's work. A rare surge of emotion swelled within me. Christ. Dad almost died, and he wasn't even out of the woods yet. What if he didn't survive this? Or maybe worse, what if he did but never woke up? He just stayed this shell of himself, hooked up to those machines, lying helplessly in the hospital bed. "Hey." I looked up to find that Simone had rounded the bar to stand beside me. Even sitting on the stool, I was taller than her, but we were almost eye to eye now.
"Tell me if I'm overstepping, but Brendan, you look like maybe you need a hug."
I opened my mouth. To say what, I wasn't sure. Maybe that she didn't know what she was talking about. That I was Brendan goddamn Black. I didn't need kindness or love or fucking hugs, for Christ's sake. But I couldn't speak. Then she stepped between my knees, lifted herself up onto the toes of her sneakers, and wrapped her slender arms around my neck. Her body pressed to mine, allowing the warmth that seemed to radiate out of her soul to wrap around me like a blanket, cocooning me in this unlikely angel's light, love, and grace. In other words, she gave me a hug anyway. I don't think I hugged her back. I don't think I even blinked. It wasn't until she pulled away that I realized I'd just sat there like a dead tree, motionless, lifeless, and having lost my chance to return the favor. A pang of regret pierced my heart, and tears, actual tears, pricked my eyes. What the fuck was going on? As she nudged my chin with her fist, I fought the urge to lean into it like a cat searching for a head rub. I wanted her to keep touching me, however she wanted to do it. I wanted more of that light, that warmth.
"Better?"
I managed to nod. Barely. "Yeah, thank you."
"Any time."
She rounded back to her side of the bar. The space she'd occupied beside me was now a black hole. "I don't know what's wrong with me," I admitted to myself and her.
"Your parent is ill. Feeling shaken up is normal."
I watched as she pulled out a bottle of whiskey.
"Refill?"
I found myself shaking my head. "Just water. Please." I'd lost all desire to douse my sorrows and muddy my thoughts. Suddenly, I wanted to know everything about Simone Bishop, bartender and part-time candy striper. And I wanted a clear head to do it. "How long have you been volunteering at the hospital?" I asked as she slid a glass of water my way.
"About 5 years."
She was back to polishing glasses. Always on the move. Clearly a good worker.
"Since I moved to Boston."
"Good money?" Her mouth twisted in an adorably wry smile as she glanced around the bar.
"I wouldn't say that. That's why I work here, to pay the bills. I tried nannying for a while, but I prefer the hours of the bar."
"Planning to be a doctor or something?" Simone scoffed, shaking her head.
"Oh, gosh, no."
"Why not?" It seemed like the obvious reason for all the time at the hospital.
"Honestly, I'm not interested in all that school. I didn't even go to college."
I was legitimately surprised. She seemed like the studious type, or at least like the teacher's pet, the one who finished every assignment and did every bit of extra credit.
"Secondly, I don't have that kind of money. And thirdly—"
She trailed off, shaking her head.
"No, definitely no."
Yeah, there was a story here. So why spend so much time at the hospital? Something wasn't adding up, and for reasons I wasn't ready to consider, I desperately wanted to know. I wanted to know all the little mysteries about this woman. She bit her lip, like she wasn't sure she wanted to say it, but then our eyes met again, and the rest of the bar seemed to blur around us.
"My mom died there," she said softly. "She had breast cancer, and at one point we moved with her to the city so she could take part in a clinical trial at Mass Gen. It failed.
That's what you were talking about earlier. She'd mentioned her mother died there, but this was on a different level. Simone nodded. One glass was going to shine like a damn diamond.
So, I suppose, I don't know, working there makes me feel like I can be closer to her, even when she isn't around. She always said it's our responsibility to give to people who need us. This is just my way of doing it, I guess.
One of the missing pieces to the Simone Bishop puzzle clicked into place. I knew a little bit about losing a mother, too, even if mine wasn't technically dead. I bet this angel was just a kid, too. How old were you when she died?
8.
I knew it. Simone's eyes glazed, but she didn't cry. She was strong, this one. Used her own tragedy.
After that, we went back to Vermont. That's where I grew up.
I already knew that, but I didn't say. Given her thoughts on privacy, I doubted she would appreciate my outright bribery of her coworkers.
But when I moved to Boston, this was the way to be close to her again,
she finished.
Especially when I didn't know anyone here.
What brought you back to Boston? I found myself asking, even though I was already making mental plans to have our family's private investigator do a full workup on her. For what? I didn't know. Yes, you do, you fucking liar. Simone's bright face darkened with something that looked like bitterness, though the shadow was fleeting.
My twin sister and my niece.
Twin. It meant she probably wasn't burdened with eldest child syndrome like I was, but I was still willing to wager she'd been born first. My fingers drummed on the bar top, fighting the urge to reach across it for her hand. Maybe even tug her back around to hold her the same way she'd held me. Anything to erase the loneliness that had crept into those beautiful features. In that moment, I would have traded every penny of my net worth just to see what joy looked like on Simone Bishop's beautiful face. Instead, I kept asking questions. So, you two grew up in Vermont? Any other siblings?
No, it was just the two of us. My family has a place near Woodstock, a farm.
To my goddamn delight, a bit of light entered her expression.
The dairy side used to pay the bills, but we made goat cheese too and sold eggs to produce at the local farmers' markets.
So you're a farm girl. She giggled, and my heart gave a massive thump of victory. And I didn't even have to pay a cent for it. So what was that like? Did you spend your childhood gallivanting through lush green meadows and milking cows? It sounds so idyllic and American. Another giggle. I practically levitated.
You make me sound like Laura Ingalls Wilder. It was hardly idyllic.
I watched, rapt, as one graceful finger tapped her very soft-looking bottom lip.
Well, some parts were, but mostly it's a lot of hard work caring for animals and raising produce like that. Before my mom died, my parents ran a tight ship. After, well, my dad tried, but he's bad with numbers. The farm has been struggling for a long time, so I stayed in the city to work, and I send my extra cash to help. Last year, tips from businessmen like you paid for the new furnace.
I frowned. She was telling me one story, that of a simple country girl with deep ties to her roots, but I was hearing another, one about a daughter exploited by her family, expected to pick up the pieces when the rest couldn't get their shit together. It was unjust and unfair, and far too familiar. Was he a good father? I couldn't help but ask. I hoped she'd answer yes. I hoped she'd say that even if her dad couldn't make the money to give his daughter the future she deserved, he at least filled her life with love. I hoped she would give me a reason not to exploit her dire straits and vulnerability in order to fulfill my own agenda. Instead, Simone blinked rapidly and started polishing her glass again, even more intensively than necessary.
He tried. Sometimes he was great. He's kind, gives great hugs, and I never want to let go because his flannel shirts are so worn and soft. We love watching old musicals together. His favorite is South Pacific. When he was in a good mood, he'd put on the soundtrack and sing Some Enchanted Evening to my mom, like he was Rossano Brazzi.
Another sweet smile played on her mouth. They sound like they were really in love. It was a nice fairy tale anyway.
They were, I think. To hear my dad tell it, it was love at first sight. They met when my mom's family was visiting Woodstock on vacation. She and Dad went to an ice cream shop on the same day. They both picked chocolate chip. 2 weeks later, her parents left, but she stayed, and the two of them got married in our living room. My sister and I were born 9 months later.
And now? Why do you think he
faded?
She shrugged, though the pain was evident in the hunch of her shoulders.
That's how I think of it, I guess. It's not his fault he had no idea what to do with 2 young daughters. Eventually he let us go, I suppose. Do what we wanted while he didn't do much of anything. I don't think he knew what else to do. I think when Mama died, it was like he lost his anchor. He just sort of drifted.
Was it possible that sadness could make someone more beautiful? Those blue eyes glittered with pain. That pink bottom lip swelled after she bit it too hard. Those cheeks reddened with emotion. The urge to pull her into my arms and kiss away that sadness howled in my chest. My mother's gone too. Simone's gaze met mine, full of sympathy. Not dead, I corrected, just gone. She and my dad were married. Twice, actually. A sordid story I won't bore you with. But they split up permanently when I was still young, and my father made sure she was gone for good. Since I was about 12, I've only ever seen her once a year. The facts felt foreign. I wasn't used to talking like this. Give and take, opening up and letting her into my personal life, and in return sampling her stories like they were 100-year-old port. My life was blackguard. Cutting remarks and business reports were what I gave, and my family's temper tantrums were what I took. This was new. Amazingly pleasant and normal, but definitely new. Simone and I blinked at each other over the bar while something that sounded like Jim Croce played on a jukebox. The song was familiar. My past, present, and future collided with a force that nearly knocked me off my stool. Mom in the kitchen of a beach rental on the Cape, singing with Loggins and Messina about not having money, being so in love with you, honey. Liza's words echoing from the hospital, that I needed a house, a wife, a family. Simone greeting me as I returned home from work, barefoot, pregnant, and glowing with a grin like a Hallmark heroine. The howl was back. The feeling of wanting something so badly I couldn't breathe. The possibility that maybe it wouldn't all have to be an act. Was I really that stupid? I was pulled out of the combined daydreams by a hand on my arm. I looked down to find Simone's delicate fingers squeezing through the wool.
"It'll be okay," she said. "He's going to be okay."
I blinked. Right. Dad. She didn't need to know just how far I was from thinking of him, which, arguably, I should only be thinking about, especially since I'd originally come here with one particular agenda.
"I have to help some other customers," she said, nodding to the other end of the bar. "But, Brendan, any time you need to talk, you can find me here."
She released my arm and went back to work. Was her kindness just her doing her job? Or was she feeling the same heady rush I was? Would she understand what I wanted? Would I even be able to differentiate that from what I needed to do? This was a bad idea. I should have done what Liza had all but suggested, found some society brat desperate to become the next Mrs. Black. Someone I could control. Someone I felt nothing for. But I couldn't just let her leave. "Hey," I called, though Simone didn't seem to hear me. "Would you—" The buzzing of my phone interrupted me, and I pulled it out of my jacket pocket. "Owen. You dick," I told the phone. "Worst fucking timing, as always." Nevertheless, I answered. "What? Are you done soul-searching, or do you need another hour to find yourself? Fuck off, what is it? Dad woke up. Get your ass back here."
7. Smells like teen spirit. Simone. It was close to 6 in the morning by the time I unlocked the door to the apartment that had been my home for the last 4 years. The bar had gotten a late wave of tourists and club kids around too, and after that, Herb had wanted me to stay and do inventory in exchange for some overtime. And I always needed overtime. I spent my first year in Boston crammed into a broken-down townhouse in Mattapan, along with 6 other people, including my sister. My room consisted of a corner of the living room blocked off with a hanging sheet. By the end of that year, Selena had already abandoned Boston for the first of 8 times by then, despite begging me to join her here in the first place, and I was broke, lonely, and desperately in need of a place to call my own. So when I found a shockingly cheap apartment in Jamaica Plain, it felt like karma was rewarding me. The studio on the top floor of an old grain dispensary became my solitary refuge, the first true haven I'd had since my mother died so long ago. Years later, I knew I should have gone back to Vermont long ago, but I couldn't leave this little corner of the world I'd carved out for myself, even if I'd never quite been able to articulate why. When I walked into the apartment now, though, it resembled less a refuge and more a flophouse. 2 duffel bags that overflowed with clothes like suds from a full wash basin nearly blocked my entry. My sink was already full of used dishes. A trail of cereal boxes, wrappers, and other detritus littered my typically immaculate counters, and several pairs of shoes were piled near the front door, including a few of mine that Selena must have tried on and discarded. My sister had certainly made herself at home. That I'd been expecting. What I wasn't expecting was a very awake 4-year-old sitting in front of the tiny television in the far corner, watching Clifford the big red dog on one of the few analog channels I got. "Hey, kiddo," I greeted her. "Up early, huh?" Kylie looked up from the couch. Her hair was messy in the way that only little girls could get away with, and she was dressed in pajamas printed with disco-dancing koalas. An empty bowl with the remains of what I recognized as the chocolate cherry ice cream from my freezer sat in front of the television, and there was a bit of chocolate smeared around her mouth. She abandoned the TV to join me in the kitchen off the entrance.
"I always get up early. Mommy says it's my fucking farmer genes."
I bit back a laugh. No, I didn't want her to be so familiar with that kind of language, but hearing a 4-year-old swear was just funny. Besides, she wasn't wrong. We did, in fact, have farmer genes. I had to take melatonin to sleep in the mornings after I got off work to fight my natural urge to make hay while the sun shines, or in my case, bread. I scooped Kylie up and kissed her cheek. "I love your farmer genes. Where's your mom, honey?"
"She's taking a bath. She said her head hurted when I woke her up, so she needed some me time."
She pointed a chubby chocolate-covered finger toward the closed bathroom door and appeared to consider this concept.
"What's me time, Aunt Simone?"
"It's when adults need to think," I told her, though I wanted to say, "It's when your mom needs to soak in her selfishness." I grabbed the dish towel hanging from the stove and cleaned her up before setting her back on the floor. Kylie skittered back to her show, and I set my purse on the battered wood table, currently covered with toddler drawings, before turning in the direction of the bathroom door. Kurt Cobain's voice groaned through the crack underneath. Nirvana on a Tuesday morning. Not the greatest sign. "So?" I called through the door. Nothing. Kurt's voice started to moan a little louder, and a puff of something that smelled suspiciously like marijuana slipped under the door. "Selena!" I called again. "Can I come in?" Again, not a word. Part of me genuinely wondered if she'd slipped in the tub and was drowning without anyone knowing. The other part of me was more annoyed that she was ignoring me. She tended to do that, especially when she was high. Screw it. My sister had never afforded me privacy, and this was my apartment. I was going in. "Sal!" I banged on the door, hard enough that Kylie startled by the TV. "I'm coming in!" "Kylie, I told you I need some me time!" My sister's voice was shrill but slightly slurred. "I'll be out in a few minutes, all right?" I scowled. Well, at least she wasn't dead. I opened the door while keeping my eyes covered. "It's not Kylie. It's me, wondering why you are hotboxing my bathroom at 6 a.m. There was a brief pause while the playlist switched to something that sounded like garbage. Selena had had a thing for 90s girl rock since we were in high school. Oh my God, Simi, you don't have to cover your eyes. It's nothing you haven't seen before literally every day in your own mirror. I dropped my hand. She had a point. Selena was lounging in my blessedly oversized clawfoot bathtub, her hair wrapped in a towel and a bright green mask spread on her face. Bubbles cascaded over the sides of the tub as she used one hand to wave at me while the other pinched a joint. "Greetings from Bliss Island," she said before taking another hit. "I have to hand it to you, babe." Her voice was stunted through a held breath. "Your taste is immaculate." She exhaled into the steam. "What scent are these bubbles?" "Almond," I said flatly. Almost numbly, in fact, as I took in the open and now mostly used jar of lemongrass face mask on the vanity and the nearly empty bottle of bubble bath on the floor. It was just cheap stuff I picked up at CVS every few months, but they made up the foundation for my one small ritual, the one luxury I afforded myself. Based on what was left of my supplies, I wouldn't be able to enjoy it for a while. "That's quite a sourpuss." Selena stretched back in the tub and exhaled another steam of smoke. "I don't know what you're so annoyed about. I'm the one who had to wake up at the butt crack of dawn for the gremlin in there." I screwed the lid back on the mask so it wouldn't dry out. "You don't think you should be taking care of her instead of getting high in my bathtub?" "Oh, she's fine. That kid could survive a week on her own. It's like she's a 10, but she makes me wake up with her every day at 5:30. What else am I supposed to do on 4 hours of sleep? Maybe get her breakfast that isn't dessert, or go to sleep at a normal hour instead of binging Netflix or whatever else you were doing until 1:30 in the morning." I put the remains of the bubble bath back in my medicine cabinet and tried not to slam the door. Try to match your schedule to hers? That would mean going to bed at 7. What am I, a grandma? I sighed. Well, I knew there was no point in arguing with my sister, since basic logic had never seemed to apply to her. Old habits die hard. Selena would never stop being Selena, and I would never stop trying to help her be a better person. I took a seat on the closed toilet. "Well, I'm home. We can talk more now about your situation." "Oh my God, now?" Selena gestured around, causing the smoke to waft my way again. I blew it out of my face. At this rate, I was going to have a second-hand high. "Yeah, now. We might as well talk while Kylie is occupied." "Oh, come on. Don't make me review my failures when I'm so blissed out. I'll be out in a few minutes, I promise. I just need to relax. I've been so stressed, Simi. You don't even know." Her head bobbed to the beats of Smells Like Teen Spirit. I couldn't help thinking it was fitting, and wondering whether Selena would ever grow up. Still, I knew better than to argue with her when she was like this, or to push her to do something she didn't want. 10 minutes, I told her, standing up. Sure. You got it." I closed the door silently, but the rage and bitterness that filled my thoughts was loud. Selena and I weren't like the twins portrayed in movies and books. No one read each other's minds. No one finished each other's sentences. If we weren't physically identical, I honestly would have questioned whether we were related to each other at all.
Aunt Simone, what are you doing?
I turned from taking a tray of proofing baskets down from the rack atop my fridge. Kylie had abandoned her cartoons and climbed up on one of the stools on the other side of the counter, chocolate smeared all the way around her mouth again. I set the tray on top of the stove so I could wet a rag. "Hey, Peanut," I said as I wiped her face clean once more. "Right now, I'm getting ready to bake bread."
That's a lot of bread,
Kylie observed, as I tossed the rag toward the sink. I nodded as I went to pull down another tray. "It's for my pop-up."
What's a pop-up?
I smiled as I brought down the third and final tray, which I set on the counter next to the second. It's like a little shop stand that I set up every other week. The coffee shop on the corner lets me set one up in exchange for some of the money I earn. Kind of like a lemonade stand. You ever had one of those? Kylie shook her head, causing her tangled curls to dance. Poor kid. Granted, she was only 4, but the reason she'd never done something so common as selling lemonade to her neighbors for a quarter wasn't because of her age. It was because her mother never stayed anywhere long enough or safe enough for her to do something so, well, childlike. "Maybe we can set one up one day," I said. "Your mom and I used to have one at Grandpa's farm. We'd sell to the tourists who would come to buy cheese and Grandma's bread." I turned to preheat my ovens. The oversized kitchen was one of the prime reasons I'd wanted this place. Before I'd moved in, it was a staging area for a failed catering company, and it had been relatively easy to line the oversized double ovens with bricks in order to make them more functional for baking large quantities of bread, like I did every Tuesday and Saturday morning.
Was her bread like that?
Kylie pointed a chubby finger at the loaves, sitting in their proofing baskets, lined with flowered muslin. Yep, I learned everything I know from her. She even taught me how to make pretty designs in the loaves before they bake. Look, but don't touch, okay? This is very sharp. My niece watched, enthralled, as I gently upended one risen loaf onto the floured countertop, then carefully sliced into the top of the dough with a razor. I had been just as mesmerized watching my mother do this when I was Kylie's age. When I finished a series of calculated cuts, I turned the loaf toward her.
It's a sunflower!
Kylie leaned as far over the counter as she could. Then she looked up in concern.
Why do you have to cut the bread, though? Doesn't it hurt it?
This was why I loved kids. They were empathetic to literally everything. Don't worry, Peanut. It can't feel a thing. And this way, the bread can breathe while it's cooking. Everyone needs a little space to breathe sometimes. We sat there companionably while I prepped the remaining 15 loaves for baking. Each oven had the capacity for 4 bowls, and while I was starting to have more requests for my bread from local restaurants, cafes, and other people who lived in the neighborhood, I simply didn't have the space or time to make more. One day, God willing. Even with Kylie's chatter, the stress of the last 24 hours melted away as I went through the familiar motions, hands coated in flour. Other people ran, did yoga, or meditated when they wanted some peace. Or, if you were my sister, smoked in the bathroom. I baked. It had been my refuge since I was just a little older than Kylie, since the days when my mother had taught me how to safely use an oven, how to work with a starter, and all the other secrets of the trade that had, at one point, made her the most successful baker around the Connecticut River Valley. Woodstock was a small town of just a few thousand, but people came from everywhere to experience its quaint charm. Many of them came just to taste my mother's baking, too. An hour later, my apartment was filled with the scent of baking bread. The next batch of dough was mixed and set to rise for the next 3 days. Kylie had passed out on the couch from her sugar rush, and Selena had finally finished her bath. My sister emerged from my bathroom, her face glowing and smooth. The rest of her smelling like a potent cocktail of almonds, cannabis, and, if I wasn't mistaken, Chardonnay. The sun hadn't even been up for 2 hours. I was sipping a second cup of coffee while I finished wiping down my counters. It was clear I wasn't going to be sleeping much today, so instead I opted for caffeine. Lots of it. I filled a second mug, one that declared baking is my superpower and set it on the island. Here, drink. With Selena, sometimes it was better to command instead of ask. She slid onto the stool Kylie had abandoned and took the coffee, looking like she wished it were more wine. Her expression, however, changed when she took a sip. Oh, man, I always forget how good your coffee is. You didn't make croissants this morning, did you? No one makes them like you do. She looked around hopefully, then batted her eyes at me. She must have hoped I'd forgotten the first steps of the Selena Bishop method of getting something. Step 1, abject flattery. I rolled my eyes. No, I have an order to fulfill for this afternoon. Selena nodded as she adjusted the towel twisted on her head. No worries. Also, thanks for letting us stay here. You're a lifesaver, Simi. Step 2, faux gratitude, with step 3 right on its heels, the charm offensive. My sister flashed me a sparkling smile. Unfortunately for her, I could see that same smile if I looked in a mirror. Sure. I pulled a tray of strata from the fridge and cut myself a piece to warm up. I'd made it yesterday morning from half a loaf of stale sourdough, shiitake mushrooms, kale I was growing on the rooftop, and some homemade goat cheese. It was my version of a frozen dinner for the microwave. The tray was already half gone, obviously pillaged by Selena when she and Kylie arrived. I hoped Kylie had liked it enough to eat it at least. Probably not, given the way she'd devoured my ice cream. I took a seat next to Selena and began eating, ignoring the expectant look on my sister's face. Did you think about it? About what? About the money. She couldn't quite keep the impatience out of her voice. He's been calling. Ezra. He wants to know when I'm going to have it. I sighed and set down my fork. $50,000 is a lot of money. I still can't believe anyone would lend you that much. Why? Because I'm such a loser? I didn't say that, but we both know you're not exactly dependable. Selena huffed as she stretched her newly moisturized hands out on the counter. It looked like she'd given herself a manicure in there, too, based on the fact that her fingernails seemed to be painted with the mother-of-pearl sheer polish I only let myself use on special occasions. We talked about this already, she said. So, can you help or not? I know you send Dad a little security money every month, and he says he can do without for a while, so you can help me. Come on, Simi, please. Step 4, whining. I shook my head. Sel, I can't. I'm sorry, but I'm sure we can get you on a payment plan or something. I'll help you find a new job. My eyes darted over to Kylie's sleeping form. The kid was completely unaware that her mother was putting both of their lives in danger. I wanted to help, I really did, but I'd been sucked into this cycle before. And there was something else on the line, too. My own dream. I didn't want to be selling bread out of a coffee shop forever. I was only a few thousand off from having the down payment to get myself into an open bakery space around the corner. I just need enough to pay off and get out of here. Selena was saying, then I can take Kylie home. My head snapped back up. Home? As in Woodstock? Selena nodded. Well, I can't stay here with you. She almost looked as if she wanted me to argue with her. I didn't, though. My apartment wasn't big enough for permanent house guests. Even if it were, this wasn't the plan I was expecting. I thought Selena would take the money, pay off our scary former classmate turned loan shark, and then schlep poor Kylie off to whatever next ill-informed adventure she had planned. Woodstock, though. The farm. A chance at a childhood was the best thing she could possibly give her daughter, even if the farm was a shell of its former self. And maybe it would be good for Selena, too. Just like that, the bakery floated into the ether, along with my dream. Look, I can give you half, I said, but that's it. I don't know why I expected gratitude. Selena's eyes grew dark and hard as she squinted at me across the table. You're kidding, right? I frowned. No, I don't know why you think I'd have that much cash on hand. I have about half in savings, but that's all I can offer. What about all of this shit? She waved her newly painted nails toward the kitchen, which was filled with what even I would describe as an excessive amount of cheese and baking supplies. I had the double oven, industrial sink, and massive fridge, of course, But the other plus of a former caterer's kitchen were the several industrial metal shelves that made plenty of space for the baking forms, trays, mixers, and countless other items I'd accumulated over the years. "What about it?" I asked calmly. She huffed again. "It looks like you're still living at the dairy." "No, it doesn't." I took another sip of coffee. "Do you see any churns?" I actually resented the idea that my kitchen in any way resembled the one back home. Granted, our family's Vermont farmhouse was warm and cozy and clean when our mother was alive, but it became a cold, dusty shell when left to Dad's care. It had taken me years to turn this place into something that felt like a home. The stainless steel appliances were warmed by exposed brick walls, butcher block counters, and thick green plants that thrived in the humidity of a baker's home. I was particularly proud of the 4-year-old pothos, whose vines twisted over not one, but 2 windows. Was the space small? Sure. Was it clean, warm, and welcoming? I made sure of it. "I can't believe you're still making this shit." Selena pointed at my half-eaten strata. "You live in an amazing city, and you'd still rather act like a crunchy Vermont chick living on a commune. Why did you even come here at all?" I didn't answer that, because she knew. Years ago, she'd come to the city with a boyfriend. I'd followed after he threw her out. When your twin is a hot mess, it's difficult not to feel like you need to be their rescuer. People in Boston eat cheese and bread, just like everywhere else. I said calmly. "Oh, please, you know what I mean." "I don't, actually." I couldn't help but snap a little. "And what does my kitchen have to do with you borrowing money you know you can't pay back?" "I'm just saying, you have to make money at this, right?" She waved her hands at the appliances again and toward the bread that was almost done baking. "Dad said you're trying to open your own shop." "Was" being the operative word there, since I'm about to give you everything I've been saving for it. "That's all you've saved?" I took a long, deep breath before replying. "I can't give you everything, Sel, no matter what Dad said." "Why?" "Because I'm not a bank." I wanted to shout, "Because you need to grow up." Instead, I just repeated the other promise we both knew I had to keep. "Didn't Dad tell you what's going on with the farm? I have to send money home before he loses it to bankruptcy. The bread, the cheese, it's just for fun right now. It's like testing. My main income is from the bar, and trust me when I say it isn't as much as you think. Aside from volunteering, I don't have much time for anything else. You know that's your problem, right? It's that stupid hospital. So depressing. If you didn't waste your time mooning over sick old people, you'd have time to make more money. I'm not quitting the hospital." I turned back to my strata, though frankly, I was losing my appetite. "It's just so pointless. You're not a nurse or a doctor. What could you possibly be doing there that adds any real value? It doesn't matter how much time you spend there. It's never going to bring Mom back." I stood quickly, the leg of my stool interrupting her with a screech. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw her out of the apartment and tell her she was on her own. Instead, I took another deep breath and met the blue eyes that mirrored mine, but held so much more bitterness and fear. Selena talked a good game, but deep down, she was scared, like a trapped animal. And just like any animal, she lashed out when cornered. I was used to being collateral damage, but Kylie deserved better. So instead of arguing with her, I went to pour myself another cup of coffee. Like I said, I'll give you half. You'll have to figure something else out for the rest. "Simone, you don't understand," she whispered, shooting a quick glance at Kylie. "If I don't pay it back, I'm terrified of what Ezra might do. I think they may hurt me, or abduct Kylie, or kill me." I honestly couldn't tell if she was acting, or if she was honest. Either way, I only had one answer. "I'm already offering you what I have. Give Ezra half and see if he will accept another trade once you get a job." I didn't want to do this, but it was the only other option. "You and Kylie can stay here until it's paid off, but that's the best I can do." And it was. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough. "You're so fucking lazy!" Selena seethed. "You could do anything with your life, and look at what you choose. Slinging drinks at a shitty bar, working for free at a hospital. You don't take chances. You never did.
And now we're all paying for it. I thought I could count on you, Simone. I really did. I'm giving you everything I have. And I'm telling you that will do me absolutely no good.
I stared up at the ceiling. The plaster was cracked, like so many of these old buildings. When I'd moved in, the imperfections like that were charming. Now they just felt symptomatic of the poisons I couldn't ever seem to flush from my life. Well, then I suggest you figure out another way. I said as calmly as I could manage. I can only do what I can do.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I should have known I was on my own, just like always.
Selena stomped over to the bedroom area of the studio, where, behind the screen, she dressed in a hurry, then grabbed her purse and headed for the door.
Sel, where are you going? She glared at me. You just said to figure out another way. That's what I'll have to do. What about Kylie?
Selena glanced at her daughter like she was nothing more than a pile of laundry she didn't want to fold. Then she turned back to me.
Since you seem to think you can do everything better than me, you deal with her for once while I figure things out.
That, of course, was when Kylie stirred on the couch.
Mama, where are you going?
So, I tried. Come on. She had already grabbed her things.
Nope. Bye.
But I have to be at the hospital by 1, and I haven't even slept. I was cut off when Selena slammed the door, leaving me all alone with a crying and confused little girl.
8. Do you even know who I am, bro? Brendan. Any expectation that Niall Black would have developed the slightest bit of sentimentality after escaping the jaws of death evaporated with his statement each time I arrived at the hospital over the next week. "Oh, it's fucking you." Now that he was awake, Dad sounded like he had just walked out of the bookie's office, like he'd done nothing in the intervening years to massage the South Boston out of his accent. Each day over the last week, I'd carved an hour out of my very busy schedule to visit him in the hospital. I couldn't have said why exactly. God knew he'd never do the same for me. Something about the right thing to do. Something about what she would do. I dreamed of blue eyes, a blonde halo. Goodness that shone from within the person I was admittedly hoping might appear on the days I was there. She hadn't, though. Not even once. And now we were about to leave. The doctors were releasing him today. "Dad, for the last time, it's gonna take time," I said as I scanned an email about Dad's exact condition from yet another major stockholder. They'd been hitting my inbox every few minutes since the press release had gone out. The doctors have to run some tests and paperwork to file. You just had major surgery. Take it easy. Take it easy. Even sick, Niall Black's voice was a barely stifled roar. "You think I got to where I am by taking it easy? I've never taken it easy in a day of my fucking life." It was true. Dad was an ornery lion, but he worked harder than anyone. Blackguard Holding wouldn't have gone from a bookie's operation to one of the largest investment conglomerates in the world otherwise. Didn't make him any less of an asshole, though. "I can't be cooped up like a goddamn zoo animal when I've got 4 deals on the line." He tugged on the oxygen line still in his nose. "Look at me, I'm like a science experiment." "The deals are fine." I thumbed past a proposal to invest in a theme park operation. Pass. It was better not to look like you were paying him too much attention, otherwise he'd really attack. Both Orson and Fletcher signed the acquisitions. The other 2 are being reviewed by the boards of both companies. But they're in the bag. I have it handled. He didn't answer. Not a good sign. When Dad was quiet, that usually meant he was about to explode. I answered 3 more emails before I allowed myself to look up. His face was bright red. "What?" I asked. 12 fucking weeks, Brendan. Dad sounded like a groaning pipe.
The doctor just told me again this morning I can't fucking work because of stress. Stress, of all the fucking things. Making me not work for 12 weeks is what's causing me stress, I told the asshole.
Dad, you need to listen to the doctors, I repeated for what had to be the 10,000th time.
What do they fucking know?
What do cardiologists know about your heart?
Everything. I'm fucking fine,
he hissed, though his eyelids were drooping. These tantrums took it out of him. He'd be asleep again in 5 minutes.
I know it's hard.
I took a stab at the empathy Simone had shown me.
But you've been priming me for this my whole life. The company will be fine. And Liza, she spoke to you about your personal life?
I looked up again from my phone. He really had been preparing for this moment. I hadn't heard much about my plans since Liza's first intervention in these very halls. This was the first time Dad had mentioned anything like it. That's right. I shoved my phone in my pocket. I hear you think I have a problem with commitment. Have to say I was a bit surprised, considering I basically married the company straight out of college. The others had had their fun, as we both knew. Owen had joined the Marines in a rare rebellion that had landed him in Afghanistan for 6 years. Ronan had gone full Che Guevara on a 2-year motorcycle trek through South America, and Che, of course, was still soul-searching on the yacht. He stared at the wall while he spoke, like just acknowledging a potential transfer of power was too painful to do face-to-face. This from the man who left my college graduation early to make a tea time.
It's all appearances, Brendan. If things even look slightly unstable, we're screwed. We have to keep the board happy, the investors. The fucking market could crash around us, just by rumors alone. Do you understand?
I crossed my arms.
Of course I understand. Where do you think I've been for the last 20 years? Good, because I need you.
I stared, dumbfounded, as he reached out a frail, spotted hand lined with bulging veins, beckoning for mine.
You do?
His fingers gripped mine, though in his fragile state it was with a fraction of his usual clutch.
I do. But you're weak, Brendan.
His words sliced, but I didn't flinch. I'd learned not to.
Sure, you know the business inside and out, but I don't know if you have the spirit.
Spirit? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Not when I'd been the cold-hearted consigliere of this company for years. At that, his hand pulled back, and he finally turned to me, his haggard face full of the ruthlessness I'd always known. Even the hospital couldn't keep it at bay.
You have to be hard, cutthroat, hungry as a fucking lion, willing to do whatever it takes to survive. I'm not sure if you have that in you, boy.
I took a deep breath, fighting the urge to argue, fight, lash out like that lion would if it felt this trapped. The fucker didn't have the heart, and he'd trained me. Why did he think I did?
What does it have to do with my personal life? Liza said I'd needed to look more like a family man and less like a bachelor. But you're asking me to be the same predator I've always been. I don't see the problem. A lion still has its pride. Takes what he wants, but everyone sees the home he protects. Why do you think I stayed married, even if I had to get a new wife? You think it was for love?
Dad snorted so hard his oxygen tube almost fell out as he made himself cough.
Jesus, take it easy.
I leaned over to pat his back, but he waved me away.
It's all business. Your personal life is not personal. Your personal life is merely an extension of your business life. It reflects badly on you that you don't have a wife, a family, kids, all of it.
So Liza said.
But I can't just hire a wife and kids in a matter of days. Can't you?" The expression in those cold, tired eyes was still razor-sharp. "Marriage is just a contract. Another fight you have to win." "You're serious. You're nuts, you and Liza. You're both fucking nuts. You want CEO?" His hand rose in a gesture of dismissal, like I was a servant he no longer needed. "Be the prince I taught you to be, Brendan. Black-hearted to the core. Now find one of the nurses. If I have to have tests, let's get those fuckers done so I can get home." With a sigh, I turned for the door. There was no point in arguing with him, but I didn't need to hurry to do his bidding either. I went to the sink across from the nurse's station to get my 5th plastic cup of chlorine-scented water and ice. "Girl, you all right?" the head nurse was asking someone as I approached. Her name was Joan. I knew this because I had already made sure Joan's department received a donation of $2 million to upgrade their scheduling equipment, in exchange for the best care they could provide for my father. It bought us the cardiac ICU's only private room and Joan's personal care of my father when she was on her shift. "You look like you got run over on the T," Joan continued to a blonde, hidden behind the array of computers at the station. "Everything okay? We weren't expecting to see you at all this week after you called in." "I'm fine. Just long week." I froze. Fine, I'll admit it. In between checking emails and sparring with my bedridden father, I'd been casually watching the clock, wondering where Simone was, just like I had every afternoon this week, wondering why she hadn't been here at all. The goddamn nurses hadn't known a thing, despite the hundreds I'd pushed their way. I'd wondered if she was sick, or dealing with that sister of hers, or avoiding me. No, I wasn't given to neurotic speculation, and I wasn't going to start now. I remained at the water station with my back turned, emptying the cup and refilling it 4 more times, while Joan and Simone talked. "Don't you usually work nights, honey? When do you even sleep?" "Usually in the morning before I come here, but this week I've had things to do, and—" I strained to hear after Simone cut herself off, but she didn't finish her sentence. Something had happened in the last week. Something I would have wagered involved her twin, or her family, or whoever else probably depended on her in a crisis, and the rest of the time, too. God damn it. Why did I want to know so badly? Wariness threaded through her voice, but there was something else in it too, something hopeless, like she was resigned to the fact that her life's purpose was to be used by others, and there was no way out of that truth. The plastic cup collapsed with a crunch in my fist. "I'll be fine," Simone said, and I didn't have to turn to know she was smiling bravely. "Yo, did anyone else have to fight through a wall of cameras to get in the building this morning?" I used the interruption by one of the male nurses to move behind a computer monitor outside Dad's door, where I could lean against a wall and stay mostly hidden. Was I eavesdropping? Sure. Was I sorry? Not really. The reason I was the most trusted of 9 black sons wasn't just because I was the eldest. It was because I knew when to keep my mouth shut and listen. Information was currency, and I'd been collecting it all my life. "Hush, Lemon," Joan ordered. "The family is still here, and I trust you to keep your mouth shut about Niall Black, right? Unless you want to get sued. Speaking of, Simone, honey, you're going to need to sign this if you want to work today while he's here." There was a rustling of paper. "Who's here? Brendan?" Something in my chest squeezed at the sound of my name coming from that mouth. Another thing that generous donation had bought us was the requirement that all staff in the ICU sign a strict and costly NDA before starting their shifts today. HIPAA only went so far, and I wasn't above threatening the livelihoods of every person in here to protect my family's interests. But Lamond wasn't wrong about the wall of press. Last night, just in time for the 11 o'clock news,
I'd watched from his window as the TV trucks arrived outside of Mass General. Leeches, all of them.
It was difficult to get inside today, Simone admitted. Security went over my badges in 3 different places. I had to sign something down there, too.
Sorry, baby, I thought before wondering where the fuck that had come from. Baby? Sorry?
What's the fuss about?
Simone wondered as she looked over something on a clipboard. Lemon snorted. Girl, where have you been? Thought you'd want to come back up and sit with Mr. Moneybags now that he woke up.
Lemon!
Hissed the other nurse. He didn't even look a little ashamed. What, we can't be honest? Simone's big blue eyes opened fully. Mouth dropped in shock.
I've, had some family issues to deal with. Is Mr. Black doing well? Why didn't someone call me?
I hadn't told her at the bar that Dad had woken up. Had just quietly left a stack of bills that amounted to far more than the alcohol I'd consumed, then headed straight back to the hospital to negotiate the chaos surrounding Dad as he came in and out of consciousness. I frowned. Why did she care so much? She didn't even know him. She didn't know us. I suspected that if she really did, her reaction would be different. Joan seemed to have the same line of thinking.
Why would we call you? We love you, honey, but I've got better things to do than to track down missing volunteers. Besides, the family was here, mainly the one son, but the rest of them have been filtering in and out, too.
I slunk down lower against the wall, already feeling Simone's gaze toward Dad's room. I didn't ask myself why I was hiding, or why I felt the need to listen to this conversation. Maybe because I was preparing for the inevitable, the part where she recounted our conversation at the bar, the one I had stupidly engaged in without any form of legal protection, NDA or otherwise. In just a few minutes, Simone had uncovered more details about me than most people knew in the world. And now, it was about to reach a row of gossips. The only question was how bad she would make me out to be.
Is he really that famous?
Simone asked. My mouth dropped. She still didn't know? Lamont snorted.
Girl, please. Your patient in there is one of the richest men on the planet. Haven't you ever heard of Blackguard Holding? I'm a little, but I really didn't think about it. It's one of those companies that owns a bunch of other companies. That dude in there is Boston's Warren Buffett. Mr. Black has had the Midas touch, started out as a bookie in the 1960s and built his company out of that. And his kids are all just as ruthless as their pop.
It was correct, technically. But it made a family business sound like a small operation, when in fact, Dad's prowess had turned Blackguard Holding into the best investment company on the planet, with a finger in nearly every market and stakes in so many household names. We needed executives to manage each branch of the company like it was its own multinational corporation. Having 4 kids came in handy. It also made the competition for the top spot, CEO of Blackguard Holding, intense. But I was always supposed to be the winner.
That's not the impression I got, Simone said. I talked to one of them for a bit, and he was not like that.
Oh, baby, you have no idea.
Probably in shock about his dad, said Lamont. You think he's going to make it? That's not our job to speculate on, Joan replied. Which I know you know, Lamont.
Wonder what he's really worth, Lamont kept going. Google says over $200 billion, but I bet it's more. It was, in fact, closer to 250. Offshore accounts, real estate speculation, art collecting were all very handy tools. So was compound interest.
Bet it's a bloodbath right now with all them vying for the top spot.
Lamont couldn't quite help himself.
I wonder if they're just waiting for him to kick the bucket.
I opened my mouth to inform this asshole that he no longer had a job with the hospital, NDA or no. Who the fuck cared that most of what he was saying was absolutely true? He could fuck right off.
Shame on you,
Simone said sharply. But now I could see over the top of the computer monitor. Could see her standing, small but glowing, with her hands on her slender hips, hair pulled back into a ponytail that swayed back and forth as she shook her head. The nurse, at least, had the decency to look ashamed, but he kept going. "Don't tell me you actually feel sorry for these people. Niall Black is practically one of the four horsemen. One of those billionaires responsible for global warming, rising poverty levels, and the demise of the middle class, and raising 4 kids in his spitting image. These are not good people." Simone turned just enough that I could see an adorable cleft appear between her brows, and those full lips pursed. "No matter who the Blacks are or what they've done, they're going through a terrible time. They don't just deserve our care, they deserve our compassion." It was a solid argument. It did not, however, contradict Lamont's assessment of my family. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. "Couldn't have said it better myself," Joan put in. "Now I have to scoot. Lamont, you've got rounds to make." Now by herself, Simone rubbed her hand over her face. "Compassion," she muttered again before grabbing a chart and turning in the direction of my father's room, with something more like determination. At least until she found me in the doorway. "Brendan, you are here." Her eyes popped open, and the sky blue was a beacon calling me home. And by God, I wanted to answer it. I stood up straight, no longer even pretending I hadn't been listening. "I am." She strode toward me, stopping just outside Dad's room. Up close, she still glowed, but looked politely like hell. Shadows circled her red-rimmed eyes, and her golden skin was sallow with fatigue. The pink scrubs she wore were wrinkled, and her hair had been hastily brushed back into a limp ponytail. She was still gorgeous. "Thank you, by the way," I said after I cleared my throat, "for what you said back there to the nurses." "Oh, God, you heard that?" Her cheeks flushed. I wondered if they did that when she was happy, too. I shrugged. I was about to tell them where to shove it, but you did my job for me. Again, she rubbed her face, despite the fact that she hadn't done anything wrong. "Well, that's mortifying. These are some of the best medical workers in the world, I promise, but maybe they aren't very good people." "Most aren't. I'm used to it." She gave me a funny look. "Please don't have them fired." "Why would I do that?" I asked, as if I hadn't been considering it. Simone laughed. "Lamont is rude, but he's also the best nurse on the ward. The patients love him, and no one is better in a crisis. If something happened to your dad, he's the one you want rushing in to revive him." I nodded, though there wasn't a chance in hell I'd be letting that guy near my dad. Since she was asking, though, I'd keep my claws sheathed. "How is he? Do you want me to stay with him? Do you need a break?" We both glanced back at where Dad was sleeping again. Thank God. I didn't want to think about how he'd take this little interaction. "He's out right now," I said. "The doctors said with older patients it can take some time, but he should be ready to go home today." "That's good. Will he have someone with him at home? Older patients can sometimes get a bit disoriented in the evenings. It's this strange phenomenon called sundowning. Just so you're aware and ready." She didn't look away from me when she was speaking. Most people did. Maybe because they were nervous, or maybe because they found my own stare too direct. Simone, however, kept her eyes fixed directly on me whenever she was speaking or listening. It was unnerving, and maybe a bit addictive, which must be why I found myself looking away first. "What?" "Brendan?" A soft touch found my hand, and I jerked my head down to where her fingers curled around mine with a light squeeze. "How are you?" she asked. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. I couldn't stop looking at our entwined fingers. She took her hand away. I wanted to grab it back. "I'm fine," I said a little too brusquely. When she shied, I took her hand again without thinking about it. This time, she was the one who jerked. But I couldn't stop myself. Just like I couldn't stop myself from staring. This was more than an awkward silence between two strangers. That blue-eyed gaze blinked a few times, then flickered down to my lips and back to my eyes. Oh. Simone Bishop was attracted to me. She shifted, obviously uncomfortable, but did nothing to take her hand back. I stroked my thumb over her knuckles, tracing the delicate bones. I didn't want to let go. I wasn't sure I'd ever want to let go. "Where were you this week?" I asked. "You told me at the bar you come every day, but I haven't seen you." Simone sighed, and I fought the urge to scowl when she took her hand back at last. "I had to help out with my niece while my sister looks for a job." I frowned. "How old is she?" 4. Definitely not old enough to be left alone. "Who's with her now?" "Her mom. Selena got back later than she was supposed to today, too. That's why I was late." "And you still came in to volunteer?" It made no sense. She obviously needed rest. They could have done without her for a day. She blinked like she hadn't even considered the alternative. "My shifts are important to me. If I can come, I do." "I see." And I did. Sort of. All my life, my old man had hammered home the inarguable fact that time was money. The thought of volunteering to do something out of the kindness of his heart alone would never occur to him. Once upon a time, I had interests beyond blackguard, even ones that didn't benefit me at all. Maybe I could have been that kind of person. But decades of living in this family had rendered me a lost cause. Now, though, I was fighting the urge to cradle this girl against my chest, stroke her hair, and whisper, "Rest, baby," until she fell asleep in my arms. As if moving of its own violation, my other hand lifted to touch her cheek. Simone's mouth fell open, but she didn't move as I cupped her cheek and drew my thumb over her satin skin, then over her upper lip. "Angel," I murmured. Simone swallowed, but she didn't move. It was as if she were stuck in place as much as I was. I felt like two people. One Brendan Black was standing in this doorway, stroking a girl's face as an act of worship. The other Brendan Black was about to collapse in shock. What the fuck was happening to me? "Brendan, where the fuck did you go?" Simone and I sprang apart like guilty teenagers and both turned toward my father, who had just woken from his cat nap. "Feeling better?" I asked as I walked back in. "Did you get the nurse for the tests?" His voice was hoarse, as if he'd been shouting in his sleep. "I told you I want to get the fuck out of here." "Dad, calm down. They'll release you when you're ready." I ignored the fact that I hadn't done the very thing he'd asked. "What the fuck is wrong with these people? They can't sign some goddamn papers? Why is this taking hours? What are they giving me?" "Actually, that's fairly common, Mr. Black." Dad and I both turned toward Simone. She'd followed me right in. Those pink scrubs a damn rose in the otherwise colorless room. "In the meantime, it's still good to rest while you wait. Your body is healing from such an extensive procedure," she said as she came to stand on the other side of the hospital bed. "And who the fuck are you?" Dad demanded. "Brendan, who the fuck is this?" "Don't talk to her that way," I snapped right back. Just like that, the Black Prince was back. "I'm Simone, Mr. Black." Simone started picking up some random bits of detritus scattered on his tray. "I'm a volunteer at the hospital. I help keep patients comfortable while they're in recovery." "She also sat with you for 4 hours after your surgery," I added. "So, you're not a doctor? Not even a fucking nurse?" He looked at me.
Will you explain to me why I have a Twinkie who looks about 14 dispensing unqualified medical advice? Watch your fucking tone, I growled, or else I'll watch it for you. I'll speak however I fucking want. I'm the one who had heart surgery, for fuck's sake, not her. I bent down to stare at him, and a cold steel shell slid over my whole being. Usually, it was the mask I assumed when taking on a business adversary, the kind who wanted to test our family's ruthlessness. Never my father. And yet I had no problem lowering that shield for a candy striper I barely knew. For the first time, I felt wholly unafraid of what this man could do to me. Try me, old man, I told him. I fucking dare you. My father stared at me like he didn't recognize me, though a moment later, I thought I saw one corner of his mouth lift in something like pride. Or maybe just haughty awareness. You could never tell with him. With a tactful clearing of her throat, Simone broke our standoff.
Brendan, it's okay. Mr. Black, I apologize. I'm just here if you need help.
But she wasn't looking at him. She was watching me, with something akin to fear. As I straightened, I hated myself. Hated the monster this asshole had turned me into. The kind of person who would threaten his sickly father in a hospital bed. Hated that Simone had seen that side of me at all, even though it had come out to protect her. Unless you're a doctor signing my discharge papers, I don't need shit from you, Twinkie. Dad twisted toward the door. Nurse! Get her out of here. I want my doctor. I want some goddamn help. The heart monitor and several other machines erupted with activity, and within seconds, the room was swarmed with people.
Simone, honey, we need some space.
Joan moved to check Dad's vitals. I turned to tell Simone not to worry, to tell her it wasn't her fault. But she wouldn't meet my eyes. By the time the monitor sank back to a steady beep along with my father's breathing, she was gone. And so was my chance yet again to ask her for what I really needed. To be my wife.
9. Knock knock. Simone. Twinkie. That's what he called me. Whether it was in reference to my size or the fact that people thought I sometimes looked years younger than my actual age, it certainly wasn't meant kindly. But it wasn't actually Niall Black's harsh indictment of my looks, or maybe my character, I still wasn't sure, that disturbed me so much. I'd been volunteering in the hospital long enough to see all manner of reactions to me from patients of all ages. It was his son's response to it that was so disturbing. I couldn't shake it the whole bus ride home that evening. The transformation from the quiet, thoughtful man I'd spoken to, even embraced at the bar and come close to something else, right there in the ICU. I wasn't even going to think about that moment right now. And to the ruthless warrior was, in a word, terrifying. He'd assumed a mask as quickly as a knight slamming down a visor. One moment, his face was full of kindness and emotion. The next, it was no different from an iron sheath. And the fact that this alternate personality had been lurking so close to the surface was downright spooky. "Cell?" I called when I returned to the apartment a few minutes before 6. There was no answer. There was no one home. And what's more, my sister's and Kylie's things were gone. So were a bunch of my toiletries and a few snacks out of the pantry. This wasn't a surprise. Selena always tended to come and go like the wind. When she'd returned today, just after 1, she'd mentioned that she planned to leave as soon as possible, since she knew when she wasn't wanted. Again, not a surprise, especially after I'd emptied my savings account to pay half the debt she owed. My guess was she took Kylie back to Providence, but really, who knew? She'd be back sooner than later. I'd given her a key, after all, and there was still the rest of that debt to take care of. Several glances at my phone told me she still hadn't bothered to call, or apologize for leaving me with Kylie all morning, or tell me where she'd gone either. With a heavy feeling in my chest, I went to work cleaning up the chaos my sister had left in her wake, focusing my energy on scrubbing the kitchen, putting the sofa back to order, changing my sheets, and getting ready to take an extra load to the laundromat. At least it was my night off from the bar. That meant time for baking, too. It was still work, but it was the best kind. The kind I actually wanted. Just as I was pulling out the 25-gallon bin of flour I kept under the work table in the center of the kitchen, the buzzer to my apartment went off. I frowned. Selena had probably already lost her key. "Hello?" I answered. "Simone Bishop?" The voice was female, and definitely not my sister's, considering it sounded British. I pressed the speak button. "Yes?" "I've got delivery for you, ma'am. Can I bring it up, please?" I frowned. I wasn't expecting anything. "What is it?" "It's a gift, Mum." Definitely British. A gift? From who? For some reason, Brendan's chiseled face flashed through my mind. Those dark green eyes, the lurking soul behind the coldness, the yearning for something, compassion maybe, he didn't quite let out. No, it couldn't be from him. I buzzed the delivery in. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. I opened it to find a smiling woman who looked like she was in her mid to late 60s. "Miss Bishop?" "That's me." I looked around her. "Where's the delivery?" The woman's smile broadened. "Jennifer Holland, at your service, but you can call me Jenny, dear. Is the little girl at home?" "What? What little girl?" Jenny looked over my shoulder into the apartment, then back at me with some confusion. "I was told you had a 4-year-old niece that you needed some help with." My mouth fell open. She's not here right now, but I'm sorry, who told you that?" Jenny didn't look surprised at my dumbfounded response. "Oh dear, he didn't mention me, did he?" "Who didn't tell me what?" "God love our Brendan. Sweet as candy he is, but he never did learn to communicate." She patted my shoulder kindly. "I'm the gift, lovey, from Brendan Black. Told me to come here straight away. Said you might need help caring for a little girl." She procured a piece of paper from her shoulder bag and held it out to me. "That's my resume, which includes the years I served as nanny to the Black family. Raised all 3 boys and the girl myself, if I do say so. Since then, I've worked for other families they knew, but I retired with my Barney 5 years ago. He just passed. God love him, and I do feel the need to work every now and then. It's good to keep occupied, I think. Got to have a purpose." I stared at the resume as she rattled on. It listed her work history along with the contact numbers of the most famous families in Boston. The longer I looked, the more I thought it was a joke. Brendan Black sent me his nanny? Like Mary Poppins? I almost asked her if she floated in on the east wind, too. Her kind brow wrinkled. "I'm sorry, love. Do you not need one?" I looked behind me at the empty apartment, then back at her. That's complicated, but I don't think that you should accept my services. Understandable, of course. We've only just met." Ginny wasn't even looking at me anymore, but over my shoulder as she took in the scope, or lack, of the apartment. Meanwhile, I was trying to figure out how to deal with Mrs. Doubtfire. I couldn't call Brendan to ask what was going on. I didn't even have his number. Even so, the fact remained that when Selena appeared again, I couldn't afford to drop my life to take care of hers either. Just the fact that Brendan had anticipated that, had taken the time so casually to send help. No one had ever done something so singularly thoughtful for me in my life. I don't know what to say. I couldn't quite keep my chin from wobbling. Immediately, Ginny dropped her bag and gathered me into her arms. She felt as motherly as she looked. It smelled like Werther's caramels and hot tea. Exactly like a mother or grandmother should. Like mine might have if she'd made it this far. The thought only made me want to cry more. There. Ginny stroked my hair. "You let it out. Anyone can see you're as overwhelmed as it gets, aren't you? You just take your time. I sniffed, but didn't argue with her. Oddly, it was nice to be seen that way. A few minutes later, I stepped away, still wiping my eyes. Thank you. I don't know what got into me. We all have our moments. I laughed through a few final tears. That we do. I have to get back to work. I waved the resume in the direction of the kitchen, where the ingredients of my side hustle awaited. I don't need your help right now, since my sister and her daughter aren't here, but maybe when they come back. My number's right there, love. Ginny smiled again as she picked up her bag. You take care, dearie. Thank you. I closed the door and set the resume on the pile of mail I still needed to go through from the week. I'd just fallen apart on the shoulder of a kind, strange lady. A nanny sent to me by Brendan Black, of all people, right after he'd stroked my face at the hospital like I was something precious. What even was this day? Bewildered, I went back to making bread. Early this morning, while Kylie had jabbered at me over breakfast, I'd set up the dough for this week's orders, now ready to be divided, rested, and shaped for the second proof. I tied my apron around my waist, put on my favorite album, Joni Mitchell's Blue, then pulled out the first big bin of dough from the proofer and set it on the battered work table. I punched my hands into the mixture and teased it onto the wood surface. The dough had a good lattice texture today. Good. The gluten had been doing its work. As I divided the dough into 10 stretchy mounds to be sprinkled with flour, I kept going back to the moments before Mr. Black had woken up, when Brendan had been warm and friendly, his eyes soft and gentle. He had looked at my lips again. I was sure of it. I'd looked at his lips, too. I wasn't going to lie to myself and say I hadn't. They were nice lips, full but firm-looking, and the left corner of his mouth quirked in a way that was particularly entrancing every time I said something nice to him. I also wasn't going to lie and say I didn't feel something there. Some kind of electricity crackled every time we interacted, and when we touched, when we hugged, when he traced the outline of my lip with his thumb. Maybe I was just lonely. It had been a long time since I'd been intimate with anyone. Lord, it had been forever since I'd even kissed anyone other than my niece. But loneliness alone couldn't explain the electricity. That was definitely new. I divided a second bin of dough and folded each mound to rest on the counter next to the first set of 10. There had been warmth, concern, and maybe even desire lingering in Brendan's stormy eyes. Right until his father started yelling, and it had all iced over. He was a complicated man. With a family like that, how could he not be? I could only imagine the demons a man like that might live with, and with such a harsh father. I shuddered to think about it as I folded the 10th loaf, then covered all of them with flour sack cloths before taking out the third bin to continue my work. My father had his own problems, sure. He was distant, neglectful, rarely present anymore in any genuine way, but he'd never been outright abusive. Maybe I could chalk that up to him not caring, but honestly, it was really just an effect of my mother's death. She was his whole life, the cornerstone for all of us. And when she was gone, all that was left was a husk of a man with 2 daughters running rampant around a farm he couldn't or wouldn't manage. I understood neglect, knew the unique hurt and pain it caused, but for all his flaws and weaknesses, Dad had never spoken to me the way Mr. Black had to his son today, and so I'd never had to react to anyone the way Brendan had to him. So which was the true Brendan? The softer, kinder man who had shared his stories at the bar, who had checked in with me with such grace and kindness, or the sharp-tongued, controlling person who had emerged in an instant? I'd probably never know. Not that it mattered. Niall Black was discharged today, so nanny or not, I doubted I'd ever see Brendan again. I made quick work of the last 10 loaves, and while they rested, I preheated the oven for the batch I'd set to rise the night before, removed those from the proofer, and went to shape the bowls in their proofing baskets for the week. The work was meditative, soothing, and left me covered in flour. Before long, all thoughts of the Blacks and my own family dysfunction slipped out of my mind. I hummed along with River, dreaming of the creek behind the far pasture at the farm, and pretending I wasn't surrounded by brick buildings and honking horns. But out in the country, where the only things serenading me to sleep were the sounds of wind blowing through the oaks and maples, and birds settling in for the evening. I had just finished shaping the last of the bulls when a sharp knock at the door pulled me from my bliss. I blinked, still caught in the daze of Joni's voice and the scent of baking bread. "Sal?" I called, unsure if I'd actually heard it. A series of raps answered me, 3 in a brisk row. I frowned, threw the towel I'd been using to dust my hands over my shoulder, and I went to answer it. "Hey," I said as I opened the door. "Did you forget your key?" "I did not." I jerked up at the sound of that deep, sonorous voice, at the sight of the tall, imposing man filling my doorway. Mr. Black, Brendan?" Those dark eyes widened at the use of his given name, and we stood there, staring at each other's equally frozen form. Then, instead of answering or even saying anything at all, he stepped over my threshold, wrapped an arm around my waist, and set his mouth on mine.
10. It was just a kiss. Brendan. Home. That's all I could think. I'd trudged up the 6 flights of her decrepit building like there was lead in my shoes, dreading the fact that I wasn't coming here to talk, or date her, or do anything else but offer her a deal that would benefit us both but somehow made me sick to my stomach. Then Simone opened the door, her blonde hair a messy corona around that beautiful face, a smear of flour on her adorable upturned nose, blue eyes wide as the sky while that pink mouth dropped. A folk singer's voice warbled in the background as the smell of freshly baked bread wafted out of the apartment and transported me back to brief moments in childhood where I was actually happy. The scent of freshly cut firewood in the Berkshires, a ray of sunlight gleaming through beach grass in Newport, my mother's voice as she welcomed me for a visit, the sweet tang of cinnamon sugar on bread she toasted. Kissing Simone wasn't even on my mind, but right then, it was all I could do. The second our lips met, the word echoed like a gong through every cell in my body. Home. 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 Doubt shot through me like an arrow, even as I couldn't stop kissing her. Even as she seemed, by some miracle, to have recovered her shock enough to start kissing me back. I released her and stepped back, as if shock waves had literally pushed us apart. Simone stood in front of me, fingers pressed to her now swollen mouth, while she gulped air and stared at me. I was breathing hard, too, even more heavily than when I ran the Boston Marathon for the first time. I rubbed the back of my hand across my mouth and cleared my throat a few times before I managed to stand up straight. "Jesus," I mumbled. "I'm so fuck. I'm sorry." Again with the apologizing.
You're sorry?"
Her eyes were wide, round moons, watery with something that looked strangely like desire instead of regret.
"But you're here, in my home."
Simone looked around herself as if to make sure she was still in her apartment. I swallowed, hard. She was messier than ever in a pair of faded jeans, a threadbare white t-shirt, and a black apron smeared with flour. Her blonde hair was still in its ponytail, now loosened from our kiss, and her cheeks were painted pink, too. She was a goddamn masterpiece. And I couldn't help but kiss her again. Her mouth was addictive, full and lush, as sinful as the rest of her was angelic. 2 seconds in, and I was already a junkie for that honeyed flavor, angling to kiss her deeper, groaning
when she opened for me. As my hands slid to grab 2 lush handfuls of the most perfect ass known to man, she hopped up, and when I caught her, she wrapped her legs around my waist to squeeze me tightly on a squeak, almost as if she had surprised herself with her response. She looked like an angel, but she kissed like a demon. The kind I'd happily follow to hell and back just for another taste. "Christ!" I growled as I ripped my mouth away. Her mule nearly sucked me right back into that inferno.
Brendan?
Oh, fuck. I dropped her to the ground and stepped back, trying not to notice the way her legs were shaking like a baby deer's. Fuck. That was not how this was supposed to go. She reached behind her like she was searching for something to steady herself.
It wasn't?
No, it wasn't. I couldn't look up as I fixed my tie, smoothed my hair, and retucked my shirt, because then I'd see just how debauched I'd left her, and I wasn't sure I wouldn't do it a third time if confronted by the evidence. My trousers were already indecently tight as it was. It took 10 deep breaths and a memory of my grandmother in a bathing suit to calm myself down enough that I could look up again. To my surprise, I found humor lurking in those luminous baby blues. "What?" I asked. A shy smile emerged that just about cracked me into.
"Your accent. I noticed it at the hospital when we met. It comes out when you're emotional, doesn't it?"
I scowled. Emotional? I didn't get emotional. I wasn't some teenage girl on the rag. My response only seemed to amuse her more.
"So, you got me a nanny,"
Simone said. I nodded. I did. You seem to need one. I'd called Jenny after getting Simone's address from our PI and immediately sent her over. That lush mouth opened and closed a few times, taunting me. It was everything I could do not to slip my finger in and tell her to suck like a good girl before she got down on her knees for the real thing. "Fuck!"
"I do," she finally said. "I mean, I kind of did. I don't know, maybe I will."
She cocked her head like I was a puzzle she was trying to figure out.
"But it's not exactly a cup of sugar, is it?"
I shrugged. How could I tell her that to me, Jenny's salary was really no more significant than a cup of fucking sugar without sounding like a self-important prick? Answer? I couldn't. Behind her, a buzzer went off, and she turned toward the sound. "You're baking," I said. "Bread?" Simone turned back with a shy smile.
"Yes."
My throat felt thick again. It was hard to swallow. "It smells good. Like a home. Fuck, what was wrong with me?" But she didn't tease.
"I've always thought so."
My heart seemed to skip several beats before I pounded a fist into my chest and frowned. "Can I come in?" I didn't wait for a response, just barreled my way inside. I knew I was being impolite, but I couldn't wait any longer. What I was about to ask this woman was anything but polite. Better she know what she was getting from the start. Simone closed the door behind me.
Okay, I just need to take out the bread."
I looked around the apartment. It was just one large room that was about 3/4 kitchen. The exposed brick walls were just as crumbling as the exterior, and the leaded windows looked like they hadn't been cleaned for at least a decade. There were signs of water damage and cracked plaster on the ceiling, and the ancient wood floors creaked under my tread, but the rest of the space seemed clean, if cluttered with second-hand furnishings and cheery yellow paint. She gestured to a stool on the other side of an enormous wood table in the center of the kitchen, the surface of which was just as battered as the floors, though it shined with new polish. I took a deep breath as I sat down. It took everything I had not to reach across the table
and wiped the flour from her nose.
So, aside from the sudden need to kiss me,
Simone teased as she moved to an industrial-sized oven,
what brings you and your former nanny to my side of town?
I could barely breathe when she opened the oven and the scent of bread flooded the room all over again. What the hell did she put in it? I felt like a kid in a nursery rhyme, except instead of the sound of the Pied Piper, I was entranced by a childhood scent.
Brendan?
I shook my head as she set a tray of golden brown bread loaves in front of me. Shit. I'm sorry. Sorry again. I was really cracking. For the kiss, I clarified, though I wasn't sorry for that at all. Or for both of them. I shouldn't have done that.
You want to tell me why you did?
Simone set a second tray on the counter and started moving the loaves to a cooling rack on an opposite counter.
Not that I, didn't enjoy them.
You enjoyed them? That smile appeared again.
Well, sure. I don't get kissed like that every day.
I rubbed my face. Every time she looked at me like that, I felt like I'd been smacked. Right, well, it won't happen again. It couldn't. This wouldn't work otherwise. I didn't have time to address the flash of regret that crossed her face before she nodded.
Of course. So, how did you find me?
I stalked you, I almost said, then wondered where the fuck my filters seemed to go with this girl. Maybe this was a bad idea. No, I had to follow my instinct. My family keeps a private investigator on retainer, I said. I had him and my chief of security run a profile. Simone looked legitimately surprised.
You keep a PI? To what, snoop on everyone you know?
We tend to be targets.
For violence?
I shrugged. We have security for that, but when your family owns one of the largest corporations in the world, people are interested. It makes sense to find out as much as we can about those we do business with. One golden brow lifted as she pulled out another tray of bread.
Is that what you're here for? Business? Did you want my services as a bartender, candy striper, or baker?
Now was the time. Or not. It was difficult to focus when that saucy little smirk made me want to turn her over her own kitchen table and show her what other services we were both capable of providing together. Christ, get it the fuck together, Black. How long have you been living here? I asked. Mostly because I was a coward and couldn't quite get out the request I'd come here to make.
A while. It's not much, I know, but it had the space I needed. It used to be a catering business, so it already had some of the equipment.
She gestured at the oven.
The landlord is flexible.
Another word for slumlord. JP had been on the rise for decades, but certain pockets were still like this, where landlords did nothing to maintain their properties while they waited for a developer to overpay them for the land rights, knock the building down, and replace it with a high-rise. Blackguard had a whole division dedicated to the practice, mostly stewarded by Owen. We were responsible for half the gentrification of New England. I'd never felt the slightest bit bad about it, until now. I was also wondering why none of this had appeared in the report the PI had produced on her. It had included her address and the jobs she worked at the hospital and the bar. Single, clean credit, no record, though her sister was a different story, along with the confirmation of the story she'd told me about her family farm. Granted, I'd only given Gavin a few hours to get it done instead of the usual week, but an under-the-table bakery seemed like it should have been an obvious find. Who's the bread for? She moved the trays to an enormous sink on the other side of the counter.
I do a pop-up at a local cafe. When it does well, I tuck a bit aside for saving.
Toward what?
Maybe my own bakery one day.
I looked at the bread. Seems like you're on your way.
I was. Now, I don't know.
Instinct prickled at the back of my neck. I'd always had it. That internal knowledge that told me exactly when to strike and when to hold back. When a deal was ready to be pushed or when the person on the other side of the table needed to be finessed. Maybe I can help with that. She snorted lightly, but just audibly. It was adorable.
With another kiss?
Jesus, Angel, don't tempt me. How about a business proposition that might include kissing? She turned to face me.
I know I'm poor, but I'm not ready for sex work yet anyway.
What? I reared. Christ, I thought we were joking. No, that's not what I meant. She cocked her head.
Didn't you?
No. I do want to hire you, but not for sex. Fuck finesse. Fuck beating around the bush. I was out of time. I cleared my throat and tried again. I want to hire you to pretend to be my fiancé. I pulled the contract I'd drawn up from my inner jacket pocket. The initial contract would cover 4 months to get to the annual shareholders meeting, with the option to extend the contract month to month if they keep me as an interim CEO for another year. I pushed the contract across the table. She looked at it like it might explode. $1 million, I said. All you have to do is wear my ring, hold my hand, and pretend you're going to be my wife. 11. The hardest bargain. Brendan.
This is a joke,
Simone stated as her hand floated over the papers.
It's got to be a joke.
I assure you it's not. I opened the folded contract in front of her, creased neatly down the middle from my pocket. You'll be free to open your bakery. Go back to your farm if that's what you want. It's all in there. Now that I had started this deal, I was determined to close it.
You put the terms of a fake relationship in a contract?
She started flipping through the pages.
Client may kiss the fiancé with a closed mouth. What? You've listed details on acting out physical intimacy?
I wish something like this could be in good faith, but I have to protect myself. Protect us both, actually. Establishing limits is very important to me. When her eyes met mine on the word limits, something like strange electricity shocked me again, though we hadn't touched. Simone's eyes searching mine, then running back to the contract like it might spontaneously catch on fire.
Why me?
I frowned. I don't understand the question.
Well, you're you.
She gestured up and down. I didn't bother to look down. I had a closet full of bespoke suits just like this one, specifically designed to prompt that reaction. Yes, so?
You're rich, obviously. But you're also charming and kind and gorgeous.
Her gaze traveled down my body, stopping just above my belt. You think I'm gorgeous, Angel? The name fell off my tongue. At this point, how could it not? I was rewarded with an eye roll.
I'm not dignifying that with an answer. The point is, you should be able to snap your fingers and find a girlfriend. Why would you need to hire me? Or anyone, for that matter?
This time, when my gaze found her mouth, I didn't stop looking. In fact, I enjoyed the way she shuddered and touched her bottom lip. For a moment, I imagined picking her up and setting her on the table, just to feel the wrap of her legs around my waist again, just to remind her why she was, in fact, the best candidate for the job. Or the worst. Christ. Don't worry. I pulled my gaze back to meet hers. This might shock you, but I don't need a girlfriend. I'm already married to my job. I need someone to look pretty, make investors happy, and get me the title I've been preparing for since I entered this world. You're smart, honest, and you obviously work hard. Can't think of better qualities than that for a prospective employee. She stared at me for a long time, and I stared right back. I recognized this game of owl for what it was. I'd played it time and time again through too many other acquisitions and deals. It was a test, and I couldn't look away first. I won, like always. Simone unwound the apron from her wrist, then hung it on a hook on a nearby rack stacked with pots and pans, giving me an irritatingly distracting view of her ass. Even in loose jeans, it was a nice view. Maybe I needed to make no jeans part of the wardrobe requirements of the job. When she turned back, she looked slightly mortified.
Is it because you want to sleep with me?
Absolutely not. The partial lie tasted like poison. Was it my imagination, or did she look a little disappointed, too?
Then why me exactly? And don't say it's because I have a work ethic or whatever. You don't really know that. You barely know me at all.
I know enough. I folded my hands on the table. It's simple. Because you're good.
Because I'm good? What does that even mean?
Well, for one, you knew more about my father and family's condition than any person in that hospital. You could have made a tidy profit from leaking it to the press or extorting me in return for an NDA, but you didn't. In other words, you have integrity, Simone. So I know that if you decide to do this, you'll hold up your end of the bargain. You won't try to trap me. You won't try to cheat me. And you won't let the snakes in my family force you to double-cross me. You're a good fucking person. And frankly, I need more of that in my life. Her face softened at my words, and I hoped like hell her hesitations would melt away too. I didn't blame her for them. I was proposing a crazy situation after all. Am I wrong? I pressed. Do you still want to hold me up or get your payout with the Globe or Herald? She looked up, almost as if I'd insulted her.
Of course not. I'd never do something like that.
Then I rest my case, I shrugged. I have a sixth sense for these things. When a person or a company is a good investment, you're better than most. So you lend me your impeccable character to help me establish a reputation I need to accomplish my dream of taking my father's place as CEO. And in return, I give you the means to accomplish your dreams. You deserve the chance. And if this is a way I can invest in them, I'd be honored. It was a version of the same speech I always gave to get what I wanted, but somehow it was more true when I said it to her.
I am honest.
She nodded thoughtfully. I know. Hope lifted me out of my seat, and I reached across the table for her hand.
But that's why I couldn't possibly do what you're asking, Brendan. I'm very sorry, but I can't help you. I wish I could.
My hand hit the table with a smack. Why the fuck not?
Excuse me?
She reared back. Sorry, I said. Yet another fucking apology. You caught me off guard. What I mean is, can we at least talk about it? Christ, the girl had me on the verge of begging.
Because you're asking me to lie. If I'm as honest as you say, why would you think I could pull off a charade like this?
She gave me a crooked, charming smile, and something twinged deep in my chest. Fuck. She had a point. That was when I should have let her go. But she was the good one. I was the Black Prince. And so I pressed on. But it's harmless, I argued. You wouldn't be lying to anyone who mattered.
Brendan, I'd literally be lying to the whole world.
Yeah, but we'd both know what the situation was. There's no real dishonesty here. Nobody will get hurt in this situation. I was talking in circles, tap dancing around her misgivings like I was goddamn Fred Astaire.
I understand, but I just don't think I can do that. I'm really sorry. I hope you find someone appropriate, though.
She pushed the contract back. I stared at it for a long time. Then, going against the cold, calculating skills I'd been taught my entire life, I grabbed a pen from my pocket, crossed out the original numbers at the end of the contract, and replaced them with something much larger before turning it back to her. Please consider my revised offer. Simone stared down at the amount in front of me, dollar signs and commas glaring back at her.
You've got to be kidding.
I capped the pen and shoved it back into my pocket. I'm prepared to put 10% in your bank account today, and the rest once we're finished. Her finger floated over the numbers.
Brendan.
It's enough for anyone to live on, and live well, for the rest of their life. And if it's not enough, well, just tell me what it's going to take. But, my conscience wondered as she continued to stare at the numbers without an answer, what if she didn't? Before she could turn me down again, I decided on another tactic, one that took advantage of the indecision etched across those features. Listen, don't decide now. Just think about it for a little while. I scribbled my cell phone number on the edge of the contract before handing it back to her. Look it over. Read every detail. If you're interested, come to my office next week to sign the contract. Or even talk about it some more if that's what you need. I don't mind a good negotiation, baby. In fact, I welcome it. I rounded the table, conscious of the way she was watching me. Like she wasn't quite sure I was real. I'd seen that look before on countless other business owners. I knew exactly what to do with it. She watched as I took her hand and shook it, ignoring the tiny shocks of electricity that shot down my hand yet again. One more time, I drank in the sight of her one last time before fighting the urge to kiss the flower off her nose and walking to her door. I turned back and flashed her the smile that most people couldn't ignore. The one I'd learned through decades of shadowing the best negotiator there was, Niall Black. This could be good for both of us, I told her.
You think so?
Her eyes flickered toward the contract, then back to me. Good. The numbers were doing their job. I really do. And by next week, I think you will too. Everyone had a price. I just needed to know hers.
12. The contract. Pseudo-engagement contract. 1. The parties. The service contract, agreement, is by and between service provider, Simone Bishop, fiancé, and client, Brendan Black, client. The fiancé and client are each preferred to herein as a party, and collectively as the parties. Now, therefore, for and in consideration of the mutual promises and agreements contained herein, Brendan Black hires Simone Bishop to work as a pseudo-fiancé under the terms and conditions hereby agreed upon by the parties. 2. Term. The term of this agreement shall commence upon signature and be terminated upon the service being completed by the fiancé if and when any of the following conditions are met. A. 4 months minimum and 6 months maximum from the date of signature, or B. The client is named Chief Executive Officer of Blackguard Holding, Inc. 3. The service. The fiancé agrees to provide the following, hereinafter known as the service. A. Public representation of herself as engaged to be married to the client, including to all family, personal friends, co-workers, acquaintances, members of the press, and any others she may encounter during the term. B. Cohabitation with the client in his place of residence throughout the term, with the understanding that 1. All rents, utilities, and other bills associated with the fiancé's legal place of residence will be paid for in addition to the agreed payment amount. C. Accompaniment of the client to all social, familial, and professional events as the client deems necessary during the term. D. Enactment of public displays of affection as outlined in Section 8D. 4. Payments and taxes. The client agrees to pay fiancé $5 million as a flat fee for performing the services for a total of 4 months, with an additional bonus of the same amount at 6 months, or until one of the other conditions of the agreement is met, whichever comes first. A non-refundable retainer of 10% of the fee will be deposited into the fiancé's bank account upon signature of the contract. The client shall make the final payment after the service is performed as a direct deposit to the fiancé's bank account, and will additionally assume responsibility for all income taxes. 5. Return of property. All property provided by the client in addition to the payment will also be kept by the fiancé, including, but not limited to, clothing, jewelry, real estate, cars, makeup, accessories, and any other items purchased for fiancé during the term. 6. Confidentiality. The fiancé acknowledges and agrees that all information pertaining to the agreement, financial and accounting records, lists of property owned by client, including amounts paid, therefore, clients and customer lists, and any other data and information related to the client's business or the contract is confidential. Therefore, the fiancé shall not, during the term of this agreement, or after its termination, disclose any confidential information for the benefit of the fiancé, or any other person, except with the prior written consent of the client, for the remainder of her life, and accepts personal liability of up to $200 million if she breaks confidentiality. 7. Alcohol and drugs. The fiancé agrees that alcohol and drugs may be present at any given time during the term of contract, but agrees not to partake in any substances without the express consent and/or direction of the client. Imbibing alcohol or illegal substances during the contractual period without the client's consent also releases the client from any liability over the fiancé when she is under the influence of any kind of substance. 8. Additional terms and conditions. A. Image requirements. The fiancé agrees to maintain immaculate grooming and hygiene as determined by the client during the term. A separate stylist will be hired during the term to manage the following elements of the client's personal style. 1. Personal grooming, including skin, hair, including body hair removal, spray tanning. 2. Cosmetic dermatology and dentistry, including but not limited to Botox, filler, dental veneers, laser, red light therapy, or anything else deemed necessary by the client, stylist, or both. 3. Fashion, including personal clothing and appearances by the fiancé at major fashion events as a prospective member of the Black family. 4. Exercise, which will include daily 2-hour sessions with a personal trainer. 5. Any other elements that may come up at the discretion of the stylist and the client's needs. B. Housing and other accommodations. At the client's expense, the fiancé agrees to reside solely at any of the client's personal residences at his discretion and will reside with him in the same room or suite in any hotels or other accommodations as needed, should travel be required. C. Corporate and social event requirements. Both parties must attend any scheduled corporate events named by the client at any time of day or night at the sole will and discretion of the client. This includes corporate, personal, and family events throughout the term. D. Physical intimacy requirements. Naturally occurring levels of affection will be required to ensure authenticity of the performed relationship in front of audiences of one or more, public, according to the following guidelines. 1. No touching between the two parties will occur in private as part of the agreement. Any touching that may occur is separate from the agreement. 2. Parties will not engage in any kind of sex acts with other people, publicly or in private, including but not limited to kissing, manual stimulation, oral sex, anal sex, or vaginal penetration of the fiancé. 3. Any sexual contact between parties that may occur will happen outside of the scope of this agreement only by the explicit consent of both parties. 4. In public, the client may touch the fiancé on the following body parts at his discretion: hands, back, shoulders, neck, hair, arms, waist. 5. In public, the client may kiss the fiancé with a closed mouth, no tongue, at his discretion on the following body parts: A. Lips, B. Neck, C. Shoulders, D. Head, E. Hand. 6. At his discretion, the client is allowed one of each item per public appearance with the fiancé: A. Open-mouthed kiss with the use of tongue for up to 10 seconds. B. Fondling of the fiancé's buttocks for up to 3 seconds. C. Kissing with light application of teeth, commonly known as nibbling of the fiancé's ears, neck, or jaw for up to 10 seconds. D. Grinding of hips to hips for up to 5 seconds. E. Placement of client's fingers up to 2 inches below the waistband of the fiancé's pants or skirt on days she is wearing said items. E. The fiancé may initiate any physical contact similar to the terms above at her own discretion, but agrees to appear receptive to any and all of the contact above initiated in public by the client. F. Any other physical intimacy enacted publicly during the term must be agreed upon by both parties prior to engagement with written consent. 9. Entire agreement. This agreement constitutes the entire agreement between the parties to its subject and supersedes all prior contemporaneous agreements, representations, and understandings of the parties. No supplement, modification, or amendment of this agreement shall be binding unless executed in writing by all parties. In witness whereof, the parties hereto agree to the above terms and have caused this agreement to be executed in their names by their duly authorized officers. Client's signature. Print name: Brendan Black. Date: the fiancé's signature. Print name: Simone Bishop. Date. 13. Daydreams or reality? Simone.
You okay, Simone?
The sound of my name yanked me back to reality like a line on a hooked fish. It had been happening every day this week, throughout the night, too. If I was being accurate, this daydreaming had been happening since approximately 8:42 p.m. last Friday, when Brendan Black had left me to make a choice that would change my life. Or not. I smiled at Lincoln, the owner of Cavalier Coffee, the cafe near Northeastern University where I ran my pop-up. The grin he offered back was as cozy as his flannel shirt, beard, and knit beanie. He never dressed like a man who spent his days indoors in the city, more like someone who wanted to go for long hikes before coming home to chop wood in his hometown in Maine. Our common small-town New England origins were the main reason he'd been asking me out for the last year, but despite our coworkers trying to push us together, Lincoln had always felt more like a brother than a boyfriend to me. I wasn't sure he knew that, though. "I'm good," I said as I finished folding up the table. "Just daydreaming again."
You've been daydreaming all morning. Want to tell me about it over beers tonight?
I looked up. "Tonight? Oh, another time then." He took the folding table from me and carried it toward the cafe's storage area. I picked up my cash box from where I'd set it on the floor, took a seat at one of the corner tables, and started calculating the cafe's share, while Lincoln and the other employees closed up for the day. I had a few hours to relax until my shift at the bar. A job, I reminded myself, I could quit entirely if I signed the papers folded in my coat pocket. I hadn't quite been able to bring myself to throw them out last night. Instead, I'd done my homework. What felt like snooping last week was due diligence today. A few hours on Google had informed me of all the things the cardiac ICU staff had already known about the Black family. I learned that Niall Black was 82, with 3 sons and a daughter from 3 different women, had grown up on the mean streets of South Boston, and had parlayed an early gambling business, and ties to the old Irish mob, into the massive holding conglomerate his family ran today. And I learned that the de facto heir to the whole operation was Brendan Black, who had spent his early years in Southie well before his family moved away, and it was gentrified beyond recognition. 39, consummate bachelor, dual degrees in business management and animal biology. That was a surprise. From Harvard, where he was also a champion boxer and rumored member of several secret societies. Since graduating, he had been working his way up the ladder of his father's company, turning every rung to gold. The man was a modern-day Midas, perfectly trained to become his father's successor. Those were just facts, though. Despite being profiled a number of times in a number of fawning articles, I couldn't find much more than those external tidbits. It was evident that Brendan was also intensely private. While I could find estimates of his net worth that honestly seemed made up, the Black family was collectively worth a staggering $200 billion, while the company in which they held a majority stake was worth close to $1 trillion. The only items about his personal life included a mention of his favorite book, East of Eden, and that he liked peanut butter. I was meant to pretend to be engaged to this man. How could I make that convincing if I had no inkling of who he really was? One thing was clear. Blackguard Holding wasn't just an investment company. It was a family company. To him, a fake engagement must have seemed like the simplest path forward. Far easier than an actual relationship, or, far worse, letting people actually get to know him. I wished it were that simple for me. I pulled the contract out of my coat pocket and skimmed over the first page again. At this point, I practically knew the thing by heart. $5 million. For a few months of work. That money would change my life, and my sister's, my entire family's. But there were other things stopping me. Things like open-mouth kisses, touching my posterior region, nibbling. The problem wasn't just that these things had actually been listed in the document, like features of an apartment lease. The problem was that I knew the exact breadth and temperature of Brendan Black's hands when they cupped my face. I knew exactly how far around my thighs they wrapped when he lifted me onto a table. I had experienced firsthand how expertly he kissed, with a light application of teeth, while sucking my lower lip. And I had dreamed 4 separate times last night what placement of clients' fingers up to 2 inches below the waistband of the fiancé's pants or skirt might feel like, or if they continued several inches lower. Neck, ears, jaw, fingers. It was like he wrote this stupid thing knowing the exact parts of my body he could touch to drive me crazy. I was generally a sensible person, but I had a feeling I'd lose all reason if that carefully maintained stubble rubbed the sensitive skin under my jaw for 1 second, let alone up to 10. He wanted me to play a part, but if he was as talented as that mouth suggested last night, all that play would reduce me to a puddle of neediness. Who would pay $5 million for that? It didn't matter, I told myself, as I separated the stack of cash due to Lincoln from my box and started to calculate the payments taken on my phone. Parties will not engage in any kind of sex. The words flashed through my head, along with the memory of Brendan's lips on mine. If this was such a formal offer, strictly platonic and completely professional, then why had he kissed me so passionately? What he was asking wasn't prostitution, but it wasn't that far off. So why did that particular section make me feel so strangely disappointed? I was not going to have sex with Brendan Black. A man who did not want to have sex with me. His contract said so. Right? Not that it mattered. The answer is no, I told myself, as I sent a Venmo to Lincoln for today's earnings. Decision made. There you are. I jumped at the sound of my sister's voice, muted by the window next to me, but accompanied by the sharp rapping of her knuckles on glass. She was on the other side, Kylie waving beside her, back from wherever they'd disappeared to for the last day and a half. I gestured for her to wait. Link, did you get the payment? I called to the front. Lincoln gave me a friendly thumbs up from the register. Killed it, hon. See you next Friday? See you then. I packed up the leftover plain brown paper bags and folded racks into their cardboard box and carried them outside, where Selena was waiting impatiently with Kylie. Anything left over for us? She nodded at the shop. Your neighbor said you were here, but $7 a coffee? Too rich for my blood. Not even a hi or hello. Just, what do you have for me? I usually sell out. I grinned down at Kylie, who was already holding her hands up for a hug. I set down the box and picked her up. Hiya, kiddo. What you been up to?
We went back home to pack,
she told me.
And I finished all of Daniel Tiger, every episode, all day yesterday.
Don't start, Selena said to me, catching my frown. I had shit to take care of, no thanks to you. I sighed. Selena never seemed to care about fighting in front of her kid, but that didn't mean I wanted to. I bent to set Kylie down. See that nice man at the counter in there, honey? Kylie glanced at Lincoln, who waved at her and winked. He keeps chocolate chip cookies under the counter. If you tell him you're my niece and ask pretty please, he might give you one. Might even make you a hot chocolate, too. What about me? Selena asked. Kylie wasted no time skipping into the shop, where I could see Lincoln was already reaching under the desk for the stash of cookies I made for him each week as a thank you. I turned back to Selena. You were saying? My sister shook her head. I tried. I really did. But even with the half down, Ezra isn't letting me out of this debt. I'm 10 seconds from selling my body at the pier to pay this off unless you've figured something out. Sel, come on. Don't even joke about that. What am I supposed to do? I guess I could call Dad. Why would you do that? I couldn't quite keep the sharpness out of my voice. The last time Selena did that, she'd nearly bankrupted him. A solid percentage of what I sent home was going toward his second mortgage. He already said if I really need it, he'll sell some of the herd. I gaped. Sel, you can't be serious. You know he's already behind on payments. The bank will foreclose within the year, and we'll lose the whole farm. He needs every cow he has right now. She shrugged. So what? Honestly, it's the least he can do for us after checking out the way he did when Mom died. Neither of us lives there, and it would be better if Dad just filed for bankruptcy in the end, got out of debt. They'll let him keep the house, you know. It will pay that off. Just sell the rest of the farm to developers. It's probably worth more that way anyway. I just stared. Selena had always been selfish, sure, but she had also been my sister. The one who had explored creeks and trails around Woodstock with me when we were kids, who sat at our kitchen counter with Mama and me to lick the cake batter from the bowl, who helped me name new calves and fed them treats like apples and pumpkins. Once upon a time, we'd made good memories, and the farm had been the only place where either of us had ever really been happy. How could she be so cavalier about throwing it all away? What do you want me to say? She asked. I have to pay these guys off, and I have a kid to take care of. Do you think Kai would be better off with her mother at the bottom of the harbor? Do you? I glanced inside at Kylie, who was currently dipping her cookie into a hot chocolate Lincoln had made with chocolate sprinkles. The contract weighed heavily in my coat pocket. The money would pay for plenty, but there were things I, or at least my family, needed now. Things like childcare, preschool, a safe home for my beloved niece, and a farm that needed to be saved. $5 million was a lot, but 10% wouldn't cover it all. Still, he did say he liked a good negotiation. If I had the nerve. There's another way, I mumbled before I could stop myself. Selena's eyes brightened, excited, but not entirely unsurprised. I hated that I was such a foregone conclusion. She knew I'd always bail her out. I have to visit someone, I said, already reaching into my pocket for the wad of the folded-up contract. But I can have the money by tonight. Don't go to Dad. Her grin was instantaneous. I knew you'd come through for me, Simmy. I knew it. You're the best. You really are. Wait, Sel, I said, pushing back the hug she was already foisting on me. I have a condition, too. She backed up, instantly suspicious. What's that? I looked at Kylie again, then back at her. If I do this, job, I'll have to leave for a few months, but I can pay off your loan and give you enough money to live on until I get back. Selena's eyes practically doubled in size. That's amazing! What kind of job is it? Can I do it too? Absolutely not, I said, maybe a bit more sharply than was necessary. Just promise to stay at the apartment with Kylie until I get back. I'll even have a nanny come and help you with Kai, but you can't disappear on me until then, and there will be one more condition. She held up her hands in surrender, though she was plainly curious. Fine, don't ask, don't tell, got it. What's the condition then? I took a deep breath. When I do come back, I want you to sign legal guardianship of Kylie over to me so I can take her back to Woodstock. It was the bravest thing I'd ever done, and I almost took it back as I watched mood after mood pass over my sister's face. Shock, anger, indignation, and finally, resignation. Fine. Selena's voice was quiet and surprisingly solemn. You pay this off. She's yours. Can see her on holidays and stuff. She is my daughter, after all. Of course you can. Honestly, I wished I were more shocked she was capitulating so quickly. That's all? No argument? Selena looked at Kylie again, and something like sorrow colored her face. Maybe regret, and then weariness. I was never cut out to be a mom. You and I both know it. She shook her head. I don't remember running this much as a kid. Did we? Probably. We used to spend half our summers playing tag in the meadow until it was dark. But we had a farm to run around, so our parents didn't have to watch us like a hawk like you do in the city. God, I wish I could just let her go in the pasture until she wears herself out. Maybe I can do that for her, and you can do whatever you need to figure things out for yourself. To my surprise, something like warmth crossed my sister's face. I hope you do, she said quietly. Thanks, Simi. Really. Before I could stop her, she wrapped me in the biggest hug she'd given me in years. It was like we were kids again, before Mom had died, before Dad had disappeared into himself. Back when my sister had been my best friend, and I had been hers, and I would have sworn nothing in the world could tear us apart. I have to go run an errand, but I'll be back this evening with the money, I said once she released me. Can you bring my stuff home and wait for me there? Eagerly, Selena gathered my bags on the shelf as I waved for Kylie to come out and join us. See you on the other side, Selena called as I headed for the nearest tea stop. I waved, unable to speak, as I contemplated what I was about to do. The other side, she'd called it. She had no idea.
14. Everyone wants to prove themselves. Brendan.
Clearly this is the only way to go. Brendan, what do you think?
Out the windows of the Blackguard Executive Conference Room, Boston stretched to the horizon, a blanket of concrete and history. In one direction, the city was dappled with the green expanse of the Common to Downtown Crossing and the harbor beyond. In the other, high-rises and brownstones cluttered Back Bay to Fenway Park and south toward the gray corner of Jamaica Plain I'd visited last night. I was 14 when Blackguard took over this building, and my father took me into this exact room, swept his hand over the view, and told me all of it was basically our family's for the taking. Like I was the Lion King or some shit like that. And he was the benevolent father, not the terror who raised me to be little more than a bulldog waiting for its turn in the pit. It didn't last long. By that point, the backyard fights had morphed into group lessons on ruthless greed and cutthroat tactics. The world could belong to us, he said, but only if we were hungry enough to take it. Love and winning never went hand in hand in the Black family, that was for sure. Whatever consciences were in his children, Niall Black had cut out like a surgeon. Behind me, 4 executive officers, my 3 siblings, and too many lawyers sat around the table arguing over the agenda while Dad was out of commission. The board meeting Liza had called after we'd announced Dad's condition had been delayed until tomorrow. A frustrating delay for many, considering that half of the executive members who weren't part of the Black family were sprinkled around the globe like finishing salt. I stared at the view, barely paying attention to the debates raging behind me. Was that the decaying brick building Simone Bishop called home? Was she still there, or had she decided to make her way to my side of town? I hated being wrong. But it was 5 o'clock, and there wasn't so much as a phone call from the girl since I'd left her apartment 1 week ago. At this point, I half expected the contract I'd given her to make the 5 o'clock news. Strangely, I was less concerned with that than the way the memory of her mouth seemed to cling to my every waking thought. All week, my mind kept trailing back to Simone standing in her kitchen, her nose dappled with flour, mouth open and swollen from that ill-advised kiss, looking adorably flummoxed by my offer. I couldn't blame her for her silence, of course. I still couldn't believe I'd actually had the stones to leave it with her. So many things could go wrong. The itch to check the tabloids was almost unbearable. "Big brother? Hey, asshole, want to weigh in here?" "Brendan!" With a heavy sigh, I turned back to the table. 8 pairs of eyes were trained on me. "Say that again," I directed whoever had just been speaking. I didn't know, nor did I care. "Christ!" Ronan's eyes blazed from a few seats down. "Need a little break to do some soul-searching over there, big brother? You can backpack across Europe if you want to, or maybe go do some fucking yoga. Would serve us better than being ignored." I scowled. "What is that supposed to mean?" Ronan gave one of his patented devil-may-care shrugs. "I don't know. Do you even want to be CEO? Or should the rest of us be putting our hats in the ring, too?" It was meant as a joke, but I could hear the intent behind it, and so could everyone else at the table, judging by the way they all tensed. Beneath his humor lurked teeth as sharp as any of ours. Ronan was just another shark circling the water, waiting for the scent of blood. Never doubt it. I stared at him for 5 long seconds until he looked away. The others looked away. Owen cleared his throat. "As I was saying, we should put the Ventnor acquisition up for a vote tomorrow after the interim CEO decision." I started pacing at the head of the table. "No, pushing new risky acquisitions isn't a good idea right now. Leave Ventnor for the next scheduled board meeting after things calm down." "But that's 3 fucking months from now. I've been working this deal for years, and it could fall apart." Shay shook her head at Owen.
"Oh, my God, don't poke the bear."
Owen just dug his heels in deeper. I would have bet 10 million it was because I was saying no. "I think we should vote sooner rather than later, before the board even considers saying no." "The answer's no. It's just common sense." I turned to Joe Keffler, a vice president and investment officer who had been Dad's money manager for the last 40 years. "Joe, you agree with me, don't you?"
"I do. If anything, we should be trimming the fat, adopting more austere measures until Niall's back so that shareholders don't scare."
"Measures like what?" Owen's tone was bordering on nasty. The guy always had the spoil for a fight. Like we were still kids forced to spar in the backyard.
"Seriously, don't bother," Ronan muttered. "He's got the old guys on his side now."
Keffler, however, kept going like my brothers and I weren't engaging in our daily power struggle. "The luxury food sector of Blackguard has a lot of potential for cutbacks, but the most obvious deadweight is in the property. We're losing millions on taxes alone." "Real estate is my division, not Joe's," Owen cut in, his voice sharpened like a weapon. "Plans have already been drawn up for 4 different luxury developments under the Ventnor brand, 2 in the Catskills, 1 in Maine, another in Vermont. We're creating a whole new form of ecotourism for the Northeast. You have to think beyond the next quarter." "Is all that property secured?" I asked. "That was an issue the last time you wanted us to vote." Owen looked uneasy.
"Most. The rest, we bought a bunch of bad mortgages. But that's the whole point of this acquisition. We buy the mortgages and then
"Evict the owners if they don't do what we want with the land," I interrupted. Shay looked genuinely shocked.
"Do we really do that? Evict, like, families and stuff just to make money?" "Welcome to reality, Pollyanna.
Ronan patted her on the head like a child. I didn't even bother to answer her. Shay only attended board meetings when she was forced to vote. I didn't think she'd ever come to one of these non-voting meetings, but since seeing Dad in the hospital, she'd renewed her quest to become his princess again. It wouldn't last. It never did. Dad signed off on it, Owen pointed out, just like he has signed off on every other expansion of this project. This has been in the works for years, Brendan. That's irrelevant. I stopped pacing and braced my hands on the back of my chair. The time to prove yourself is over. It didn't work. Time to move on. You'll have another chance to prove yourself. Owen's face flushed the approximate color of one of the red brick buildings circling Copley Square. How fucking dare you? Besides, Dad has only signed off on selling mortgages, not assuming debt. I straightened and started a lap around the table. I would be shocked if he knows you want to turn us into slumlords. I don't want to turn us into... I turned to Liza before he could finish. What can we lose quickly? Something that will appease the board, but won't look too bad on the bottom line. I don't want to take a hit on the market when this falls through. Liza tapped away on her computer. Off the top of my head, investments in the cheese, wool, and syrup pipelines in New England haven't been panning out. Some in New Hampshire and Connecticut, but mostly in Vermont. Farms that are just sitting there while we wait to see if they're going to produce anything. But we just made those investments last year, Owen exploded. It's too early to abandon ship. Or did you forget that luxury goods take time to make despite being in the fucking business of luxury? I don't give a shit if we make a profit on cutting grass as long as it benefits shareholders. Project time is over, Owen. Your plans need to work or they're toast. I turned back to Liza. What do you recommend, sell or evict? Liza tipped her head back and forth. We could just consolidate. Sell the less profitable farms to the ones that are already profitable. Trim workers instead of assets. It won't affect our total holdings, but it would increase our profit margins in the short term. Owen looked like he was about to erupt. That literally defeats the whole concept of the small luxury travel niche we are trying to promote. It's the entire brand identity of the project. I didn't bother to respond. Liza, draw up the contracts and give me a list of properties marked for consolidation, and we'll sell them in bulk. Instead of finishing Vintnor, see if there's any other developers willing to bite on the assets of the plans. That should make the shareholders happy. The people in the room that I was related to didn't look the slightest bit happy. Everyone else seemed to think it was a good idea, though, so my siblings could fuck off. As heads of their own divisions, they were generally only concerned with their personal projects, not the company as a whole. That was my job now, or would be come Wednesday, especially if Simone came through. Fuck, I had to stop thinking about her. I already have that list, Liam called out from the end of the table, where he sat with the other lawyers. After he finished law school, Liza had lobbied for her son to work in the legal department. And after almost 10 years at Blackguard, this was his first executive meeting. He slid the document to me, and I paged through the list. Jesus, Owen had accumulated quite a hoard. Farms mostly, commercial buildings, some properties that included bed and breakfasts or artisanal operations. Like my own family business, they represented the blood, sweat, and tears of generations, and most combined people's homes with their livelihoods. This decision would ruin lives while making a few people very, very rich. In school, students generally learn that the social contract basically means sacrificing a few things for the public good. A bit of liberty, an occasional life, a small surrender for the benefit of many. What they don't learn is that reality usually benefits a slim minority at the cost of nearly everyone else. I ignored a weight in the pit of my stomach as I scanned the number of farms that seemed destined for foreclosure. I could try to be fair but ruthless. What's the deal with Maple Acres? They're a syrup company, Liam said. Lots of corn and sugar.
Not the best business model, and their profits have been plummeting for the last several years. They're behind on their mortgage and have gotten several extensions.
The land is fallow, Owen bit out. I wanted to develop it years ago. It's 2 miles outside of Burlington, which needs more multifamily housing. I pointed to another. What about Dandelion Farm? They have a lot of acreage, too.
Yeah, family-run dairy, owned by, I think, 6 generations of the same family, Liam supplied. Had a solid following in the 80s and 90s, but they've been going through it since the turn of the millennium. They were already close to bankruptcy before we bought the mortgage.
Bought the mortgage, I muttered to myself as I continued to flip through page after page of bad real estate. We're a holding company, not a fucking bank. When did we get in the business of helping out farms of all goddamn things?
I believe that was my contribution, Ronan piped up with a grin. Legalizing pot was the best thing we ever got behind in Vermont, and Dad thought it was a waste of my time. You made recreational pot legal? Shay wondered. Wouldn't you like to know? Ronan purred. I would, actually. I didn't know we had that much power. Oh, you sweet summer child. Ronan patted her atop the head like a puppy. Come to the table more than once every 3 months, and I'm sure Daddy will set you up with your own politicians to corrupt for your pet projects. You can't do worse than Owen's done with his today.
Shut the fuck up, Owen snapped. It was true. Once the 4 of us had joined the company, Dad had given us all projects and eventually real capital to invest as a way of testing our instincts. Some of us had been more successful than others. I went the route of pharmaceuticals, which had been particularly successful when one of our companies got on the ground floor of GLP-1s. Ronan had explored the liquor, tobacco, and, yes, marijuana markets. His sector had done increasingly well as more states had moved to legalize weed. Shay was barely getting started out in Silicon Valley. Meanwhile, Owen had dabbled in a few different sectors, none of which had been overwhelmingly successful, but nothing that was a direct failure either. I imagined he'd been hoping this ecotourism venture would finally get him the recognition he wanted, or the position he so clearly sought. Right now, however, he was seething.
Don't worry, bro.
Owen bared his teeth at Owen with a sharkish grin.
It's only, your 4th try to prove yourself to Pops? You'll get it one of those days.
Liza, I cut in before Owen decided to launch himself across the table at Ronan. What's the next order of business? The meeting went on, without making a final decision about which properties to offload. But I asked Liza to stay behind as everyone packed up their things. These are all the bad mortgages? I asked her, holding up the document she left on the table. With a glance toward where Owen was hovering outside the room, just out of earshot, she nodded.
Most of them are either close to or already in default, yes.
It was time to be decisive. Dump them. From the other side of the glass, my brother watched me like a hawk.
If you do this, you're going to make some enemies.
My CFO looked uncertain as she glanced between Owen and me. I need to look at the whole picture, not just one part of it all. And shareholders need austerity right now, not massive risks. Now isn't the time for risking that much on consolidation and building a neo-telluride in the middle of Vermont. I nodded toward him, then turned my back. Dump them. We're done for today. 15 minutes later, I was going through Liza's financial reports when I was interrupted by the buzzer at my desk.
Mr. Black, there's a young woman here to see you. She says her name is Simone Bishop.
I sat up straight, adjusted my tie, suddenly felt like a middle school boy. Get it the fuck together, Black. Send her in. I adjusted my tie again before the door opened. Simone looked smaller than I remembered as she stepped into my office. Small, but still gorgeous. Seeing her now didn't quite cast the same spell as it had when she'd opened the door to her apartment while covered in flour, but I had a feeling that had less to do with her and more to do with the office. There was no magic in this place, just the cold logic needed to run an empire. She was dressed in clothes more suited to a student than a socialite. Jeans, worn sneakers, and a toggled blue jacket that was fraying on the elbows and hems. Her blonde hair was tied back again, but several pieces had come loose, golden strands framing her face. Vaguely, I wondered what it would look like if I took it down, if it felt as soft as it looked woven around my fingers. Or pulled. She took in my office, which was larger than her apartment and filled with more expensive furnishings than her entire building, thanks to my designer. Through the windows was the same expansive view as the conference room. She stared toward Back Bay, seemingly unaware of my presence as I strode around her to close the door. The gentle click of the latch seemed to pull her out of her daze. "Oh!" She bumped into my chest, then jumped back like a scared rabbit. I returned to my desk, but sat against the front of it, putting us eye to eye as she approached. Try not to look so terrified. I pressed the button that fogged the glass walls for privacy, but she still didn't seem to relax. Seriously, I tried again. There are about 45 people staring at this office right now, wondering why a pretty girl in jeans just walked into my office and why I was fucking smiling when I saw her, since that is pretty much something I never do if I can help it. At that, she finally cracked her own small grin that my mother might have called cheeky. It was fucking adorable. "That's better," I said. "You do smile. I've seen it at least 5 times now." Her eyes blinked with kindness I was starting to suspect was uniquely solely hers. "You look better when you smile, you know." I thought that was something idiotic men say to women. "You should smile more, sweetheart." Should I be offended? That cheeky grin broadened. "Just an observation. It doesn't matter, I guess, what I think of how you look." Or maybe what you think matters more than anyone. The idea sprinted through my mind before I mentally threw it out the window. After all, why should I care what she thought of me? "Besides," she continued, "given what's written here, I think it's better if I try not to care about that at all." I watched as she pulled a wrinkled wad of papers from her coat pocket. The familiar words, "Contract of Pseudo-Engagement," were typed across the top. Immediately, I grabbed the document and set it face down on the desk behind me. Yes, the windows were fogged, but who knew who might walk in? "Does this mean what I think it means?" I asked. "You being here? Is that contract signed?" My heart gave 1, 2, then a third hard thump in my chest, like I wasn't waiting on the answer to a fake proposal, but an honest-to-God real one. Simone bit her lip. My gaze zeroed in on it like a hawk on its prey. Christ, I was going to have to write that into the document. No biting your lip unless you want me to bite it for you. Simone looked around the office one more time, took a deep breath before speaking with a voice that shook. "Pending a counteroffer, I accept. For the next 4 months, I will be your fake fiancé." "So that's a yes?" Slowly, she nodded. It is." Sudden joy throbbed in my chest and surprised me to my core. This time, my grin wasn't faked for viewers. It was so real and so broad, my face hurt. I reached into the inside pocket of my jacket. "Good. Shall we make it official?"
15. Negotiations. Simone. The box was small and blue. It was giving me a strange sense of déjà vu, despite the fact that I had never seen a ring like that in my life, much less been proposed to. The diamond was simple and square, and roughly the size of a baseball. Between that and the platinum band curling with delicate filigree engraving,
It certainly wasn't a ring for a small-town girl and part-time baker. It was a ring for a princess, someone who would be a queen to Brendan's future king for always, not just a few months. The man himself glanced around at the blurred faces beyond the frosted glass, then set a foot back and started a slow descent to the ground.
Oh my God, no!
I rushed forward before he made it more than a few inches, closed my hands around the open box, and shoved it back into his chest. Confusion muddled Brendan's dark eyes, maybe even a little hurt.
Did I miss something?
I almost said I couldn't do it before I realized what was on the line.
A counteroffer! I said I had a counteroffer.
One dark brow lifted. I wondered if he knew how adorable he was when mystified. Something told me it didn't happen very often.
A negotiation?
Those eyes sharpened. He almost looked happy to hear it. Nervously, I nodded and shoved my hands into the pockets of my jacket before I gave in to the urge to chew on my fingernails. Immaculate grooming probably didn't include torn cuticles. He tucked the ring back into his jacket before rounding his desk and taking a seat. With one hand, he gestured that I should sit down in one of the sleek chrome chairs.
I'm listening.
It wasn't a request, more like an observation with the assumption that those around him would act to meet his needs without even needing a prompt. I wondered if his entire life was that way, if things just came to him because he knew they would. How nice must that be? I swallowed and pulled my hands out of my coat to clasp them on my lap as I sat. I want twice the amount you offered. That brow lifted again. I wanted to kiss it. No, that wasn't going to work at all. I could not be entertaining fantasies about Brendan Black if I was going to be his in a professional fashion. Boundaries were essential. So I turned toward the window, toward the panorama of the city that so clearly belonged to men like him, not underlings like me. The thought, the injustice, hardened my resolve. Yes, twice. He examined me for a moment, like he thought something might reveal itself in those two simple words. But to my surprise, he scratched something onto the contract.
Done.
$10 million. But instead of fainting, I decided to try my luck some more. I want all of it up front, too.
That's hardly fair.
This time, his expression was decidedly droll. It made me want to kiss him even more.
With $10 million up front, what's keeping you from leaving? There would be no reason for you to stay.
I shrugged, like he didn't affect me at all. I know, but I don't know you. What if you change your mind and I'm left looking like a heartbroken idiot?
I don't know you either. What if you take the money and run, and leave me looking like an idiot?
He didn't, I noticed, say heartbroken. I had a feeling Brendan Black wasn't even capable of a broken heart. But you need me. I don't need you. It was a lie, but a necessary one. The stakes aren't exactly equal. If I'm humiliated, I won't be able to go anywhere. I'll lose my job.
You won't have your job. Per the contract, you'll have to quit the bar and take leave from the hospital to do this. And considering how much I'm paying you, you won't have to go back.
That's not going to work. Even if I were your real fiancé, I wouldn't just abandon my entire life to follow you around like a puppy. The sharpness of my tone clearly surprised him. It certainly surprised me. Where was this courage coming from?
And yet, that's exactly what I'm paying you to do.
Brendan's teeth suddenly seemed very canine. Even so, I held my ground. The hospital isn't work, and you know why I do it. This time, he was the one to break our stare off to look out the window himself. Internally, I punched the air.
Women who date men like me take on a certain amount of risk. My family, my money, makes me a target. And so, becoming my fiancé will make you a target as well.
Target for what?
Threats, kidnapping. As the love of my life, you'd be worth millions in ransom. Billions.
There was a twinge in my chest, not at the idea of being kidnapped, but at Brendan calling me the love of his life, even if it was just pretend. I sighed. So, I won't be allowed out of your apartment for 4 months? No, but you won't be serving drunks at 2 a.m. anymore. I'll think about the hospital. If you do it, you'll have to schedule your hours around my schedule and bring security with you. Another shrug as he seemed considerate. The good PR would be worth the extra hassle. He didn't have to say the obvious, that his family and their company had been making headlines as his father's illness put them all under the microscope. My preemptive Google search had revealed at least that much. Brendan's life in particular was being examined. People all over the world were debating his suitability to lead the world's largest holding company, according to Wikipedia. Hence this entire charade. Half up front, then. I pressed. His head cocked, and a smile played across that broad mouth. A counteroffer. I nodded. You said 10%. I want half. I have people counting on me. Call me crazy, but I think 10% of 10 million is still more than you'd make in a lifetime of baking bread. I swallowed. He wasn't wrong, obviously, but this conversation had become about much more than the matter of payment. It was about respect. Another gleam in Brendan's eye told me there was a right move and a wrong move. I just had to know which one. I dug my heels in. Half, or I walk. The gleam turned into something almost like approval as he sat forward to write something else onto the contract. Done. I'll need your bank information for the wire transfer, but it will be in your account by the end of the day. My hands were shaking. $5 million would be mine by the end of the day. It wasn't quite enough to save everything. Selena would be fine, but it didn't even come close to covering the debts against the dairy. Still, it would make a dent and hopefully stave off the worst of Dad's creditors. I could hardly believe my luck. One more thing, I forced myself to say, as Brendan turned the contract back to me to sign. He paused, that frown returning. Yes. I took a deep breath and expelled it. Why was this so hard? I need a lawyer. A good one. Maybe two. Someone who is familiar with Vermont tax law to help get my family's farm in order, and someone else who deals with child custody. Once again, Brendan sat back in his chair, hands folded over his chest like a magistrate. Are you adopting a child I don't know about? I shook my head. That's none of your business. It is if we're getting married. Is it your niece? The one I sent the nanny for? For some reason, his presumption made me bristle. It was one thing to dictate my life for this contract. It was another entirely to even begin extending that influence over Kylie. We're not actually getting married, I told him, which means you only have to know basic things about me, not the people I care about. Brendan worried his jaw back and forth, looking like he wanted to argue the point. I had a feeling he wasn't used to being told to keep his rich, perfectly crooked nose out of other people's business. Or maybe he just enjoyed a good fight. Either way, Kylie deserved all the protection I could give her. At last, he gave a slow nod. Fine. I'll have my assistant reach out to a few family law and tax attorneys. I exhaled with relief. Okay, good. But, Simone? When I looked up, his eyes had turned to steel. When it comes to my employees, privacy isn't a right. I don't like secrets, and I don't tolerate them either. It was the first time he had referred to me by what I actually was, rather than what we wanted people to think. The moment I signed that contract, I would no longer be Simone Bishop, poor but reasonably happy bartender, volunteer, and part-time baker. I'd be Brendan Black's fake fiancé, employee, practically his property. This time, his eyes held mine, unwilling to release me from that strange thrall until I nodded. I understand. Good. Now, I have to ask, did you actually read the contract completely, or did you just stop at the payment terms? Something akin to fear, but far more pleasant, skittered down my spine. I read the entire thing. He glanced down at the wrinkled papers with a wry smile. I thought so. Any other questions? No. Not even on the physical intimacy clause? No. It was a lie. I had 1,000 questions, particularly about the sections outlining my personal hygiene or intimacy requirements. But after doubling my fee from what he'd first proposed, I didn't think it would be wise to press him on those things, too. It was just a kiss or two, a fondle over the clothes, nothing untoward, Nothing that would bother me, even if I wanted it to. I'll do my best. I barely managed to bite back my stammer. Just communicate with me if I'm not meeting your needs. Brendan's eyes seemed to glow at the last word. Oh, I will. And you, the same. I don't ever want you to be uncomfortable. I hardly think this will be comfortable. I drummed nervous fingers on his desk. His palms landed atop my knuckles with surprising heaviness. I promise to make it as easy as possible for both of us. His hand was so large and warm, I couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like elsewhere. I took mine back. If you don't mind. Brendan turned the now edited contract to face me and flipped to the last page, where the line above my printed name still awaited my signature. I picked up one of the fancy black pens on his desk and hovered it over the line. Then, before I lost my nerve, I signed my name with a flourish and turned the contract back to him. He followed suit, then placed it in a drawer, which immediately locked after he closed it. Thank you, he said with a smile that suddenly lit up the entire office. He stood and pressed the button that changed the glass walls back to transparent. I gawked as he straightened his lapels, then rounded the desk as he once again reached into his jacket pocket. But it wasn't until he rotated my chair toward him and sank to one knee that I realized what was happening. You're doing this now? We have an audience now, Angel. It's time for your first shift. So smile and try your best to look overjoyed when you agree to marry me. Some of the last rays of sunlight falling over the city caught on the facets of the diamond, sending rainbows scattering around the room. I honest to God gasped. It was beautiful before, but now the ring was blinding. That's good, he said. Engagements are supposed to be surprising. Now, Simone Bishop, will you please do me the honor of becoming my beloved bride? So many thoughts flew through my head. How could my finger even hold that ring up? Why did he have it waiting in his pocket to whip out at a moment's notice? How in God's name are we going to pull this off? You need to say something, Angel. Brendan spoke through his teeth. They're watching. Beyond the glass walls, everyone had stopped moving. More than one were standing up from their cubicles, and several others were watching from a neighboring conference room. 3 of them identifiable as Brendan's siblings. Everyone wanted to see the spectacle of Brendan Black on his knees, apparently proposing to a perfect stranger. This was it, the first test. I couldn't bomb right out of the gate. As if caught in a trance, I found myself leaning forward to take the ring. The moment the delicate band fit around my ring finger, like it had been perfectly designed for it, something in me clicked. I sprang from my chair and into Brendan's arms, allowing him to pick me up and whirl me around as my response leapt from my chest. Yes, yes, yes! I shouted, blinking back sudden tears. Over what? That this wasn't real? Or that a tiny part of me sort of wished it were? I honestly wasn't sure, but shock lent itself well to my new job as an actress. Brendan set me back on my feet, then cupped my face between his hands, adoration appearing on those stern features, like a freshly drawn sketch. His thumbs traced my cheeks, back and forth. You're doing great, he murmured. Keep it up while I kiss you. Before I could respond, his lips covered mine, warm and wet and soft. Just as quickly, I found myself kissing him back, tongue meeting tongue, a connection through this strange charade. I didn't need to count the seconds to know the kiss lasted exactly 10. Why, then, did it feel like something had been taken from me when he stepped away? Brendan grabbed my hand and led me from the office into a crowd of onlookers. Everyone, this won't come as a surprise now, but I'm delighted to announce this beautiful woman has just agreed to be my wife. Please meet Simone Bishop, my fiancée. Cheers and chants broke out as people swept toward us, though most stepped aside for his siblings. I remembered them from the hospital. The woman and one of the men had dark hair tinted with red and similar coloring to Brendan, while the other man had hair and an expression to match his last name. Congrats, brother. The black-haired man shook Brendan's hand like everyone else, But when he spoke, ice tipped every word.
"Simone, it's lovely to meet you."
His lips were cold as they brushed my cheek.
"Simone, this is Owen," Brendan said. "And this is my other brother, Ronan, and my sister, Shay."
I accepted perfunctory kisses and congratulations from the other black siblings, both of whom were looking at me like I was a snake with two heads. I didn't blame them. Obviously, this was a surprise. Of course it was, since I'd only met my fiancé a few weeks ago.
"Charmed,"
said Ronan, whose slicked hairstyle couldn't quite tame the curl in his hair, and the humor in his expression his siblings didn't appear to share.
"Candy striper, right?"
I blinked at Brendan, who just chuckled as he pulled me closer.
"That's right."
Ronan smiled in a way that didn't entirely meet his eyes. I was frankly shocked any of them recognized me. Brendan was the only one of their family members I'd actually spoken to besides their dad, and none of them had been paying attention. Ronan was smart. That much was already apparent. And the others were catching on quickly. "Welcome to the family." Shay reached out a manicured hand to shake mine. Diamonds twinkled on a bracelet on her wrist, and her lips curved into a mischievous red smile. Owen, however, was still watching me with a barely hidden sneer that sent goosebumps racing up my back.
"What an unexpected addition."
That cold, knife-sharp gaze turned to Brendan.
"Dad will be thrilled."
Brendan drew me closer. I wasn't entirely disappointed to be there, protected by his imposing frame. He kissed the top of my head and slipped a hand around my nape.
"Dad likes anything special, and Simone is priceless. He couldn't ask for a better daughter-in-law."
All three siblings turned with speculative looks that made me feel like a perp walking into a lineup, not their brother's newly betrothed. Brendan brushed his lips against my ear.
"I knew you'd be perfect."
I looked up. Perfect what? His smile was blinding.
"A perfect fiancé."
As he turned away to accept more congratulations, doubt stabbed through every smile I was forced to make. A perfect fiancé? No, a perfect fake fiancé. And with his family looking at me like I was a puzzle they were dying to solve, a challenge they were ready to conquer. God, I hoped he was right. 16. A wake-up call. Simone. Rap, rap, rap. Rap, rap, rap. Rap, rap, rap. A woodpecker was outside my door, or maybe a malfunctioning clock. Whatever it was loud and insistent. It took me several minutes to realize I wasn't actually a contestant on the Great British Bake Off, but still in my apartment while someone else wanted in. Rap, 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 rap. Oh my God. I shoved myself out of bed and checked my phone for the time, then stumbled toward the door while pulling on my favorite pink bathrobe. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Lee. I asked you not to come around collecting rent this early. Oh! I opened the door to find not my 72-year-old landlord, but a brusque woman of maybe 55 tapped the toe of her no-nonsense pump. Miss Bishop? She touched the edge of her librarian glasses and looked me over. Yes? I was never exactly sure of who I was before coffee. I'm Ruth Delgado, executive assistant to Brendan Black. She held up a to-go cup. Hazelnut latte? We have a lot to do. Immediately, I loved her. Well, if you have to wake someone up, you know how to do it. How did you know what I like? It's my job to know. Her pumps clipped across the battered wood floor as I accepted the latte and let her in. So, what are we taking with us? Quickly, I swallowed. Taking what, where? It's moving day, hon, though I don't know how much of this you'll need. Moving day? But I just signed, Brendan and I just got engaged 6 days ago. The words felt thick on my tongue, like my mouth had been stuffed with cotton balls, just like they had every other time I'd practiced saying them to myself in the mirror while trying to figure out how I was going to lie to the people in my life for the next 4 months. More than once, I'd tried to pick up the phone to call my dad and tell him the news. Let Selena, who had gone back to Rhode Island for the rest of her and Kylie's things, know the money she needed was in my account. I'd gotten as far as quitting my job at Fez, calling in sick at the hospital the day after Brendan proposed, and spending the rest of the weekend and a good portion of this week perfecting my sourdough cinnamon rolls so I wouldn't have to think about anything else. They'd sold out at Cavalier in 2 hours yesterday. Lincoln said they were my best batch yet. "Mr. Black's schedule is very exact," Ruth said, as if my confusion had no bearing on the situation. "The stylist will be here in," she checked her watch, "an hour to prepare you for your first photo op. We have until then to mark everything that needs to travel with you to the penthouse. I'll have the rest sent to storage." This time, I gulped down the coffee so quickly I burned my tongue. "Stylist? Photo op?" "Yes, I'm supposed to bring you over to the Blackguard offices during lunchtime, and then you and Mr. Black can be photographed exiting the building together and again in front of his building for your official move-in." When I didn't answer, she looked up from her survey of my apartment to find me staring at her like she'd grown 3 heads. A kind expression passed over her face. "Didn't you and Mr. Black discuss any of this? It wouldn't be the first time he assumed people know what he wants." I opened my mouth to agree with her, but realized I couldn't. "We did. Sort of. I just wasn't expecting it to happen so soon." I rubbed a hand over my face and realized too late that it was the hand that should be wearing my fake engagement ring, and wasn't. The hand that Ruth was eyeing with that same sharp-eyed expression. I fought not to hide it behind my back like a guilty thief. "I take the ring off to sleep." I'm sure you're just getting used to it. But you might want to put it on before leaving. Otherwise, people might think something they shouldn't." I nodded when she didn't push for more of an explanation. "Finish your coffee and get ready for the day." She set her black shoulder bag on the counter and took out an iPad bearing a neatly written to-do list. "I'll start with inventory." When I emerged from the bathroom, showered and dressed in my favorite old jeans and a vintage Jim Croce t-shirt, Ruth had already brewed another pot of coffee, compiled a list on her iPad of everything in my kitchen, and was now ticking off items in the living room half of the apartment. The dove hopped onto it, and Peter lifted it to his shoulder, which the bird happily jumped onto. I sat at the kitchen table with a second cup of coffee and thumbed through my phone, looking for messages from Brendan. Anything to explain what was happening today. After accepting the good wishes of his staff last Friday and the dubious gazes of his brothers, he had escorted me to the elevator, kissed me on the cheek in front of the receptionist, and murmured in my ear that he would be in touch. A town car was waiting for me on the curb to take me back to Jamaica Plain. That was the last time I had heard from him directly. He had, however, done everything he said he would do. The money had arrived in my account by the time I'd fallen asleep that night. A curt email bearing the names of several tax and family law attorneys, along with some financial planners I hadn't asked for, had landed in my inbox. Brendan, however, hadn't so much as texted. I still hadn't spent a penny other than to transfer the money Selena needed into her bank account. I hadn't even called my dad, knowing that if I told him I suddenly had enough cash to stave off his creditors and hire much-needed staff for the dairy, he would want to know where it came from. Instead, I kept checking my account balance, mesmerized by the number of commas in the number. It hadn't seemed real. It still didn't seem real. Not until this woman, whose picture was probably next to the word competence in the dictionary, showed up at my front door. "Nothing in your kitchen looked particularly sentimental." Ruth appeared at the table, pulling me out of my daze. "Anything you really need, I'll have stocked in Mr. Black's kitchen." I frowned. Can't we just bring it all? Why make him spend more money than he has to? Ruth looked dubiously at the frying pan I'd picked up on Marketplace for $10. It was a Le Creuset knockoff, and the enamel was starting to crack through the center. "He won't mind," was all she said as she hung the pan back on the rack. "Unless you have something of personal value." "I do, actually. That cast-iron loaf pan with the flower handles. It was my mom's." "Understood." She ticked off a box on her spreadsheet, then crossed through and back to the area containing my bed, the tiny sofa, and the armoire holding my clothes. "You'll have a new wardrobe shortly, but I can pack an overnight bag for the next few days from what you have here." She opened the door of the armoire, Anything you want particularly? I frowned. Just an overnight bag? But I'm moving. Ruth gave me that look again. Yes, but where you're going, I don't think you'll need these. She pulled out a pair of torn corduroys I'd been wearing since I was 14, wrinkled her nose, and pushed them right back in. I glared at my hands, then pulled out my phone while Ruth continued to move around the apartment, marking down things I would apparently be permitted to take to Brendan's penthouse. My favorite book, yes. A moth-eaten wool sweater, no. I was done waiting for Mr. Too Busy to text me. A lady is at my house nixing everything I own. Know anything about that? To my surprise, his answer was almost instantaneous. Brendan. Good morning. That's Ruth, my assistant. Yes, she mentioned that. She also mentioned that I am apparently moving to your house today and need to be ready for some kind of photo op. I sighed as I typed the words. What even was a photo op? Was it a professional photo shoot meant for an engagement announcement? Or something equally ridiculous only rich people did? Was it play acting for paparazzi and reporters, where I was supposed to smile for the cameras? Where were these photos even going to be published? Brendan. The news leaked to the press a bit sooner than I anticipated, so we're getting ahead of it. What does that mean? Brendan. Ruth should have explained that to you. An official engagement announcement has been sent to the Globe. We'll need to do an interview, but today, just being seen together should counter the rumors with our truth. Our truth? Not the truth. The difference was subtle, but I knew exactly what he meant. This relationship was anything but true. Still, something else was bugging me. Which rumors? I stared at the floating dots for a minute or so, until only a link preview appeared in the chat box. The headline from the Herald was enough. Talk about good health care. Boston candy striper seen canoodling with the Black Prince. I cringed. Anxiety washed over me as I clicked on the article. A few paragraphs about the fact that Brendan and I had met at Mass General and were later seen kissing at his office. It was vague enough that neither of us would be able to place who exactly was the source that had given the story to the Herald, but whoever it was had no interest in calling me his betrothed. I knew my life was about to change, but it was all going so quickly. I needed everything to slow down, just so I could breathe. Maybe perfect another pastry recipe or two to clear my head. I can't move today. I haven't even told my family yet. I need some more time, please. The 3 moving dots floated on my screen for a solid 5 minutes before a reply appeared. Brendan. You signed a contract. Whenever I need. And you've had a week. Well, what did I expect? Flowers, hearts, basic gratitude or consideration? If I needed a reminder not to get emotionally involved in whatever this was, his text was the splash of cold water I needed. That said, the contract had not said anything about whenever. It had said I was to have a relationship with him, not be his personal handmaid. I had a life. I still had a job, even if it was just a volunteer position. I wasn't going to let a bossy, domineering, admittedly gorgeous bully tell me what I could do with every moment of every day. Not even for $10 million. Brendan. Put your ring on before you leave. Are you kidding? I gaped at the text, then at Ruth, who was happily rifling through my cookbook collection. The traitor. She must have texted him. It was the last straw. I finished my coffee and cleaned my mug, then went to change into scrubs. I didn't officially have a shift today, but I was sure they could find a place for me. I certainly wasn't going to stay here. This bracelet is quite nice. Ruth was busy sifting through my mother's jewelry box. I think we could... Oh! Her eyes popped wide open when she saw me emerge from the bathroom. What are you wearing? I looked down at the green pants and a white top covered in oversized strawberries. Scrubs? I wear them during my shifts at Mass Gen. But we discussed this. You can't be going to work today because you have the photo op scheduled with Mr. Black. She checked her watch. Kate Zola will be here in 45 minutes to get you ready. I shook my head. I'm sorry, I won't be available for Kate Zola or the photo op, and usually I'm scheduled several days a week at the hospital. I won't be available any afternoons on Mondays, Wednesdays, or Fridays. But... Ruth was starting to sound like my dad's tractor when it wouldn't start. But what will Mr. Black say? You'll have to find out when you see him. I shrugged, though worry tickled my spine. Before she could offer any more buts, however, I closed the door on her shocked face and started down the stairs for the exit. My steps were sure, but just like in Brendan's office, I wondered where my sudden courage had come from, or whether it was something this man and his demands brought out of me. I felt good about my decision to leave Brendan's assistant high and dry for 20 whole minutes. By the time I arrived at the hospital, however, guilt had solidified into a tight knot in my belly, and I was mentally writing an apology text to Ruth. After all, it wasn't her fault her boss was a control freak with no communication skills. I'd send it as soon as I got her number from Brendan. Then my entry card was denied, and all of my guilt evaporated. What the heck? I muttered as I turned the card this way and that, trying to see if it would work a different way. What is wrong with this thing today? Nothing worked. Just before I was about to take the card to security to get the thing replaced, the thick steel doors opened, and Joan, the head nurse, walked out of the cardiac wing, clearly on her way for her mid-shift coffee break. Simone, what are you doing here? I'm here for my shift, but my card isn't working. Joan watched as I swiped the card over the security pad. The light flashed red again, not green. Oh, honey. I cringed. Joan was using the same tone I used with Kylie when she kept banging her finger on my remote, looking for another episode of her favorite show after she'd watched them all. Before I could try again, she closed a hand over mine and pushed the card back toward me. The program sent up a new aide this morning. Said you were no longer with them. My mouth fell open. No longer... What? Joan shook her head with obvious pity, though not without confusion. You don't work here anymore, honey. Sounds like your new fiancé needs you, doesn't he? I searched her face for something that would tell me just how aware she was of my new arrangement. God, this was so much harder than I thought. I barely knew these people at the hospital. How was I going to lie to my family and friends when I couldn't even do it with her right now? Congratulations, by the way. She nodded at the gaudy engagement ring I had put on, despite Brendan's stupid reminder. God, it was huge. Blinding, really. So ostentatious and so unlike me. We didn't realize you knew the family, but it makes sense now, how much time you were spending with Mr. Black. He must have really appreciated you being there for him. I tried to summon the kind of bride-to-be bliss that I was being paid ridiculous amounts of money to display. Oh, yes, it was sudden, but meant to be. My smile was broad. My feelings were not. Because how dare he? How dare he? I shrugged, trying to play off my mistake with my ID card. I thought my last day was today. Silly me. Silly no one. Or silly Brendan Black, who was about to be on the receiving end of every frustration I'd endured this morning. Anyway, I didn't quit. I'll have to reduce my hours, but you'll still see me here. This is a mistake. I wasn't about to be forced out of everything important to me, no matter how many millions were headed my way. I pulled my coat closed and adjusted the shoulder strap of my purse, then delivered another smile to Joan. You know, I just realized I'm supposed to be meeting up with my fiancé now. I'll see you later, Joan. Good luck, she called. And congratulations! I waved at her over my shoulder, knowing if I turned, she wouldn't see wedding bells in my eyes, but rage. Brendan had no right to take my job away, contract or no contract. No matter where this courage was coming from, I was going to use it. I hailed a taxi outside the hospital and slid into the back seat. Where to? The driver asked over the tinkling sounds of a Bangra melody. Blackguard headquarters.
17. Everyone's a critic. Brendan. Imposter syndrome is a bitch. A harpy-faced, poison-spewing, spell-casting succubus whose shrieks were deafening as I sat in my father's chair in the Blackguard conference room. In front of me was a document that would potentially change my life forever.
Mr. Black?
Liza sat to my right, her mauve-covered nails tapping lightly on the mahogany wood. She leaned closer and spoke in a lower voice.
Brendan?
Beyond the glass walls, everyone else on the executive floor also observed my paralysis. Assistants peeking over their cubicles, mail couriers pausing mid-documents delivery. Every accountant, janitor, or other random personnel in the building seemed to have gathered outside those windows to watch me put pen to paper. Today, while my father continued his recuperation at home, I was the biggest fish in this giant bowl. The one who, despite the victory this day was supposed to be, felt less like a shark and more like a guppy. The question was, why?
Brendan.
I took a deep breath and gave a firm nod to Liza, then another to the members of the board. My siblings were here, of course, as were the other executive officers. Head counsel showed up from legal, including Liam. Even Cormac Savage, one of the members of the Savage York conglomerate we'd just invested in last year, was here to cast his shadowy gaze over the proceedings. Everyone watched me scribble my signature on the document, enshrining my authority, however temporary, over one of the largest companies in the world. Brendan Black, interim CEO of Blackguard Holding. Fuck me. It is my honor to accept this position, I told everyone. As interim CEO, I will serve our shareholders to the best of my ability. Applause broke out in the room. I flashed the same plastic smile I'd cultivated for years as Niall Black's eldest. As soon as I'd gotten my braces off at 15, I'd started practicing that shit in the mirror. I gestured to Owen on my right. Please, let's also applaud my brother, the new interim COO. We have a big job ahead of us, but I'm confident we can utilize the lessons our father has taught us over the years to make him proud to keep Blackguard moving forward. Owen's smile was considerably more sharkish. No doubt COO was a consolation prize to him. I wish he could have been here today. But yes, my brother and I will do our best to honor him.
Or honor yourselves,
Ronan muttered to Liam while he mimed a quick hand job.
Fuck off,
I mouthed. Ronan grinned.
We're happy to have you both,
Liza said, standing up after I did. Everyone else followed suit. The board meeting was concluded, and at this point, they were all eager to leave. Thank you. I buttoned my suit jacket, a move I'd seen my father make 100 times before to signal the meeting had ended. After I accepted the perfunctory handshakes and congratulations, some genuine, some clearly false, as the vote had only narrowly been in my favor, the room cleared, leaving me with my siblings, Liam and Liza. I took my first full breath of the day.
I suppose if I don't congratulate you both, that makes me an asshole.
Ronan nudged Shay in the ribs.
Aren't you just so proud of your big brother, Shay? Just waiting for you all to screw it up so I can clean it up when Daddy's better.
Shay sounded purposefully bored as she flipped her hair over one shoulder and studied her nails.
Congrats, Bren.
Liam reached out with a handshake.
You earned it, bro. You too, Owen.
Owen bared his teeth again and folded his arms.
Poor Owen, always a bridesmaid, never a bride, Ronan snarked. If you'd rather go back to playing Mr. Monopoly, I'm happy to take your spot. I'll even get you a top hat.
Shut it, Owen cut back. Liza turned to me as she gathered her things.
Brendan, you need to hit the ground running. Did you get the agenda for tomorrow?
I looked out where people were scurrying around Copley Square like ants are waiting to be squashed. I did.
Good, because it's a lot. And Cormac Savage wants a meeting to discuss negotiations with Prada for acquisition.
She continued while I kept facing the glass. It was easy to imagine jumping out this window to join the people below. Fly away, maybe, where no one could find me. This is what I wanted, wasn't it? This was what I'd worked for my whole life. But not like this, a voice whispered inside my head. Nothing about this was permanent. If anything, as interim CEO, I'd be under the microscope more than ever. Any little mistake would be a reason to doubt me when the real question of succession arose.
You can do it, though.
Another voice floated through my head, a distinctly female one that had been running through my brain for the last few weeks, along with that hum she'd made when I kissed her and the pillowy texture of her lips. Simone had already proven to be the key to this venture. At least 2 voting members of the board had switched to my side when they learned I was settling down. A few more would probably support me as a permanent replacement once they saw my personal life as permanent too. I found myself searching the people below for her bright hair, despite the fact that I wasn't expecting her until much later. I decided not to examine why exactly. That prospect currently felt more exciting than the title I'd just gained, or why I had no clue what Liza had been saying for the last 5 minutes. Fuck.
I'm assuming you saw the article in the Herald?
Ronan asked. I turned from the window. What article? What article? He mimicked.
Don't play dumb. Tall, dark, and antisocial?
Sure.
But idiot savant doesn't suit you.
I grunted. Oh, that one. Yes, Ruth planted it 2 days ago. Ivy Inc. picked it up. How? Owen demanded a little too sharply. No one knows who she is. All of us chuckled. Owen's obsession with figuring out the mysterious identity of the gossip columnist was becoming a family joke. She just sent them a tip, I told him. Nothing to it. Liam had already pulled it up on his phone.
The winds of change are blowing at Blackguard, and rumor has it they're blowing the way of the eldest son, Brendan Black. With the announcement of his nuptials to local do-gooder Simone Bishop, Black seemed primed to take over his father's position as the heir of the world's largest holding company, while the rest of the siblings remain Playboy spares. He looked up. That's honestly kind of poetic. I chuckled, though all 3 of my siblings' expression had turned the color of our name. What? I asked. What do you think I was going to do after getting engaged? You're not telling us that this little marriage you're planning was all for show, are you? Shay asked. Oh my God, my friends will be so relieved. If they're interested in gold digging, you can tell them I have a 24-carat cock ring that's just waiting to be found, Ronan told her. Shay made a face. They want the king, asshole, not the jester. It's a real engagement, I insisted. But I'd be an idiot if I didn't use it to my advantage. Liza couldn't quite hide her approval. Liam looked doubtful. Shay appeared completely confused. I focused everything I had on keeping my face perfectly bland. Owen seethed. Playboy spares? Ronan snorted. If the shoe fits. I held my hands up. I didn't tell them to say that. You have a problem, take it up with the editor. Or the writer. Gossiping hack. Ivy Inc. is the worst, Owen muttered. You could have at least consulted with us first. You make us sound like you're lackeys. Speak for yourself, Mr. COO, Shay asked sweetly. Owen looked like he wanted to smack her. I shrugged. No, I wasn't quoted using that term, but I may have suggested it to Ruth and the publicist who drafted the tip. The more disposable my siblings looked, the more essential I seemed. Was it kind? No. Effective? Probably. But succession was always going to be a bloodbath. Because despite my fears only moments before, the Blacks weren't a family of guppies. We were sharks. All of us. I'd just shown my teeth first. Ronan took the opportunity to pounce in a way only Ronan could. So, what, is she knocked up, is that it? Ronan,
Liza muttered as she shook her head. She is not, I snapped, and I'll thank you to keep that slanderous shit to yourself.
What's the deal, then? She got something on you? A video of her pegging you or something? Seriously, you can tell us.
How much is in the prenup? Owen's voice was even colder than usual. I turned to face him. What? 10 million? 20? Jesus Christ, had he bugged my files? Obviously, she's not doing this out of love, he continued. And considering the longest relationship you've ever had is with your 58-year-old assistant, I don't actually think you're capable of that either. Fuck you very much, I cut in. Despite your disdain for me, brother, I do have some lovable qualities.
Name one,
Ronan said, smirking.
And if you say you dick, you lose.
Fuck you too.
No thanks,
Ronan laughed, shaking his head.
I hope you're at least smashing that ass. The candy striper gig could be legitimately hot. Think you can get her to wear her apron and nothing else?
Don't fucking talk about her like that. The order slipped out more intensely than I intended. They could bash me all they liked. I'd taken it for almost 40 years, so my skin was basically iron. But for some reason, even the hint of an insult lobbed Simone's way made me murderous. I wasn't sure what to make of that. I turned to face them all, meeting their gazes one by one until they looked away. Simone, and you better learn her name, you fucks, and I are getting married. Accept it, and show some basic fucking respect when she comes around. Understood?
And it just so happens to help you get the exact position you wanted? Shay wondered. That's convenient.
I clenched my jaw. Apparently it did. Also shut the fuck up. Everyone stared at me, waiting for me to break. I didn't move a muscle. Whatever, Owen said finally. A sudden engagement is hardly a marriage, especially to someone like that. I turned. Someone like what, Owen? We bristled at each other across the room, and I dared him to say what they were all undoubtedly thinking. That out of all the choices I had for an arranged engagement, why would I choose her? That she was a nobody, a fortune hunter, a harlot looking to trap me. Owen, however, was smart enough not to. His eyes met mine with a cold, hard challenge, taunting me to lose my shit, daring me to give up my secrets. Well, fuck him. Owen always thought he had my number. But he had no idea what I was capable of, especially, I was starting to realize, when it came to the sweet stranger I was supposedly planning to marry.
Mr. Black?
Before either of us officially won the staring match, there was a knock on the conference room door, which then opened as Ruth walked in. I frowned. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be in JP with Simone until this evening. For the first time, maybe ever, my assistant looked unsure.
Yes, sir. Things didn't quite go as expected, and right now, you have a visitor.
I had no idea who that was, but I'd take it just to get out of this dogfight. Apparently I have a meeting. How fucking convenient, Owen muttered.
How much do you want to bet that visitor is his own hand?
Ronan asked Shay and Liam, who couldn't hide their chuckles. I rolled my eyes and turned back to Ruth. Who is it?
It's your fiancée, sir.
Simone was here?
A little afternoon delight, huh?
Ronan started lewdly jerking his hips while imitating porn music.
Miss Bishop is waiting in your office, Ruth pressed. She seems distressed.
I frowned. Distressed? Something in my chest tightened. Did you take care of everything I asked earlier? Impervious to the crude pantomiming going on behind me, she nodded.
Yes, sir. I'll retrieve the envelope from my desk and bring it to your office.
Hey, make sure you don't get jizz on the couch, Ronan called as we left.
I like to sit there sometimes, drink my morning joe, contemplate the meaning of life and all that shit.
You're a prick, Ronan, I replied over my shoulder.
I love you too,
he shouted just before the door swung closed. 18. Shouldn't this come with makeup sex? Brendan. The scent of lilacs and baked goods curled around my nose the moment I walked into my office. Simone was there, pacing back and forth in front of my desk. At the sight of her, my body felt lighter, like an invisible weight had been lifted off my shoulders. Home. There was that word again, foreign and unbidden. Would it always be like this every time I saw her? How could I make it stop? Did I even want to? Her hair was down today. First time I'd seen her wear it like that. It was longer than I'd thought, almost to her waist, hanging in loose, golden waves that bounced as she walked. It was so pretty. I was momentarily distracted from the fact that she was wearing yet another pair of scrubs. This time, the sunglass-wearing fruits were strawberries. I frowned. At this point, the scrubs were fucking offensive. It was like dressing a Greek goddess in toilet paper. Simone. At the sound of my voice, she spun and lost her balance. I rushed forward to catch her, and my hands curved around her tight waist, like our two parts had been molded from each other. My eyes dropped to those lips again. Would it hurt to kiss her again? We were technically engaged. There was an audience outside the door. Assistants, interns, and accountants were watching us, which meant it fell firmly within the contract terms covering public displays of affection. Our eyes met, and the anger flashing through that sky blue made me release her immediately. "What's wrong?" I asked. "What's happening? And what's with the ugly hospital clothes?" "Excuse me?" I swallowed and tried again. "You're later than I expected. Is everything okay?" Her arms folded, and an adorable and irritatingly kissable crease formed between her brows. "Actually, no." Quickly, I rounded my desk and pressed the button for the privacy glass before sitting down. "What's going on? Tell me." My heart started to gallop. A million ideas raced through my head. What if someone had hurt her? What if someone had threatened her? Who was the motherfucker, and how was I going to make them pay for what they had done to— "No, I'm not hurt, but honestly, Brendan, how could you?" Her sharp accusation snapped me out of my spiral. "What? How could I what?" I looked around the room like an answer might be found somewhere in it. "You really don't know?" I braced my hand on my desk so I wouldn't punch the window. I couldn't take the distress in her voice, especially when I had no idea what to do about it. "Simone, I honestly don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but I need you to fill me in before I break something." She huffed, like a very angry baby horse. Like the deepening crease, it was too fucking cute. "Come on, Angel, help me out here." I was going for friendly, but I sounded like an idiot. What's more, I felt like one. Kindness never came naturally to me. Even so, she seemed to melt a little when I tried, and I suspected failed to smile. "There you are," she murmured. "Here I am?" I had no clue what she was talking about. "We done being mad?" She straightened with a shake of her blonde waves. "Not even a little. Well, I can't make it better if I don't know what I did." "My job?" "Your job." "Yes, my job, Brendan. The one you resigned me from without my permission." She shook her head like she still couldn't believe it. Like she was disappointed in me. I honestly couldn't remember the last time anyone was disappointed in me. The feeling was strange and not particularly welcome. "You had someone call and quit for me. Honestly, who quits another person's job for them? Who?" She stamped her foot, but her sneaker didn't make much of a sound in the carpet. The effect added to the unlikely charm of her frustration that only made me want to gather her into my arms and kiss it off her face. What in the actual fuck? Instead, I grabbed my phone. I couldn't start acting like a lovesick idiot, but I could at least be right. "You signed a contract." I scrolled through my messages with Ruth, "and we explicitly discussed that you cannot be serving drunks as my fiancé. Did you forget?"
"I'm not talking about that job. I already turned in my notice at Fez in case you were planning to interfere there as well."
I assumed you had. It wasn't the right answer, apparently. Simone covered her eyes with her hand and took several deep breaths before continuing.
"I'm talking about my job at the hospital, the one we explicitly discussed that I would keep."
Just as she said it, I found the messages I was looking for. Ones I hoped would absolve me, but that unfortunately proved exactly what she was saying. "Confirm that Simone is no longer working. We can't afford to have the press following her around there or contacting her co-workers. Ruth."
"Including the hospital or just her paid positions?"
"Everywhere. She's a target whether she's paid or not." Well, fuck. I shoved my phone back in my pocket and did another thing blacks were very good at. I dug in my heels. I reconsidered. It's just not possible. That distractingly full mouth fell open.
"It's not possible?"
"No. The hospital security isn't strong enough. And anyway, your presence would be a detriment to the patient's health."
"What? Think about what I did for your father alone. And the other people, they need someone to... Oh my God, I would not be a detriment."
She was sputtering and pacing again now, and I found myself grabbing the arms of my chair so I wouldn't grab her hair and haul her around the desk and into my lap. The urge to help her calm, to make things right for her, was overwhelming and very fucking disconcerting. Of course you would. For want of something to do, I stood again, and she stopped on the other side of my desk, stilled by my sudden movement. Or maybe by the near-foot difference between our heights. "Look, Angel, whether you like it or not, you're now a target. A press release went out this morning confirming our engagement, along with my appointment as interim CEO. I leaned closer with every word. My office has been fielding calls all morning. People are dying to know about the woman who captured my cold black heart, which means they are going to be digging into where you live, where you work, and who you know. They'll be stalking your coworkers, friends, and every old lady whose hand you've held in the past 5 years. Do you want to bring that kind of scrutiny into people's lives?" By the time I was done, our faces were mere inches apart. I almost stopped myself from sneaking a glance at her mouth. Almost. Her lips were the exact shade of pink tulip petals. She jerked back on a hiss.
Of course not."
I straightened. "Then you'll accept a temporary leave as part of the deal. As soon as we're done, although I'd wait a few more months to be safe, you can go back to working for free. But until then, your time is mine. Are we clear?" She clearly wanted to argue with me, but was finding it hard. I couldn't blame her. Most people couldn't manage it either. The fact that she was even trying to put her a cut above the rest. That delectable mouth opened and closed a few more times. God, I wanted to bite it, suck it until it bruised, until she forgot what we were arguing about, forgot everything but my name when she screamed it so loud all of Boston could hear her. I pulled on my collar. Simone fell into the chair behind her.
"Fine. We're clear."
I resisted the urge to pull her back up, shake her into arguing again, I didn't stop to wonder why I preferred her fighting spirit to the slumped resignation I expected in everyone else. "Tell me why it bothers you so much," I found myself saying instead. I rounded the desk and sat in the chair next to her. Then I grabbed her hand before I could stop myself, tugging her attention back to me. Her fingers were slender but sturdy, with short, unpainted nails, and a few faded burn scars decorating her knuckles. A baker's hands. Capable hands. And one of them was wearing my ring.
"It's just... It was for me to decide, not you," she said as we both watched my thumb travel over her knuckles. "You could have talked to me about it. I'm not an unreasonable person. I would have listened."
Those blue eyes met mine, and the rage was gone. In its place was something unnameable, something I realized I'd been looking for most of my life. I stuttered a bit before I said the one thing I never said. "You're right." Simone's lip slipped between her teeth again, and a shy smile emerged.
"I am?"
She seemed as surprised as I was. I swallowed. It was difficult to speak when she looked at me like that. "You are. Yes, you are. And I'll, try to talk to you first the next time I need something." We blinked and looked at each other for several more moments, as if both of us needed time to let my capitulation sink in.
"Your accent," she said softly. "It's back."
I raised a brow. "I don't have an accent." I was rewarded with a shadow of her dimple as she fought a smile.
"Yes, you do. I think it means you care."
At that, I had nothing to say. Because I couldn't confirm it, could I? Not when I was ready to admit anything of the sort to myself.
"Anyway, I forgive you."
I stared at her. Why did that feel so good to hear? It was better than confession, that was for sure. I did my very best to erase any signs of South Boston accents or caring from my voice. "Listen, if you trust me, I'll teach you how to deal with the pressure. There are things that will make this arrangement tolerable."
"Like what?"
Mischief colored her expression. She was joking with me again. And I fucking loved it. I wished I knew how to joke back. All I wanted to do was keep that smile on her beautiful face. "Well, there's the money, of course. Not just what I'm paying you, but also the perks. New clothes, jewelry, spa services, all that." She blinked like an owl, clearly unimpressed. I wasn't sure how to react. My sister and Violetta went to Paris and Milan twice yearly for couture fittings and spent God knew what on all the things I just mentioned. Simone had blown off a stylist to sit with old people at a hospital ward. Once again, I was fumbling as I tried to find something to convince her that this arrangement wasn't going to be the disaster she clearly thought it was. "As per the contract, you'll be moving in with me," I blurted out. "Today." Pink colored her cheeks.
"Cohabitation, yes. We already talked about this. Ruth showed up today to pack."
"Are you still okay with that?"
"You're asking?"
I found myself nodding. I was asking? After the fact? Yes, apparently I was. Like I said, it's for appearances only. But my apartment is quite large. You can have your own floor, if that's what you want, and the kitchen has plenty of room to bake or cook or whatever you want. We don't have to interact much when we're there. I was babbling now like a fucking child to some of Shay's love-struck friends. I sounded like a goddamn brook. Her eyes grew wide.
"Your apartment consists of multiple floors?"
Just 2. It's a penthouse."
"Just 2,"
she repeated, with a cheeky smile that made my heart give another massive thump.
"So 1 for each person?"
"Plus staff. It overlooks most of the city. You'll like it." I hoped she liked it. I wanted her to like it.
"Any other surprises I should be expecting, or plans I need to be aware of?"
"Didn't Ruth go over everything with you?" I frowned as I toyed with her ring. I should have let her hand go, but I really didn't want to. "We should probably get you your own scheduling assistant. It will save us some time."
"I don't mind the extra time. Figuring out details and schedules gives us something to talk about, don't you think? What's next? Clearly the photo ops aren't happening today."
At that I fully scowled, but not at the broken schedule. She thought it would be hard to talk to me. I grabbed the phone off my desk and flicked through my calendar. "Soon we'll be having dinner with my family, provided my father's recovered enough for it. An engagement party will be in 2 months from now, if not sooner, probably at the house in Newport."
"I don't suppose that will be a private, intimate gathering with your closest friends?"
I snorted. What closest friends? She didn't laugh. In fact, when I looked up, she was eyeing me with something that looked like pity. I stared right back. "Look, Simone, these parties aren't about you or me. None of it is. We'll be inviting my family, board members, business associates, and a bunch of people who will make the board members think I'm an upstanding person. All you have to do is be your angelic self." She looked uneasy, but eventually nodded.
Of course. That's what you're paying me for."
"There will be other events," I went on. "My social calendar is full of shit I'm forced to go to. And I'll need you with me to demonstrate that we're a unit, that I'm the stable family man they want." The more I spoke, the more she seemed to retreat into herself. By the time I was done, she was staring blankly at our joined hands like she thought they might disappear. I pulled on hers, beckoning her full attention. "Simone, did I imagine that blue gaze flicker to my mouth again? I must have. But I didn't babble now. I had something more important to say, something that made me feel ill, but that she, and apparently I, needed to hear nonetheless. "That small, intimate engagement you're dreaming of, Angel, the wedding with friends and family and joy and love and happiness, one day you'll have it." Another flicker of twinkling blue.
"I will?"
God, she almost looked hopeful. "Without a doubt. But, baby, it won't be with me." The twinkling lights dulled.
"Oh."
"Which is why it's better that everything about this arrangement be the polar opposite of what you want. A smart girl like you won't confuse things, and I know you won't fall in love." That's when the lights extinguished completely. Something flared deep in my chest in response. "No."
"Oh, of course I won't,"
she whispered. "Of course you won't," I repeated. "And neither will I." Even then, I probably knew I was lying. Deep down, I knew. We stared at each other for several more long moments, while my heart gave a few more hard thumps. Simone looked like she wanted to say something, or take back something. And maybe I wanted to do that too. Before I could do either, we were interrupted by a knock on the door. Ruth's head popped in. She exchanged a glance with Simone, then turned back to me with an unreadable expression as she held up a thick manila envelope.
"Here you go, Mr. Black. Miss Bishop?"
Simone reddened.
"Hello, Ruth."
I took the envelope, which was clearly labeled with Simone's name. "Thanks, Ruth." My assistant's brows lifted, no doubt at my uncharacteristic display of gratitude, before she ducked out. I handed the envelope to Simone. "For you." Gingerly, she peeked inside.
"What's this?"
"Everything you'll need moving forward. The access code and address to our apartment. A security key for the office so you don't have to check in every time you come here, paperwork for bank accounts in your name, and a black American Express card for any incidentals you might incur during your term of service. Clothes, cosmetics, whatever else you think is necessary. Simone looked through the contents.
A stylist was supposed to come by my apartment today. I feel bad now. I blew her and Ruth off.
Ruth has seen worse, and she can reschedule, but you'll need it. People will expect my partner to have a certain look. Looking pale, she set the envelope on her lap like a bomb that might go off if she moved too quickly, and stared at it for a moment.
I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say anything. It's part of the deal. Unable to stop myself, I set my palm over her knuckles and squeezed. She squeezed back.
You seem to have a lot of faith in my ability to pull this off, but honestly, I'm kind of worried. I already screwed up once today, and I can't help feeling like it might happen again. There were a lot of things I feel like I should know about you and your life that I just don't.
An idea struck. And to be honest, I feel like an idiot for not thinking of it before now. Would it make you feel better if we did something more social? Like a date? Her head lifted.
A date? Like a real one?
Define real. Then I shrugged. Maybe I didn't want an answer to that. We're engaged. We should be seen socializing outside of large events. That's what people who are in love do, right?
I would think so.
I only just stopped myself from asking why she didn't know. Simone Bishop had to have been in love before, right? I was honestly shocked she wasn't already taken. Not that it would have stopped me from buying her service anyway. Besides, you're right, I went on. We should get to know each other better if we're going to pull this off.
Right,
she nodded. Go home, pack up the rest of your things, and take the rest of the day to adjust. I'll pick you up there at 7, and after our date, I'll take you home. Ruth will reschedule the photo ops for a different time.
7, she repeated. Where will we go?
It's a surprise. Honestly, I had no idea, but for some reason, I didn't want to delegate the task to Ruth. In the spirit of getting to know one another, why don't we split the date? You pick the first place, anywhere at all you'd like to show me, and I'll do the same for a second destination. Simone seemed to consider the idea.
All right.
She stood, envelope in hand, and I accompanied her to the door, which I opened for her, apparently still pretending to be a gentleman. I definitely was not. She turned back to me, that shy smile playing over her delicate features again.
I'll, see you tonight, Brendan. And thank you for listening.
Before I could stop myself, I slipped a hand around her waist and pressed a kiss to her cheek, taking my time to inhale her sweet floral scent. Yes, definitely lilacs, blended with freshly baked bread and a hint of butter. It took everything I had.
Take this brief pause to let your mind settle. The journey ahead awaits with new emotions and new discoveries.
not to pull her closer and kiss her like I really wanted, like I meant it. Unfortunately, I never would. "Tonight, Angel," I murmured, enjoying the way the skin under her ear pebbled under my breath. She shivered, but I knew she wasn't cold. "Tonight," she repeated. It couldn't come soon enough.
19. Imagining Almost Real. Simone. Get it together. I mumbled at my reflection in the mirror, hanging over my closet door. It's like you've never swiped right before. Confusion spun through me as I stared into my closet. Most of the dates I'd been offered in the last few years had consisted of little more than invitations to Netflix and chill. Maybe trivia night with a group, or, if the guy was really interested, a movie followed by a slice of pizza. All events perfectly served by my collection of thrifted garments and loungewear. I pulled a vintage Laura Ashley dress out of the wardrobe and held it up to my body. Nope, too Little House on the Prairie. A purple corduroy skirt caught my eye. Nope, too Barney. What the heck should a girl wear on a mystery date with her billionaire fake fiancé? When were you going to tell me? I was yanked out of my musing by my sister's irritated voice. The door slammed shut behind Selena as she and Kylie entered the apartment. I'd come home from Brendan's office to a couple of suitcases in the kitchen and a note left on the counter informing me that Selena and Kylie had moved in, and also that she had borrowed some of my clothes to look for a job. It meant that Kylie had spent yet another day at a pay-by-the-day daycare center. But I supposed it was better than watching TV all day long while her mom hotboxed my bathroom. Kylie was carrying her backpack covered with Taylor Swift's face, which she abandoned on the floor before racing to me for a big hug. Her residual milk mustache got onto the brown sweater dress I was currently contemplating. I didn't mind one bit, as I dropped it onto the bed and swept her into my arms. Hey, kiddo. I see you brought your stuff. Got everything for your stay here?
Yep, Mommy says we're staying for a long time, but you won't be here with us. Why can't you be here with us?
Well, I have to go do another job for a while, but I'll still visit as much as I can. Did you bring Unicorn Tim? Kylie had an adorable habit of naming all of her stuffed animals with their animal type first, followed by the most average names on the planet. Brown Bear Jeffrey, Bunny Sarah, Unicorn Tim was far and away the favorite.
Yep, and Owl Ralph, too.
Awesome. Kai, go watch TV. Selena said as she kicked off my shoes by the door. Your aunt and I need to talk. I gave Kylie a kiss on the cheek, then dropped her on the ground so she could scurry onto my bed and catch up with whatever episode of Clifford was currently on PBS. Selena joined me at my wardrobe, and based on her expression, she'd undoubtedly read the news. How is the job hunt? I asked. Selena looked down at the plain clothes she'd borrowed and tried to gussy up. My simple white blouse had been tied just above her navel, and the houndstooth blazer was rolled up at the sleeves. She looked like a middle school student trying to cosplay a businesswoman for a TikTok dance. How do you think? She removed the jacket and hurled it on the bench atop the pile of clothes I'd already considered and ruled out for the evening. I picked it up and rehung it. Okay, but I have to ask, why pigtails for a job interview? My sister twirled one of her golden braids around her wrist. Everyone says pigtails get more tips, so I figured insurance salesmen might like them too. Not when the wife works there, though. Why didn't you tell me? I sighed at my closet. Tell you what? Oh, I don't know, about the weather, or maybe about that giant rock on your finger. You're getting married? She whipped out her phone. Look at that! Gingerly, I took it. She'd pulled up an article featuring a picture of Brendan's sudden proposal in his office, a photo clearly taken by someone in the office that someone, Ruth probably, had provided to whatever tabloid the Blacks worked with in lieu of the photo ops that were supposed to happen today. Honestly, this was probably better than anything I could have pretended. Him on one knee, me covering my mouth in surprise. God, he was handsome, with that shock of coppery dark hair and dark green eyes. Better than any Disney prince I'd ever seen. The shock and happiness on my face almost looked real. Almost real could be the title of our entire story. Oh, I said lightly. That.
Oh, that.
She mocked in a high falsetto. You weren't going to tell me you were dating the richest man on Earth? She lunged for my hand. Holy shit, the man gave you a boulder. It's as big as Taylor Swift's. I pulled my hand back. It's just a ring. That's worth the earth. She pouted. I didn't even know you knew this dude. Is this what you meant when you said you had figured things out? Is he your new job? I contemplated whether I should tell her the truth or not. Not. Definitely not. And not just because the contract prohibited it. As guilty as it made me feel, there was the sad truth that while I didn't think Selena would Meghan Markle me to the press, I couldn't guarantee she wouldn't either. It didn't matter. I was legally bound to lie anyway. Kind of, I guess. I just, needed to finish negotiating the prenup. It was the truth. Sort of. You lucky bitch. Selena was back to scrolling through the article. How did you even meet this gravy train? Sal. Correction. How did you meet your soulmate? His dad was a patient of mine at the hospital, I said, practicing the speech I was going to have to give 1,000 times over to Brendan's friends, co-workers, and family. Brendan and I had agreed to stick to checkable facts as much as possible. Maybe love at first sight was a lie, but the rest of the story wasn't. If I could convince my twin, maybe this would work. I was watching over him when Brendan came to visit. We, connected. Quickly. At least I didn't have to lie about that part either, especially when I thought about the way Brendan had talked to me in the bar that one night, or when he had kissed me in this very apartment, the way his palms had molded around my waist, then to my backside, while his tongue twisted around mine in a wicked embrace. Good Lord, the man could kiss. Maybe he had a black heart, but there was a red-hot streak of passion running through him. Even now, I found myself a bit short of breath. Selena didn't notice at all. I guess that do-gooder crap finally paid off. She examined another photo. And he's hot, too? Damn, Simmy, you get all the luck. Money and a bod. You have any brothers? He did, but I certainly wasn't going to mention them. It's not like that. I don't care about his money. He's a good person. Again, not a lie. Not completely. I had made a deal with Brendan for his money, yes, but I hadn't initially talked to him because of it, or let him kiss me because of it. Or kissed him back, now that I was actually admitting things to myself. He had tasted like strawberries, the sweet small ones that fruit for a week at the beginning of June. Come on, you don't like the money even a little? I ignored the question as I pulled out another dress from the back of my closet. Is that Mom's? I turned around, the dress held up to my body. Oh, yes. The royal blue silk floated to my knees and was sprigged with white flowers. Not the fanciest thing in the world, but one of our mother's favorites. Selena studied the dress for a moment. That's the dress Mom wore on her first date with Daddy. Oh, you're right, it is. I did my best to pretend I wasn't aware of that, even though it was why I had tried on literally everything else in this closet until now. When we were growing up, there had been a Polaroid pinned to our fridge, showing our parents on that night. It was snapped in the back of Dad's old pickup when he took Mom to a bonfire party on a neighbor's farm. The fire had played off her laughing features and cast her caramel-colored hair with gold. She had looked so beautiful, and both of them had looked incredibly in love and happy. Something about wearing the dress tonight for a fake date felt very wrong. And yet, right, too. It was all very confusing. Selena's blue eyes met mine, an uncanny mirror full of new awareness. Wow, you must really be in love with him if you're going to wear that. Something thick was lodged in my throat, but everything I was trying to do for my family relied on this moment. I didn't want to lie to my sister, my twin, but I had to in order to save her. It was that simple. Yeah, I said just as softly. I am. It wasn't as hard to say out loud as I'd imagined. In fact, it was downright easy. Don't fall in love, Brendan had said. I wouldn't. Not that I even knew what that felt like. But he couldn't kiss me again the way he'd done twice now. even if the contract said it was allowed. Mom would be so happy for you. You know that, right? Oh. Another pang of guilt thrummed through my stomach. Right. And he's a literal billionaire? Simi, you're finally going to get your bakery. Or, hire someone to do it for you. Oh my God, we'll never have to worry about money again. It was disturbing how quickly she went from you to we. I wasn't exactly surprised, but it didn't mean I liked it. It's a family business. I didn't want Selena to get any ideas. Brendan's not as wealthy as it might seem. It's his dad who holds the purse strings. Maybe that was true. I almost hoped it was. No such luck. You're wrong about that. She was already back on her phone. I mean, yeah, Niall Black is one fat cat, but all his kids are loaded. Looks like your boy has at least 5 billion of his very own. I choked. 5 what? I turned back to the mirror before Selena could see the nausea sweep across my face. Yep, according to Google. When she caught my eye in the reflection, there were dollar signs blazing in hers. Whatever you asked for in the prenup wasn't enough. I told you it's not about money. It was entirely about money. It also made sense now why Brendan was so concerned with security. He was the extremely wealthy son of one of the richest men on the planet, an obvious target for all sorts of ne'er-do-wells. The urge to be alone with my thoughts overwhelmed me. Unfortunately, I wasn't going to have the space to process, since my sister had wedged herself in front of me, her arms crossed, her feet planted, waiting. Finally, it dawned on me what she was waiting for. Look, Sel, I didn't ask for a big prenup. I wasn't about to tell my sister just how much money I had negotiated from Brendan. Her face was next to the Urban Dictionary's entry for give them an inch, they'd take a mile. But I could relieve her immediate stress. I did, however, ask for enough to cover your situation with the Huntingtons, remember? And I'm going to cover your rent here until you get back on your feet and pay for school and a nanny for Kylie if you need it. Her mouth dropped. You'll cover your niece, but not your own sister? My niece is not an adult fully capable of getting a job and taking care of herself. But, no. I cut her off quickly. In the back of my mind, I saw Brendan nodding with approval, almost as if he were sending me advice on how to invoke my own dark persona when the need arose. I'm giving you enough to get out of a sticky situation, but you need to figure out your life, and that doesn't mean by mooching off my fiancé. Just because I agreed to marry Brendan doesn't mean he's giving me a ton of money. Not yet. Not ever. I snapped back. I'm not going to take his money. The lies were flowing freely now, the words silkier than the dress I was holding. Anyway, you're going to have my apartment to yourself, remember? I said. Stay away from the Huntingtons. Try to find a real job, and I'll figure out some childcare while I'm gone, okay? Her jaw worked a moment while she processed. Eventually, though, she landed on her original complaint. My sister was nothing if not persistent. I still can't believe you didn't tell me anything at all. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore. She flounced into the kitchen to pour herself a glass of wine, but her words echoed as I changed out of my robe and put on my mother's dress. The truth was, less than a week into this arrangement, and I wasn't sure I knew who I was becoming either. Either way, Selena could be as angry as she wanted to be. I didn't care. The fact that she'd not even said thank you after I'd solved her money problems was not lost on me. I sighed and considered the dismal contents of my closet. I had a dress to wear tonight, but there was still the question of what else was coming with me to Brendan's apartment. Maybe a shopping trip was in order after all, and he had given me credit cards to use for it, right? But first, I had to handle this date. I turned back to the mirror and really looked at myself in the blue dress. Considering how closely Selena and I resembled our mother, it really did fit me like a glove. I imagined Brendan's face when he saw me in it, the glint in his eyes when his big hands might slip around my waist and touch the soft fabric, the rumble in his throat when he told me how beautiful I looked. It wasn't real. None of this would ever be real. But my imagination didn't care, and apparently neither did the rest of me, because as those images floated through my head, a smile spread across my face before I could help it. Just like in the original photo, there was happiness there in this dress, maybe even with the man who was going to see it, and I didn't have the heart to let it go.
20. Token for token. Brendan. Home. Once again, the word rang like a songbird's call when Simone opened the door to her apartment. The apartment that could fit in the foyer of my house. She couldn't be happy in a place like this, cramped and cluttered as it was. No one could. Nevertheless, her face was a sunbeam. The girl exuded pure happiness, and like a budding addict, I was craving my next hit. To the point where I hadn't waited in my car for her to come down, but instead took the stairs 2 at a time, just for the pleasure of seeing her that much sooner. Dangerous thing, happiness. An illusion I couldn't afford. Just like the concept of home. Simone. The word came out more gruffly than I intended. But better that than reveal the way my insides seemed to have turned to melted butter. Or the intense urge I had to kiss her again without an audience. Maybe this time I'd lift her onto the table that took up most of her kitchen and wedge myself between her legs. Tuck my head under that skirt and see if she would moan again when I kissed her somewhere else besides that perfect mouth. Fuck.
Brendan?
I shook out of my fantasies and forced myself to observe her without imagining her mid-orgasm. Her hair. It was loosely pinned up, a few wisps teasing her cheeks just enough to demand my hands bury themselves. Stop it! Shoes. Yes, she was wearing some. Basic brown ballet flats that could be easily kicked off when I grabbed... God damn it! Clothes. A blue dress. Modest. Just like most things about her. Blue silk capped her shoulders and flowed over her body like water to just below her knees, and a V-shaped neckline dropped to just below her décolletage instead of revealing anything more. All wrapped up like a package begging to be torn open and really split apart. You depraved monster! I was no better than a fucking dog. Simone toyed with the simple gold chain around her neck, and the ring I'd given her flashed under the light. The one that told the world she was mine. You look stunning, I said honestly. I couldn't help myself. A blush tinted her skin, rose under my stare.
Thank you. You, look nice too.
I glanced down at my black suit and the white shirt, sans tie, that I'd been wearing since this morning. The ones that looked the same as a dozen others hanging in my closet. I looked like a waiter. An expensive waiter in a custom suit, but a waiter just the same. I should have worn something blue. Then we'd match. Both of us grinned like idiots.
Come in.
She stepped inside.
You're in luck. My sister just ducked out with her kid for dinner, so you won't have to meet her quite yet. I just need to turn off the lights and we can go.
I followed her into the apartment, which was a far sight cleaner than the last time I'd been here. No bread today? She grabbed a set of keys off the battered table.
No, today I was too busy arguing with my fake fiancé.
What an asshole, I said, earning another grin.
Am I dressed all right?
Simone tugged at her skirt.
I wasn't sure where we were going.
You look fantastic. But maybe there's something missing. She froze.
Oh no, what?
I reached into my breast pocket and pulled out the blue velvet box. When I opened it, Simone's expression was worth 10 times what I'd spent on the trinket. Her gaze bounced between the contents and me.
Are those?
Diamonds, I confirmed. A small token of my appreciation. Again, her hand drifted to the gold chain at her neck. The chain that, if I was being completely honest, fit her perfectly. Better than any shiny rocks. I considered tucking the box away, suddenly aware of how gaudy the gift was. But I kept it out as she leaned down. I could at least enjoy the awe on that beautiful face. Wow. She hovered a finger over the stones. They're beautiful. They're nothing, I mumbled, unable to stop staring at her. Her eyes darted up to mine, a silent question lingering within them. I flashed what I hope was a gentle smile instead of the alien mix of terror and desire coursing through me. Then I pulled out the necklace and handed the box to her. Turn around. She complied, giving me access to the nape of her neck. A few more errant strands of blonde drifted there, and I ghosted my fingers over her skin, struggling to keep my lips from following. What would she taste like there? The scent of lilacs was stronger now. She shivered under my fingers. Jesus. These reactions, these feelings were all over the goddamn place. This was a business deal. I needed to get a fucking grip before I did something stupid like kiss her again and never let go. There you go. By some miracle, I fastened the necklace and stepped back. Simone's gaze met mine as she pressed the simple pear-shaped pendant against her skin, where it layered over her other chain. Then she put in the matching earrings and went to the small mirror by her front door.
Wow, talk about a sparkle.
They were nothing compared to her. Honestly, she outshone them. Honestly, I preferred her before. Simple. Classic. Simone. But that wasn't what a billionaire's fiancé was supposed to look like. And this wasn't a real relationship anyway. Simple and classic weren't what the papers were looking for. They needed a bit of flash, and there was no time like the present to help her see that. Even if it meant knowing that today was probably the last time I'd ever see her in this outdated, if very pretty dress.
This is very generous of you, Brendan. It's really not necessary.
No, it's what's expected. Disappointment colored her features just for a moment.
Of course,
she replied, then stepped away.
I packed a suitcase.
She gestured toward a small rolling bag near the front door. I frowned. Only one? It was the size of a carry-on. Maybe a week's worth of clothing could fit in there. A day's worth for some of the women I knew.
Yeah, Simone shrugged. I wasn't sure how much to bring, honestly.
You'll be with me for 4 months. I thought you'd have some boxes. The softness in her eyes turned to panic.
I
glanced toward the bedroom. Come on, I'll help you pack.
No, Brendan, it's not.
What? I turned back toward her. What's wrong? She chewed on her lip.
Nothing I have is worth taking. Your, assistant made that perfectly clear this morning.
I jerked like I had been slapped, even though it was clearly her discomfort hitting me so hard. What? Why would you think that? She gestured feebly around her.
Well, look at this place. It's not exactly the Ritz.
I did look, but not for long. I didn't want to see the things she was obviously pointing at. The battered kitchen paraphernalia, the cracks in the walls or the water damage in the ceiling, the faded furniture, the old television, or any of the other things that would eventually make me angry at how unworthy they were of her. Everything in here is yours, I said. If you want it, it's coming. If not, I'll buy you something better.
Brendan, it's not that.
The kitchen stuff can stay. I have everything you could possibly need, including the commercial bread oven.
Okay, but
your furniture probably can go into storage unless you're attached to anything. Otherwise, I'll just toss my things to the curb.
Oh, that's not necessary since my sister is staying.
But what about your clothes? I pointed to an ugly wardrobe on the other side of the room that was missing strips of its veneer. Your stylist will help you prep for events, but everyone has their favorites. What else do you want to bring? Her face fell a bit more with every stutter. Every bit of her distress pulled me back to her like a leash. Hey, I found myself back in front of her, taking her shoulders with my hands and urging her to look at me. Angel, what's wrong? Her blue eyes glimmered with something suspiciously akin to unshed tears.
This morning, when she was going through my things, it occurred to me just how wrong I am for this. Everything I own is second-hand, or hand-mended, or a decade out of style. And you look like...
A penguin, I completed. For that, I got one half of that gorgeous smile.
You don't look like a penguin.
An emperor, do you think? Or just one of those puny Chilean ones? She rolled her eyes, but a dimple appeared. I wanted to bite it.
Emperor, definitely. They look like they're dressed in... Would Armani fit?
Let's say Brioni. Bespoke.
I don't even know what that means.
She looked down at her dress, and the dimple disappeared.
This was my mom's dress. It's the nicest thing I have, and it's probably 40 years old. I think she got it on sale at Filene's basement back when it was still around.
The doubt in her eyes about broke my heart.
Brendan, look at you, and then look at me. How are we going to pull this off, really?
I pulled her close enough that her chest brushed against mine. One of my hands slipped up her neck so I could cup her cheek. Baby, all you have to do is smile. You'll melt every person's heart like you're starting to melt mine. She stared up at me.
I'm melting what?
I pretended that comment hadn't slipped out. They say money doesn't buy taste. I'll let you in on a little secret. It doesn't buy class either. And Angel, you got that in spades. We'll get you the right armor, but the rest? It's why I knew you'd be perfect for this. Once again, her gaze drifted to my mouth, and this time I definitely saw it. But she didn't move any closer, and for the first time in my life, I was too concerned with making another person feel better to care about what I wanted. I released her, and she pressed a hand to her chest for a moment before picking up a purse on the counter, then taking the handle of her suitcase.
Then that's that. The rest of my things stay with my sister and her kid.
I frowned. You sure? She smiled, and this one reminded me of the sun in mid-afternoon, warm and comfortable.
You say I'm enough? I trust you.
I wanted to tell her she was more than enough. I wanted to say she was more than any man could hope for. Instead, I followed her out of the apartment and waited while she locked up, then carried her bag down the stairs for her.
We're going to the place I chose first, right?
She asked as we walked out to the Aston waiting at the curb. Of course, where are you taking me? That bashful, stupidly endearing expression crossed her face again, just before she slid inside the car.
To my favorite bakery.
21. Vise. Brendan. 30 minutes later, my driver steered the Aston over the cobblestones of Hanover Street. The North End was the oldest continuously inhabited part of Boston, a neighborhood that had been reinventing itself every 100 years or so as a new wave of residents displaced the previous generations. 100 years ago, this area was home to a substantial Italian population. Now, it was still called Little Italy, but the Italian storefronts were nestled between $30 a plate brunch spots and renovated apartment buildings, many of which were owned by Blackguard. I pointed out a few as we passed, but Simone's reactions were minimal. Not impressed? I had to wonder. Most people had a decency to at least fake it. She shrugged.
When I was a kid, we would visit this area and hear people speaking Italian. Now it's mostly investment bankers or tech workers, since they're the ones who can afford the apartments. I can't help wondering where the families who lived here before went.
Part of me wanted to argue. Something like 35% of the current North End residents were of Italian descent, according to the last census. The city had been a pain in the ass to work with, or at least to bribe, when we started doing construction in the area because of all the heritage buildings. To grease the wheels, Blackguard had donated a substantial amount of money toward maintaining the cultural character of the area. But then we passed another one of our buildings, a 19th century brick apartment building that Blackguard had gutted in order to turn 4 floors of 3-bedroom apartments into 1-bedrooms that cost the same price to rent. A 20-something man who probably did work at the Prudential, or maybe even for Blackguard, someone who would stay in the area for 5 to 10 years until he could afford a house and a family in Brookline or Newton. Definitely not long enough to shape any kind of cultural roots. The car turned down a quieter street where most of the shops had closed, except for a solitary window bearing Italian-style cakes and cookies set atop pink satin and a scatter of cheap confetti. Written over the top of the entry in neon red cursive with flowers on either end was simply Vise. I stepped out of the car and turned to help Simone out. "Well, this is it." She waved a hand toward the door, in case I hadn't gotten the clue. She seemed unsure of herself, even though the storefront wasn't hers. She peered up at me as if expecting me to spit on the place. Was that really what she thought of me? That I was just some rich asshole who never experienced anything beyond Michelin stars and designer clothing? Then I had to ask myself, was she even wrong? Yes, I'd grown up in South Boston. I'd been raised on cheap pizza and donuts for a good part of my childhood. But the more I thought about it, the more I had to admit that those indulgences hadn't been a part of my life for very long. When had I last stepped inside a Dunkin'? I couldn't even remember the taste of a hot dog at Fenway. Christ, the evening had just taken a significant turn, and we'd barely even started. "Dessert for dinner?" I asked in a tone I hoped sounded more playful and less depressed. "I like your style." The grin reappeared. "It would seem that way." A bell above the door rang out as we entered a humble bakery with cracked plaster walls and paneling that needed to be repainted. "Sugar and spice, eh?" I pointed at a chipped pink sign over the register. "Do they serve everything nice?" God, it was good my brothers couldn't hear me. These jokes were worse than the ones the priests used to make for the kids on Sundays. Simone just giggled. Worth it. "Simone, honey!" A middle-aged woman with gray ringlets covered by a hairnet rushed from behind the counter. As she and Simone threw their arms around each other, I watched, feeling like an awkward vulture. I don't think I'd ever hugged anyone like that in my life, not even my own mother. "Pearl, this is Brendan." Simone beckoned me over. "Brendan, this is Pearl, the owner of the shop." "I thought this shop was called Vi's," I said. "Vi was her grandmother. This shop's been around since the 1800s. It's one of the oldest bakeries in Boston." "I know who he is," Pearl said in one of those thick New England accents that only a few people still had. She came over to me and placed twin kisses to each of my cheeks. "I saw your face in the papers, announcing your marriage to my Simone here." Then she surprised me with a hug as tight as the one she'd given Simone. Unsure what to do exactly, I patted Pearl's back. "It's, nice to meet you, too." Pearl turned back to Simone and wagged a finger in her face. "Yo, you've been keeping this hunk of handsome from me all this time. When did this happen, my girl?" Simone's cheeks flushed, and she gave me a tight smile that even I could see was designed to mask her discomfort. Simone was too sweet to lie, and yet what should have been a clear liability only made me like her more. What can you do? Some secrets can be fun and sexy." Pearl seemed oblivious as she adjusted the collar of her no-nonsense shirt dress and waved us into the shop. Simone glanced up at me, and we exchanged our own secret smiles as we followed.
"How are you? It's been a few months, I know."
Simone looked back at me.
"Pearl and I usually have a standing appointment on Mondays to test recipes." "It's my day off,"
Pearl added before giving a big sigh.
"Been all right. You know how it goes." "So how is everything?"
It didn't take a detective to understand Simone was asking about the shop's finances. Considering we were the only ones in here, I had a feeling they weren't great. This time, Pearl's sigh ruffled the collar of her dress.
The kids don't want traditional desserts no more. Restaurants neither. It's either that molten chocolate garbage in mason jars or fancy fusion crap blending 5 different recipes into one. Whatever happened to classics, I ask you?"
Simone took Pearl's hand and squeezed. Then I fought the sudden urge to make it 20 million instead of 10. And yet, I had the distinct feeling that no matter how much money I gave her, it would never actually go to her, but to others she wanted to help.
"So what can I get you to?"
Pearl moved behind a glass counter full of Italian pastries. One tray was filled with cannoli shells, several dipped in chocolate or pistachios. There was another shelf of cheesecakes, and 2 others with a variety of small cakes and desserts. Simone rubbed her hands together as she looked.
"I think a pistachio cannolo and—"
She looked up at me shyly. "Whatever's the house special," I replied. It was the right thing to say.
"Coming right up, kids. You take a seat, the one in the window."
"You really want cannoli? Out of everything she has in that case?" I asked after Simone and I sat down at the table Pearl had indicated.
"I actually do like the classics. Some things are better when they're simple."
"Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication?"
"That's well put."
I shrugged. That's because Da Vinci said it, not me. She chuckled, and I sat back, enjoying the way she seemed to relax here. Was that because it was closer to the way she was in her home, covered in flour? Or because she could see now that I liked the place too? "Tell me about how you started baking," I said. That shy smile returned.
"My mother taught me when I was little. I still use her original sourdough starter, the one she got from her mother, who got it from hers. It has to be at least 75 years old."
I blinked. "Do they live that long?"
"Oh, yeah. There are some in San Francisco that have been in use since the mid-1800s. And I read about someone who extracted some from a 4,000-year-old Egyptian artifact and actually made bread with it."
She hummed with a curious kind of excitement.
"I wonder if it was any good."
Her curiosity was contagious. "Explains your thing for heirlooms."
"Baking ones, I guess. Anyway, when I was little, my mom and I took a trip to Boston, and she brought me here to see what a real master can do. What can I say? I fell in love."
"With baking or Boston?" Her smile seemed to come from somewhere deep inside.
"Both."
We sat quietly for a moment, and it wasn't unpleasant. Simone wasn't the type of person who was uncomfortable with pauses. She was at ease in her thoughts, a rare talent these days. "So, the farm," I wondered after a moment. "Tell me about it. In Woodstock, right?" These were things I would be expected to know about her, things beyond the dossier my lawyers had already worked up. I drove through there once on my way to a retreat. It's nice.
"Yep, I already told you about the business. What else do you want to know?"
"I don't know. Things that are specific to you. Or what makes you want to save it, maybe. Does it have a name, or is it just called Bishop Dairy?" She rolled her eyes.
"No, my family was a little more creative than that. Since there are approximately 10,000 bishops in New England, it's called Dandelion Farm."
I frowned. That sounded familiar. "Dandelion," I repeated, trying the words out on my tongue. "Cute. Where did it come from?" And why the fuck was it bothering me so much?
Well, I can't say why my 4 times great-grandfather named the farm that, but I can tell you they are everywhere on the property. And the family lore says they were planted there by the first bishop settlers who got them from an ancestor off the Mayflower. Rumor has it, that's how they came to the colonies to begin with. One of the Puritans brought them for medicinal uses.
I grinned. Mayflower, huh? You're an original pilgrim. She gave an adorable snort.
Yeah, me and half of New England. Isn't everyone whose families have been here a while related to someone on the Mayflower?
We both chuckled.
Anyway, my mom decided to embrace them. She used to pick the greens for spring salads and make tea from the toasted flowers. She even made a dandelion bread.
Her shoulders slumped at the memory.
That's why I'm doing this. It's things like that that make me want to save it. My whole family's history is in that place. Why shouldn't I try to save it if I can? Otherwise, the bank will sell it to some developer or whatever.
She looked up quickly.
Oh, sorry.
That was when it clicked. The list. Owen's goddamn luxury scheme. Dandelion Farm was on the list of bad mortgages he'd acquired from the bank. It was also one of the ones I'd just ordered to be sold. Suddenly my throat felt like it was about to close. It's all right. I'm not that developer. At least I wasn't anymore. Fuck. Your father must have loved your mom very much, I managed to get out. To let everything go. Jesus Christ, I was really fucking this up. Trying to change the subject, and that's the best I could come up with? It didn't help that I honestly couldn't imagine blowing my entire livelihood just to grieve my dead wife. Or maybe I could. No, impossible.
He did.
Simone peered like she could see the doubt and guilt cutting through my system, and wanted to figure it out. I wanted to figure it out too, namely where the fuck it was coming from. Before she could say anything else, Pearl appeared with 2 mismatched plates bearing our desserts. Simone's cannolo was filled with snowy white ricotta and topped with shavings of dark chocolate and crushed pistachios. My plate bore a simple white mound of iced pastry with a puff of cream and a preserved lemon on top.
Oh, you got the lemon delight.
Simone pointed at my dessert with her fork.
It's incredible. A specialty of my family in Italy, Pearl announced. Lemon sponge cake filled with lemon custard, topped with lemon icing and a bit of cream. Enjoy.
She managed to pinch my cheek like I was a 5-year-old kid before striding off to help a few more customers who'd just entered the shop. Simone giggled. I made a face. Do I look like a child? Simone's laughter echoed around the room like tinkling bells at Christmas Mass.
No, but I like to pretend she's my grandma. I think she does it to everyone.
I looked down at the dessert in front of me. It does look good. I'm not one for sweets, but when I am, it's usually something tart.
Pearl has a 6th sense about those kinds of things. Try it. I'm not waiting for you.
Simone picked up her cannolo and took a huge bite, causing the ricotta to spill out onto the plate. Her eyes sparkled as she gave a soft moan that made me freeze. Christ, if a bit of sweets made her sound like that, what did she do when a man really— Stop it, you fucking degenerate. This is an arrangement, nothing more. Unfortunately, my dick didn't seem to be listening. A bit of chocolate shaving lingered on her bottom lip. I stifled the urge to lean across the table and lick it off, but couldn't quite stop myself from wiping it away. Simone froze as my finger lingered on her bottom lip. It took a Herculean effort to take my hand back, but she continued to stare as I put the finger in my mouth and licked the chocolate off. "You're right," I sat back, forcing myself to act like I hadn't done anything inappropriate. "It is delicious." Another blush crept up her neck and settled into the pink apple of her cheeks. God, I wanted to lick those too. I wanted to indulge in all of her. Instead, I turned to my own dessert and took a bite that was far too big. A sharp explosion of lemon burst inside my mouth, and my fork fell to my plate with a clatter. "Fuck me, that's good." Simone grinned, and before I could stop her, reached across the table with her own fork and stole a bite off my plate. "Hey, that's mine," I protested. The cheeky grin practically split her face. I stared, gutted.
"It's my part of the date, and during my part we get to steal desserts,"
she informed me, before popping my dessert into her mouth. And her eyes closed as she released another moan.
"And, yeah, what you said."
That brought me back to the present, which involved another bite of what was probably the best dessert I'd ever had. You can say fuck, as in, fuck, that is so fucking good. I was rewarded with yet another giggle. I was starting to catalog her laughter like baseball cards. Simone's shy chuckle, her giggle when she thought I was funny, the sunburst of laughter when she was truly happy. How many others were there? I wanted to know them all.
"I know I can swear," she said. "I just choose not to since there's a 4-year-old in my life who already hears that language too much. But that might deserve it. The limoncello soak is incredible. I wonder what it would taste like with just a little essence of basil."
I sent a text to Ruth, then continued to eat while she mused. She was clearly in her element. I wondered if this was a glimpse of what she had been like working with her mother, or how she was when she baked on her own. Part of me wanted to call off the rest of our date, take her back to my apartment, and give her free rein in my kitchen, if only to see if she could recreate this moment there too as she baked. Tell her it was hers for as long as she was staying with me, or forever if she wanted it. The fantasy was too tempting to consider. Yet another indulgence with this woman I couldn't afford.
22. Bird calls. Simone. He kept looking at my mouth. Granted, I was eating, and he was eating, and the desserts before dinner were decadent and gorgeous and worthy of watching each other consume. But still, he wasn't staring at my plate or my fork or the rest of the sweets behind the counter. The billionaire's deep, dark eyes kept fixing on my mouth, and every now and then that expression would just burn. If I was being perfectly honest, another part of me was crackling in response. I didn't know what to do about that feeling while I finished my cannolo, taking smaller bites than I normally did to avoid leaving another bit of ricotta or chocolate on my lip. Not because I didn't like it when he touched me, because I liked it too much. When he kept looking at me like that, I couldn't think of anything else, and I had things to think about, things like Kylie, Selena, Dad, Dandelion Farm, things that had nothing to do with the emerald-eyed replica of a Greek god across the table. "All right," Brendan said, pushing up from the table as soon as I'd licked the last bit of ricotta from my fork. "My turn." I gathered my purse and jacket and stood. "Where to? Dinner, since we're apparently doing things backward?" He looked adorably guilty. No. Shit. Do you need more food? We can stop for something if you're hungry. Carmela's a few blocks from here, and I know the owner. I'm sure they can get us a table." "Brendan, no." I interrupted gently with a hand on his arm. For the first time, I wondered just how many actual dates Brendan Black had ever been on. I would have guessed hundreds or even thousands for a man like him, but he was acting like a nervous teenager. I also wondered what Brendan Black might look like if he were allowed to relax a little. Would the Black Prince disappear completely? He stared at the hand on his arm. Quickly, I withdrew it. I was joking. I'm good for now if you picked something else. Where are we going?
Oh, right.
A bit of the mask slid back into place. You leaving, hon? We both turned as Pearl bustled across the shop to bid us farewell. I exchanged another tight hug with her. You let me know when the wedding date is, because I'm making your cake, she told me. I don't want to find out about no fancy chef doing that for my girl here. Paralyzed, I looked up at Brendan. What was I supposed to say? Every time I thought I had accounted for how many small lies I was going to have to tell, more popped up, and to the people who mattered most. Pearl, my sister, how many others?
I'll have the wedding planner get in touch,
Brendan said kindly, if a bit stiffly. Don't you even consider leaving without a hug, too. Pearl gathered him close before he could escape. I know what you just did, all sly over there on your phone. Brendan's cheeks flushed, but he didn't reply. What happened? I asked.
I just placed an order,
he muttered. It's not just any order. Pearl turned back to me. Your man here put in a standing weekly delivery of lemon delights for his entire office. Honey, that just made my rent problems go away. Simone didn't tell me she was marrying my guardian angel. Brendan studiously avoided my gaze.
It's nothing, and, we should be going.
You have fun now, Pearl called out. Brendan grabbed my hand and ushered me out onto the street. Brendan, I started, but he silenced me with a look as the Aston pulled up.
It's nothing,
he said again as he opened the door, his hand sliding to the small of my back to guide me in. I chose to leave it at that. As Brendan's driver, whose name I learned was Anthony, took us through the city, Brendan's arm remained stretched across the back seat, draped over my shoulder. His fingers occasionally toyed with the collar of my coat while he checked his phone. Nobody could see us outside the vehicle. Touching me now was not part of the act. We both knew it, but neither of us said a thing. We were on an unfamiliar block just east of Franklin Park when the car slowed in front of a darkened brick building. The letters WBF were carved into a wooden sign hanging over the door. I stepped out and looked around. My neighborhood wasn't actually that far from here, just on the other side of the park. Even so, this wasn't an area I would walk around in by myself at night. It definitely wasn't a place I'd expect Brendan Black to visit. Brendan followed me onto the sidewalk, and his hand found the small of my back again. When I turned to face him, it moved to my hip.
This is not dinner,
he said, almost apologetically.
And the neighborhood isn't great.
Is that a bird on the front door? I examined the etching on the glass. It looked like a robin, or maybe a sparrow.
Yep, this is the Wild Bird Fund.
He fished a set of keys out of his jacket pocket.
It's an ornithological advocacy center. They have a hospital where they take care of hurt birds in the city. Most of them get hurt flying into windows. The staff rehabilitates them until they can be released back into the wild. They also have a learning center for children and a small research facility on the 3rd floor.
I gaped as he combed through the keys. Brendan looked up, as if he could feel my gaze drilling into him.
What?
Birds? Really? An adorably crooked smile flickered over those otherwise stern features as we walked up the stairs at the front stoop.
I can't have a hobby, too.
Yes, of course you can, but birds? He was usually such an imposing man, so powerful, almost predatorial. Now I had this vision of the Black Prince sitting in the Boston Common, wearing one of those utility vests and maybe a bucket hat, holding a pair of binoculars and a birding book. Brendan Black was a dork, a secret, gorgeous, imposing, but undeniable dork. I somehow managed not to throw myself at him there and then. Wait, how do you have keys? I asked as he unlocked the door. Do you own this place too?
No, but I did give them a large endowment a while back. They let me come in sometimes and help with the rehab stuff. You'll see.
He took my hand and led me inside. At the end of the darkened hall, A bit of light shone through the bottom of a door. A few errant chirps filled the air. The door opened, and a slight man with a newsboy cap appeared.
"Brandon! There you are!"
Brendan led me down the hall. Up close, I could see the man who'd greeted us was much older than I'd first thought, probably nearing 80. A pair of tiny glasses hung off the tip of his nose, and the brown corduroy slacks, wrinkled white button-down, and brown knit sweater vest reminded me distinctly of the grandpa I'd met once before he'd passed when I was little.
"Hello, Peter,"
Brendan said as he shook the man's hand.
"Thanks for waiting around for us tonight." "Never a problem."
Peter's words were tinged with a mild accent that sounded Eastern European. Maybe Russian? It was too slight to tell.
Come in. And who do we have here?" "Peter, this is Simone, my fiancée."
I blushed, wondering if I'd ever get used to Brendan introducing me like that.
"Ah, you're getting married. Congratulations, my friend."
Peter shook Brendan's hand again, then pressed kisses to each of my cheeks.
"Welcome to the Wild Bird Fund, my dear."
Thank you," I said as Brendan tugged me back into his side.
"I brought Simone here to meet the birds. We're doing a tour of our favorite places." "What?"
Peter threw a hand across his heart, feigning shock.
"You didn't bring her here to meet me?" "And you, old man. You're the life of this place." "Ah, well, we couldn't do it without you, my boy. You know this. The birds thank you as well."
I stole a glance up at Brendan. Just how many underfunded spots in the city was he supporting? Given how quickly he'd sent business to Pearl, it seemed like he offered patronages like he was dropping pennies into a fountain.
"It's just money."
He looked uncomfortable. I wondered if it was the discussion of money that did it, or if it was because I'd discovered that the Black Prince might be a genuinely kind human being. A large window from the hall gave us a view of several rooms dedicated to the sanctuary. One was lined with cages of every size, filled with a variety of birds. I spotted a hawk, 2 owls, a jay, a robin. 3 pigeons were perched on branches propped up in the front windows. In another room, several smaller, non-predatory birds flew freely, or were trying to, from faux trees, though most were sleeping quietly on the branches at this time of night.
"I am working with Orion today,"
Peter said as he led us under the false canopy and into the room with the cages.
"Would you like to see him?"
Who's Orion? I wondered.
"A snowy owl that got lost,"
Brendan informed me. All the way down here?
"We think he was blown into the city by the last storm,"
Peter told us. This room was brightly lit and smelled like a veterinary clinic, a blend of birdseed, wood chips, antiseptic, and animals. My eyes widened when I spotted the owl in a large cage in the corner.
Hey there,
I whispered as I came to stand in front of him.
Aren't you beautiful?
"Someone found him on the ground in the middle of the day in Franklin Park,"
Peter said.
"We think he may have gotten a hold of a rat that had been poisoned. Luckily, we were able to flush out the toxins in time, and he seems to be recovering well." "He looks a lot better than he did last week," Brendan remarked. "How long before you can release him?"
The birds were fascinating, but I found myself wanting to watch Brendan instead. His entire demeanor had changed when he walked in here. His eyes had lost that steely edge he used with most people, and he was openly interested, but not guarded. The closest thing to relaxed Brendan Black could probably manage.
"We'll keep him at least a week, until we're sure he's regained his strength," Peter replied. "Then Vera will take him north for release."
I bet he's ready to go home, I said. Brendan pressed an absent kiss on the top of my head.
"Aren't we all?"
Before I could wonder what he meant by that, Peter continued the tour.
"Over here is our resident dove."
He led us to an open cage standing in the opposite corner and pointed at a white bird, his iridescent neck sparkling with each bobbing movement of his head. "What's his name?" I asked.
"Fitzgerald,"
Brendan supplied. "Why does he live here?"
"His wing is permanently damaged, and he can't fly more than a few feet. He wouldn't last a week in the wild, so he's Peter's now. Watch."
Fitzgerald hopped to the edge of the cage, and Peter put a finger out. The dove hopped onto it, and Peter lifted it to his shoulder, which the bird happily jumped onto. I couldn't help but smile when the bird snuggled its beak against Peter's cheek.
"What can I say? He loves me,"
Peter said with a shrug.
"Couldn't be the birdseed in your pocket,"
Brendan said dryly. With a chuckle, Peter took out said seed and offered it to the pigeon.
"You keep treats for those you love. They will come back to you every time."
Brendan glanced down at me.
"What kind of treats do you need, Angel? Birdseed? Diamonds?"
I rolled my eyes. I'd like to think you don't have to bribe me to love you, sir. We were joking, of course, playing a part. But was the doubt that washed through Brendan's expression part of the act, too?
"You can bet him if you want,"
Peter offered, holding out the hand where the bird was still perched. I set a careful finger to the dove's head. It was soft and silky and smooth, just as I imagined it would be. Very nice. Aren't you a good boy? The most handsome boy ever.
"Easy there. You'll give him a big head."
Brendan was watching me with an expression that looked like stars breaking through a bank of clouds. You aren't actually jealous of a bird, are you?
"Maybe I just want my fiancé's affection, too."
That smirk reappeared. He was joking again, obviously, but I loved it, which was probably why I allowed myself to enjoy being tugged back and against his body. Good boy, I cooed. Aren't you the best boy ever? The handsomest, most perfect boy in the world? I petted his shoulder, then reached up to stroke his hair around his ear, in a spot that was somehow as soft as the bird's feathery down. Brendan offered me a sharkish grin, then pretended to bite my finger as I took my hand back.
"You're joking, but you can't possibly know how gorgeous you look praising my birds. And then me."
With a knowing grin, Peter put Fitzgerald back in his cage and made himself busy feeding another bird. I chuckled. Does someone have a little bit of a praise kink, Mr. Black? The hand at my waist tightened as he leaned down. His breath, heated and sweet, tickled my ear as his lips brushed my cheek.
"I'm starting to think everything about you is my kink, Angel."
It's just an act, I told myself. Just an act. Just an act. He's not looking at you like he wants to devour you because it's real. It's because you have an audience in this room. Don't give in. Don't lean in to kiss him. Stop brushing your nose to his that way. Don't even think about popping up onto your toes and...
"Brendan!"
called Peter from the other side of the room.
"We have a new hawk. Just arrived yesterday. Do you want to see her?"
Brendan stepped away. The tip of his nose reddened, his breathing somewhat labored. He managed to tear his gaze from mine and straightened as he nodded toward Peter.
"Absolutely."
Together, Fitzgerald and I watched Brendan interact with other birds. He cautiously fed a few others, generally demonstrating a caring, careful side that I had a feeling only the people in this room had ever seen. Certainly the press hadn't. Nor the members of his immediate family. It made him that much more attractive. And I realized, that much more off limits, if it was something he kept so secret. I turned to the dove, who tipped his head to the side, as if to say, "What's going on?" I sighed. You might have a broken wing, buddy, but at least you know who loves you. 23. Penthouse Schmenthouse. Simone. I had never lived with a man before. My only experience with roommates had been in that glorified apartment I'd shared briefly with Selena after first moving to Boston. Now I was about to cohabitate not only with someone who was sort of my employer, but who was also hiring me to act like I was in love with him, and who had just shown me another side of his personality that had made it exponentially harder to just pretend. So, yeah, I was overwhelmed. As Brendan helped me out of the car and took my suitcase from Anthony. My stomach had been churning for about 20 minutes, like it was making butter. And maybe it made sense that the first thing out of my mouth when I stared up at the familiar high-rise that was a trademark part of the Boston skyline was also the most awkwardly obvious observation ever. You live in a hotel? The Martin was one of the poshest buildings in Boston, a foundation of old onto which the new had been added steadily over the last 100 years. It looked traditional enough for the first 5 stories, with a brick facade that matched other 19th century architecture of downtown Boston. But above that, it soared into the sky like a glass sword to spear the heavens. It was the kind of place that hosted heads of state and, well, billionaires like my pseudo-date. Not humble bakers and hospital volunteer aides.
Sort of. About 25% of the Martin is private residences.
Brendan looked up with me, as if seeing his building for the first time.
Mine is at the top. Come on, I'll show you.
As the Aston pulled away, Brendan picked up my bag, took my hand, and towed me toward one of the 2 awning-covered doors. One led to the hotel and a few posh restaurants that cost a small fortune to enjoy. We took the other, where a doorman greeted Brendan with the tip of his cap.
Mr. Black, welcome home. John, this is Simone Bishop, my fiancée. She's moving in tonight.
John nodded at me with a friendly smile.
Of course. Welcome, Miss Bishop. Your things have already arrived.
They have? I turned to Brendan.
Ruth brought over your clothes.
His eyes met mine.
Nothing was wrong with them at all.
He didn't wait for a response as he led me to the far end of the lobby, then punched a code into the call box for a private elevator. 2473. I whispered, trying to commit the number to memory. I looked up with a grin. BIRD? I was rewarded with another of those bashful smiles that made it hard not to jump into his arms.
Don't tell anyone. So easy to figure out.
The doors opened, and he released my hand as we stepped inside. I bet the girls go crazy for this place, I said as the elevator began its trek up to the 59th floor. Once we were above the bricked part of the building, Boston spread out below us, like a glittering blanket in the night, visible through the glass. Brendan didn't seem to notice the view.
I've never brought anyone here before.
Why not? You'd probably get lucky right here in the elevator if you wanted. The view alone would make them fall in love with you. Why was I even saying these kinds of things? I sounded like my sister when she was fishing for compliments by comparing herself to others. It was pathetic and totally driven by the anxiety that wouldn't quite calm down. Not just because I was about to see the place where I was going to live with Brendan Black. I also feared that he would take one look at me, surrounded by this grandeur, and realize I didn't fit here at all. And there was a part of me now that really, really wanted to.
Would it work for you?
That intense green gaze pinned me to the glass for the last moments of the ride. Was he asking if I was into elevator sex? Or was he asking if the view would make me fall in love? Or both? The doors opened with a quiet chime, but neither of us moved. All our friendly jokes seemed to have deserted us as he tipped his head, awaiting my response. No. I managed, though now I had the image of the 2 of us doing something right here in this elevator, in view of all of Boston. I don't think so. Maybe I was turning into a liar after all. There was a growing part of me that wouldn't care where Brendan Black kissed me, touched me, or did other unspeakable things to me, as long as he did them at all. Bad, bad girl. Brendan studied me for a long moment before he pushed off the glass wall.
That's good. I wouldn't want to share you like that either.
Before I could ask what that meant, he picked up my case and exited the elevator, leaving me to follow him inside. I walked into the largest abode, house or otherwise, I'd ever seen. In a building that was the size of a full city block, I realized just how much space 2 entire floors of the Martin actually occupied. It was a castle for the Black Prince, a glass-walled open-air castle, complete with a delicately carved staircase spiraling up the center, and sconced in glass like a vase of tree branches. I barely registered when Brendan took my coat and put it into a closet as the elevator doors closed behind us. The scuffed soles of my shoes barely made a sound as I walked through the atrium, under the stairwell, and found the floor-to-ceiling windows that curved around multiple living rooms and the wealth of luxury within them. Football field-sized rugs, a concert grand piano, a couch that could comfortably seat 12 in front of an enormous gas fireplace, wreathed by a marble facade. Boston provided a view better than the screen. its lights hugged by the black expanse of the harbor and the winding snake of the Charles River. I turned. I don't think they should call you the Black Prince anymore. Brendan was standing at the bottom of the stairs, holding his suit jacket over one arm as he loosened his tie.
Oh?
You should be called the Raptor, or maybe the Hawk. You have your very own eyrie, all the way up in the sky. He seemed to consider that for a moment, then nodded with the shy smile that was quickly becoming my favorite.
I'd accept it. The Black Prince is plain unoriginal, especially since there are 3 other heirs besides me.
I ran a finger over the edge of a white sideboard in the foyer. Not a speck of dust came up. Are you sure you want me to live here? So pristine. I come with a cloud of flour in my wake.
It's nothing.
He said that a lot when it came to his money or anything related to it. Funny, wasn't this whole scheme designed for him to get more of it? So much space for one person. I slipped off my shoes and wandered into one of the living rooms. An interior wall reaching at least 20 feet was nearly covered by a modern art painting comprised of slashes of green, blue, and black, probably priceless and commissioned specifically for the space. But something about it felt incredibly impersonal, just like the rest of the apartment. There was no intimacy here, not a single photo of a family member or a handmade gift from a niece or nephew, no rumpled throw blankets or dog-eared books, or any remnants of actual human habitation. This was a beautiful place for sure, but it wasn't a home. For the first time, I felt genuinely sorry for Brendan Black, living up here in this glass palace, all alone. As if he sensed my pity, Brendan broke the silence with a gruff order.
Come with me.
He captured my hand again and pulled me through the living room, past an empty dining table that could seat 20, through a third living room scattered with more art and untouched furniture, and through one more door.
This is for you.
Weakened knees was a standard cliché in any romance novel. I'd always assumed it was lazy writing. What person actually lost their ability to stand because of a kiss or sweet gesture? And yet, that is exactly what happened when I saw Brendan Black's kitchen. 3 sub-zero refrigerators, a wall of custom pantry cupboards, 2 6-burner stoves, 3 industrial farmhouse sinks, 2 standard ovens, a central island the size of a house covered in a waterfall of marble, plus the pièce de résistance, an industrial-sized bread oven built directly into one of the walls. It was easily the largest private kitchen I'd ever seen, twice the size of the one my father had built for my mom when she was making bread and cheese for all of Woodstock, 4 times what I had set up for myself and JP. It also smelled like fresh paint. I turned to Brendan. This can't have been your actual kitchen before now.
Definitely not. I can barely boil water.
His voice was practically monotone, but the tips of his ears turned pink.
I had some changes made over the last few weeks.
Some changes? He shrugged.
It needed some expansion.
Something like that should take months, not days. Another shrug.
It's nothing.
There was that word again. Brendan's eyes met mine, and he sighed.
I know you didn't want to give up your job, or your position at the hospital. I didn't want you to have to give up your passion, too.
I honestly didn't know what to say.
Ruth will help you hire an assistant who can pick up whatever you make and deliver your orders wherever they need to go. He continued. Manage your pop-up, whatever you need. But I think it's the baking part that's really important to you, yes?
I swept my fingers over the cool marble counters, blinking away the tears that threatened.
Shit. Are you... Angel, what did I do? You don't need to use it if you don't want. Really. I have a cook. It's nothing.
Again, that stupid word. It's not... Oh, Brendan, it's not nothing. I cleared my throat and forced myself to face him and smile through the pending waterworks. This is unbelievably thoughtful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That bashful half-smile made another appearance. He was pleased, but it made him feel uncertain. I liked him all the more for it. That won't get in the way of the other things you'll need from me? I wondered, as I explored the huge space. It had literally everything I needed and more. An industrial mixer, Huge vats for rising dough, an entire cabinet of bannetons. He'd already canceled half my life because it conflicted with his. Who was to say he wouldn't do it again? I can't make commitments and leave people hanging. I told him, I know it's just some bread, a few $100s at stake, not millions or billions, but it matters to me. Something like regret flickered through Brendan's dark eyes.
I know it does. And I shouldn't have. I thought about it today, and I understand why these things are important. Our work, what we do, is what makes us who we are. I don't want to take that from you, Simone. Especially when you're doing so much to help me protect what's mine.
And what is that? I wanted to ask. What exactly defined him the way my passion for baking defined me? It wasn't taking care of birds in his spare time, or drinking in a lounge while his father was in the hospital. He spent his days at the top of that big, scary building, managing an empire on behalf of his father and the rest of his big, scary family. And yet, other than the driving obligation that had him asking me to pretend to be his betrothed, I still couldn't see exactly how that made Brendan Black, this increasingly complicated man, who he was. I wondered if he even knew himself. Unable to stop myself, I quickly crossed the room and wrapped my arms around his big shoulders. "Thank you," I said. Then again, more quietly, "Thank you." He stiffened, then sank into my touch, slipping his hands around my waist, then up my back to hold me close. We stood there, rocking slightly in each other's arms. His breath warmed the skin behind my ear, where my hair was pulled back, and I could hear the solid thump of his heartbeat, where my other ear rested on his broad chest. For the first time since entering this odd agreement, something felt indelibly right. The bakery, the bird sanctuary, all of it seemed like it had been leading to this moment. And yet, I didn't want to think about why I felt this way in this man's arms, the very place I shouldn't get too comfortable. Brendan seemed to have the same feeling, because he gently unwound my arms from around his neck and stepped away. I barely silenced the mule of disappointment in the back of my throat. "More," my body seemed to cry. "Come back." Brendan shoved a hand through his hair and massaged his neck.
I should show you your room.
"You mean my floor?" One side of his mouth twitched.
I suppose. My bedroom is upstairs, and there's a kitchenette up there, too, if you want to keep things separate. The only time you'll have to see me is when I get the elevator.
He almost looked sad, like some kind of hope had been dashed. "Brendan, no, I was joking. This place is palatial, and there is plenty of room for us both on both floors, obviously." I looked around the kitchen. "Besides, I'll need someone to eat the practice recipes. Don't you want to taste the fruits of what you've installed here?" That full mouth quirked again. Maybe the bashful smile might make a comeback one more time.
I might. This way.
I followed him back to the entrance, where he grabbed my suitcase. On the other side of the elevator, a hallway led to other rooms blocked from the rest of the airy apartment. A gym, an office he said was the spare, a sauna, a miniature movie theater, a library, and 3 guest rooms, one of which had apparently been designated mine. Brendan stopped outside the last door.
"There's a bathroom en suite. Let me know if you need anything else."
I paused, my hand on the doorknob. "You don't want to come in here with me? Are there plush bathrobes or cupcake-shaped pillows that are going to make me cry again?"
You want me in your bedroom?
Yet again, the levity disappeared, replaced by something much more potent. I didn't understand it. It wasn't like this was Victorian England and a man coming into my bedroom would cause some terrible scandal. Still, just the suggestion caused all sorts of visions to skip through my head. One of those large hands slipping around my waist again, pushing me backward into the room. Brendan's lips on mine as we tumbled onto a bed. My skirt pushed up my thighs as he stepped between them. That forested gaze met mine with such intensity. I backed into the door, as if he had pushed me. "I suppose not," I breathed. He examined me for one moment, Then, ever so slowly, he leaned in to feather a kiss across my cheek. His stubble scraped next to my ear.
Good night, Simone.
I shivered. Good night, Brendan. I had edged inside, half hoping he might snatch me back out and devour me the way I'd just been imagining. He didn't, but when I closed the door, the remnants of his shadow pooled from underneath it. I watched that shadow for a solid minute before it finally receded. Then I turned and discovered the last surprise of the night. It wasn't the furnishings or the view, though both were as gorgeous as the rest of the apartment. Nor was it the king-sized bed or the bathroom a girl could host a party in. No, it was the way the suite was completely and utterly mine. All my things were here. Photo albums, well-worn books, the few pieces of art I had on my walls, even a jewelry box full of my mom's old pieces that would never fit in with Brendan's crowd, sat on the bureau next to the maple-shaped necklace tree from which my mother's pearl necklace hung. My clothes were here, too. Every last piece Ruth had deemed so unworthy was hanging in the closet. I'd told him to leave it all in Jamaica Plain. Instead, he'd gone ahead and made, or had one of his people make, this place my home, as much as it could be, understanding even better than I did how much I would need it to face the months ahead. Yet again, I was overwhelmed, this time with gratitude. That is, till another question occurred to me. Was it possible that after less than a day in each other's company, Brendan Black somehow knew me better than I knew myself? Was that something that should make me feel comforted in this scheme? Or even more worried about what the Black Prince might do with that knowledge once he had it? 24. Big mistake. Huge. Simone. Most people don't sleep well their first night in a strange place. Apparently, that rule didn't apply to the airy. I woke up the next morning to the scents of breakfast and coffee after having slumbered like a baby in the big, soft bed. Up here, there were no sounds of cars backfiring or sirens to wake me up, no footsteps of neighbors to thumb through the walls, or streetlights to shine through my blinds. I hadn't slept this well since leaving Vermont, where the 500 acres insulated my family's farmhouse from anything other than the occasional moo and bird calls through the maples. The penthouse was already bustling with staff when I wandered toward the kitchen in my purple robe, my hair tied up with a yellow scrunchie. I passed 2 women wearing maids' uniforms, who nodded politely before they went back to vacuuming. A few people in business wear were perched at the dining table, chattering into headsets, and when I entered the kitchen, I found Ruth, iPad out, having an intense conversation with a portly woman doing dishes. I tried to ignore my disappointment that none of the people were the man who actually lived here. Before I could decide whether or not to get dressed before finding coffee, Ruth spotted me. "Miss Bishop, you're up. Good. I was hoping I wouldn't have to wake you. Please, help yourself." She gestured toward a buffet of sausages, bacon, 3 egg dishes, fruits, a tureen of what looked like Swedish pancakes, plus an array of pastries, bagels, and other delicious items that was set up on the kitchen island. "Are we expecting company?" I asked. It was enough food for the entire building. "No," Ruth replied as she crossed the room. "Would you like some coffee, tea, hazelnut latte?" She might have been gruff, but I couldn't deny that she was an excellent assistant. Just regular coffee, please." I picked up the plate laid out for me and selected a pancake plus some fruit, with some milk if we have it. "Does he eat like this every day?" "He does not," Ruth replied. "Rosie, can you—" "On it," called the woman at the sink in a thick Irish accent. "We weren't sure what you typically eat in the mornings, so Mr. Black had me make the works. 'Twas fun, really. I haven't made scones in an age." "Rosie is Mr. Black's chef. Well, your chef, too, now." Ruth escorted me to a round table at the other end of the kitchen, neatly corralled by a view over downtown and the common. "Who are the others?" I asked. There were some people in the dining room and working in the living rooms. "Oh, those are the maids, Eleanor and Yana. You'll see them every other day. The two in the dining room are my assistants, Kevin and Jade. I balked. You have assistants too? I thought you were Brendan's. If Ruth had feathers, they would have been ruffled. I am Mr. Black's executive assistant, which means I am responsible for managing all of his personal and business affairs. But he is an extraordinarily busy man with extraordinary needs, and my job of catering to all of them requires more than one of me. So yes, I have staff. Just Kevin and Jade, then? Just how many people were required to operate Brendan's life? Ruth shook as she checked something on her iPad. No, they only manage his personal matters. Jade is in charge of his finances, while Kevin runs errands and takes care of his social calendar. Jerry and Evelyn function in a similar manner at the office. You've already met Anthony, his driver, and Rosie, of course. There is also his trainer, masseuse, stylist, and his head of security, Mac. Everyone reports to me. She flipped her iPad around to show me a multicolored calendar that looked more like a rainbow mosaic than a schedule, with multiple overlapping events. Brendan didn't need assistants. He needed clones of himself to make that schedule work. Thoroughly put in my place, I sat back in my chair. Perhaps I should just focus on the here and now. What about me? Who manages my, affairs? Clearly, I'd been naive to think I could fit into that mosaic on my own. Ruth looked up from the tablet. Mr. Black has asked me to assist you personally. I blinked. Aren't you a bit overqualified for that? My life is pretty simple. That sympathy broadened. Yes, but as you can see, Mr. Black's life is not. Anyone would need some help acclimating to the, shall we say, rigor of being his partner. And no one knows that better than I. Mr. Black asked me to step in, and so I am. What she's saying, dear, is that our Brendan loves you. Rosie informed me, as she bustled over the cup of fresh coffee and a pitcher of milk. He's asked Ruth to see to your needs, because there's no one else he would ever trust. Isn't that right, Ruthie? Ruth cast a long look at Rosie that could only be described as disapproving. Indeed. I stared at my coffee. I had no idea what to do with that information, or the lengths that Brendan was clearly going to convince even his closest staff members that we were in love. I shook my head as I added the milk, then took a grateful sip of what had to be the best cup of coffee of my life. Oh my God, this is heaven! Rosie beamed. Let me know if you want anything else, love. Might we discuss your schedule, Miss Bishop? Ruth swiped to a different, much less colorful calendar that was apparently for me. I'm sorry to say, we couldn't get Kate to reschedule for today, but you do have some events coming up, so it's essential we get you outfitted properly. Not that your clothes aren't perfectly lovely, of course. Did Brendan tell you to say that? I had to ask. She offered a rueful smile. Miss Bishop, please allow me to apologize for my comments at your apartment. I never meant any offense. It's fine, I said honestly. I know you were just trying to help. She pursed her lips as if considering something. I'm from Revere, you know. Have never been too good for jeans and a t-shirt. It's only that for blackguard events. I have to look like I'm worthy of marrying into the fashion houses they partially own. I completed for her. I get it, but thank you for saying that anyway. Ruth looked visibly relieved. You know, I think you might be quite good for him, but don't you tell him I said so. I might, though. Rosie called from the sink, causing Ruth to roll her eyes again. I couldn't help but smile. By becoming Brendan's fake fiancé, I'd accidentally inherited 2 surrogate aunties. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. I sipped my coffee as Ruth went through the services she had scheduled for me over the next few days, in addition to the stylist and the bevy of staff she commanded. I'd also start meeting daily with a personal trainer of my own, as well as the lawyers Brendan had recommended and a financial manager he was apparently insisting on. In my downtime, I needed to memorize a dossier of Brendan's family history so that I would be prepared for the upcoming family dinner. In the meantime, I apparently needed a complete transformation, and as soon as possible. Ruth had arranged for a full day at a Korean spa, where I'd be scrubbed, buffed, massaged, and waxed within an inch of my life. That would apparently prep me adequately for hair, makeup, nails under the purview of the stylist. Additional consults had been scheduled with cosmetic dermatologists and dentists. After that, there were several more days set aside for clothes fittings. Dermatologist? Dentist? Maybe I should skip the coffee. Ruth pointed absently at her mouth. Whitening or maybe veneers, although your teeth are quite nice. The dermatologist would be for Botox or fillers, most likely. Given our time constraints, I doubt you have time for anything more invasive. No recovery time, you see. I paused mid-bite of my pancake. Brendan thinks I need Botox? Ruth looked up from the iPad. Have I muddled things again? Mr. Black just told me to do what's needed to make you feel your best. I had no clue what to make of that. Last night, I could have sworn Brendan liked me in the way I looked. It was why he had asked me to do this, right? Now, I was back to feeling like I wasn't enough. Quite the opposite. I set my fork down on the plate. Is he planning to count my calories for me, too? Put me on an extreme diet or get me on Ozempic? How many pounds should I lose? 20? 40? Oh, Lord, Ruthie, tell me he didn't. Rosie called from where she was busy wrapping up the breakfast goods.